Now we are already live in YouTube also.
Okay, sir. I think we have a minute to go.
Yeah.
So I think we can start now. It's already 10.
Reconfirm that is Sailendra sir is already in the chat box in this Zoom. I think he is already there. अगर हो तो उनको को होस्ट बना देते हैं. Then we'll start.
Sir, it's 10. So should we start?
Okay. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all our guests and participants. There is a saying, it's not about being good at something. It's about being good to yourself. So today, this event on International Conference on Importance of Holistic Wellness Therapies in Current Scenario is very much based on the same saying. This event is organized by the YOGAGURU Institute in association with Navyoga SURYODAYA SAMITI, Holistic Healthcare Foundation and Women Health Research Foundation, HAMRO SWABHIMAN and BHAGWAT SEVA ASHRAM. Today I have Ms. SHWETA and Ms. RUCHI with me to co-host this event. Before we move forward, I would request all our speakers to please adhere to the time limit given. We have many speakers from different parts of India and world, and sticking to the timeline will make this event a fruitful one for everyone. Now, I would request Ms. SHWETA to take the event forward.
Thank you so much, Sanjana. Hello, everyone. A very good morning to all of you. I am SHWETA Mishra, a student of the Yoga Guru, and I am the co-host for today's virtual conference. I would like to invite my dear friend, Ms. Dipali Maheshwari, for an auspicious start of this event with her beautiful voice. She will sing the Deep Prajulan song for us. Over to you, Dipa. Yes, Dipali.
Unmute her, please. Unmute her.
Yes, Dipali.
Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyanam sampadam. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyanam sampadam. Shatrubudhi vinashaya Deepak Jyotir Namostute Deepak Jyotir Namostute Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogya Dhana Sampada Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogya Dhana Sampada. Saraswati Vandana. Ya Tushar Kamera Ya Shubha Vastrani Ya Veena Marivatta Vandita Ya Shweta Padmana अब कृपा बरसाओ एकला की सर्विका नमस्तस्यै 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 बुद्धि को कर दो प्रकाशित अपना जीवन हो सुभाषित बुद्धि को कर दो प्रकाशित अपना जीवन हो सुभाषित तो हमें वरदान ऐसा वो सफल कर साधना नमस्तस्यै 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 Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dipali. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dipali. That was such an auspicious start for this session. Good morning, everyone. I am RUCHI VIRMANI, student of YOGAGURU Institute. I am the host for this event today. I welcome all the speakers on behalf of my YOGAGURU family. So now I would like to invite YOGAGURU Mohan Karki to present the Prastavna. But before that, a small intro for YOGAGURU Mohan Karki, sir. YOGAGURU Mohan Karki is a multiple therapist with a base of yoga and naturopathy. Mohan sir is the founder of Holistic Healthcare Foundation Society and YOGAGURU Institute in India, and also BHAGWAT SEVA ASHRAM in Nepal. He is the writer of many books like 7 Secrets of Yoga, Science of Holistic Health and Path-Breaking Success Stories, Food Mantra, The Science of Healthy Eating, etc. So over to you, Mohan sir. And this session will be chaired by YOGAGURU Shailendra sir. So over to you, Mohan sir.
Good morning, Mohan.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namaste everyone. इस सेशन के चेयर आदरणीय शैलेंद्र सिंह जी, जो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर फाउंडेशन के प्रेसिडेंट है और योगागुरु इंस्टीट्यूट के को फाउंडर है, और इसके साथ साथ हमारे बीच में अभी हम सब के पूज्य आदरणीय गुरु प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मिश्रा सर भी उपस्थित हैं। साथ में जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी स्पोर्ट्स एंड फिजिकल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के डायरेक्टर, हमारे मेंटर, हमारे बड़े भाई, जो हमें हमेशा ऐसे कार्य के लिए, अच्छे कार्य के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं और हमेशा साथ में रह करके सहयोग करते हैं। आदरणीय विक्रम सर भी हमारे बीच है। इसी तरह डॉक्टर नवदीप जोशी जी, नवयोग सूर्योदय सेवा समिति के फाउंडर, जो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी एक्सपर्ट कमेटी में मेंबर भी है, उसके साथ साथ आयुष मिनिस्ट्री स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर भी है। आदरणीय नवदीप जोशी जी भी हमारे बीच उपस्थित है, और इसके साथ सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों को मैं इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ होलिस्टिक wellness therapy during this period of crisis, एक तरह से प्रेजेंट सिनारियो या करंट सिनारियो टाइटल हमने रखा है। इस इवेंट में आप सबको मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूँ। It is our sincere effort to help everyone know things in a right perspective. इसीलिए हमने जितने भी स्पीकर बुलाने की कोशिश करे हैं, अपने अपने फील्ड में महारथी प्राप्त करे हुए स्पीकर हैं, जिसको थोड़ी देर सुनने मात्र से एक अभूतपूर्व ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन संभव हो सकता है। मैं ऐसे सभी गुरुओं को, स्पीकर्स को हृदय से पुनः धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करना चाहता हूँ। आप सब ने अपने बहुमूल्य समय को, आजकल का समय सच में बहुत टफ है, थोड़ा बहुत ही समय निकालना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। ऐसे में भी अपने समय निकाल करके हमें इस पूरे, एक तरह से आजकल जो भी कॉन्फ्रेंस वगैरह होते हैं, छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होते हैं, छोटे इवेंट होते हैं, 2 घंटे 3 घंटे के होते हैं, हमने जो कल्पना किया कि पूरे दिन के लिए रखते हैं, और इस तरह से पूरे दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए भी आप लोगों ने जो स्नेह दिखाया और समय प्रदान किया है, हमें हौसला प्रदान किए हैं, ये हम सब के लिए प्रेरणादायी है। आने वाले दिन में इससे हम और ऊर्जा ग्रहण करता हुआ, ऊर्जा प्राप्त करता हुआ पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ कार्य करेंगे, और ईमानदार प्रयास के साथ अच्छी लगन और पूरी मेहनत से हम इस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। पूरी दुनिया में इस समय डर का कहर है। To help people come out of this painful situation, fearful situation, I am hopeful and optimistic that this event also will contribute in constructive way, in a better way, making people aware of the things, aware of the lifestyle management techniques, skills, strategies, approach, and the scientific aspect of it. And all these things would certainly help not only common citizens, common people who are hearing this situation, but also the students, scholars, teachers, professors. Everyone will benefit from this conference. I'm hopeful for that. Once again, thank you everyone. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. You are, I think the torch bearer of this Yoga Guru Institute. And thank you so much for such kind words and welcoming everyone. Now, we have a team from Monkey Psychological Test and AI for Mental Well-Being. We have Miss Surbi Goyal, who is from IIT Kanpur and have done management from IIM Calcutta, and Dr. Ankit Garg, consultant psychiatrist and psychotherapist. They will be talking about psychological test and AI for mental well-being. So I welcome Ms. Surbi Goyal and Dr. Ankit Garg. I hope they are with us.
Introduce Shailendra sir and ask him to say a few words as a chair before taking.
Yes, I think they are not there. They're not connected yet. So I think we have some time left. If Mohan sir, if you would like to speak some few more words.
Yeah, I want to say, since Shailendra sir is chairing the session, introduce him and invite him to say a few words, and then we'll proceed again.
Yes, sir. Shweta, whoever you it's over to you, Shweta.
Okay, Sanjana. Okay. So I think the Monkey team is not available right now. We are not able to connect with them. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Sir, should I introduce Dr. Navdeep sir, or should I ask Shailendra sir to take over?
Shailendra sir is chairing, so you can introduce Shailendra sir.
Okay. So I would like to invite Yoga Guru Shailendra Singh sir. He is a born yogi with a mission and vision. Shailendra sir is the founder of Holistic Healthcare Foundation. He has done his masters in yoga and SOL. He is a certified Reeboks core Pilates trainer, a master's in acupressure, and much more to say. Please welcome Shailendra Singh sir. Shailendra Singh sir, over to you.
Right, Shweta, thank you so much. Yeah. नमस्कार सबको, सभी गुरुजनों को मेरा प्रणाम, सभी साथियों को स्नेह मेरा। As I see JPM sir is there, सर नमस्कार, आपका आशीर्वाद हमेशा चाहिए हमें। And I'm privileged to be on the chair, like when the people like JPM sir, Dr. Navdeep JOSHI is there today to talk upon a few things. तो मैं उनको वेलकम करता हूँ और धन्यवाद देता हूँ अपने टीम की तरफ से कि आपने अपना समय दिया और आज हमारे बीच थोड़ा अपना ज्ञान बांटने के लिए उपस्थित हुए। तो मैनी थैंक्स फॉर दैट। और आई एम श्योर आज बहुत कुछ मिलेगा हमें सबको, हमारी पूरी टीम को और जितने भी ऑडियंस है सबको काफ़ी कुछ नया जानने के लिए मिलेगा। So the virtual conference is a new thing for us, and especially the 2 days conference. So I wish all the success to all the speakers, to all the participants, and I welcome you all on behalf of Holistic Healthcare Foundation Society and the Yoga Institute. आज मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है सबसे कि थोड़ा अपना कीमती समय लगाएं, क्योंकि दुनिया भर के स्पीकर्स आपके सामने आज काफ़ी अपना एक्सपीरियंस और नॉलेज शेयर करेंगे। तो दिस इज माय सजेशन टू यू कि थोड़ा समय निकाल कर ध्यान से सुने उनकी बातों को और नोट्स बनाएं टू द स्कॉलर स्पेशली, जिससे कि एक बेहतर कल के लिए आप लोग चल पड़ें। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। बैक टू द होस्ट, लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू हियर टू आवर एमिनेंट स्पीकर। थैंक यू सो मच। बैक टू द होस्ट प्लीज।
Thank you so much, Shailendra sir, for showering our blessings on us. So our next speaker I think we are not able to connect with the Monkey team right now. Our next speaker of the day is Dr. Navdeep JOSHI sir. He is the founder member founder of Navyoga Sarvodaya SEVA Samiti Tanakpur. He is standing committee member, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and expert committee member, University of Delhi. He is serving as an assistant professor at Lal Bahadur Shastri Sanskrit University as well. Now I'd like to invite Navdeep Joshi sir. Navdeep Joshi sir, can you hear me? I think we are not able, he is not reading the messages right now.
He's already here. He's already here.
Okay, sir. So he is available online, but he is not unmuting. I think he's not right now on his seat.
I have done that.
Shweta, Monkey Team app is here. You can introduce them first.
Okay,
They have
that's
messaged.
Okay, Sanjana, over to you.
yeah, thanks.
Who's like
Call Miss Surbhi Goyal and Ankit Garg.
तो 7 पेज में आएगा सर कलर करना है
नहीं ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट
Team Monkey Monkey Psychological Test.
Hello, hi everyone. Thanks Sanjana for unmuting me. I would also like to share my screen. So if you could just allow me to do that as well. And meanwhile, I can do a quick introduction of myself to the group and also about the Monkey application. So thanks everyone for joining this well-being conference. I know that Mohanji and the rest of the team has worked really hard to get a good line of participants as well as speakers. I will talk a bit about mental well-being measurement and how some of this really helps close the loop in well-being. We have some slides to share which talks more about the topic. Meanwhile, I will introduce myself first. And we also have Dr. Ankita Garg, who is a psychiatrist or part of the Monkey team, who will also join the session. For a little bit about myself, my name is Surbhi Goyal. I come from Rajasthan. I'm an engineer, did my mechanical engineering from IIT Kanpur, then went on to do my MBA from IIM Calcutta. I have been busy with strategy business roles across various organizations, including pharmaceuticals and healthcare organizations. Now on the Monkey platform, we are working with a team of data scientists, product, technology, psychiatrists, psychologists to bring in place the measurement of mental well-being and in some ways also physical well-being. Our intent is to help anyone who comes on the platform understand in terms of objective data where they are on their well-being. We would be actually appreciating if, in fact, the participants of the conference would also download the Monkey app through the Google Play Store. And we are also hoping to have a schedule of the conference up there, but it would also introduce you to the entire measurement of well-being as we see it as per the global latest research. So not to waste time, I can start with the session, but I see that I can't still share my screen. So Sanjana, could you please help me with how can I, or do I also share the slides with Mohanji? So is there a way I can present the screen?
You can do it if you have the slides. You can share those slides on the screen.
Yeah, so right now it says host disabled attendee screen sharing. When I try to click on the share screen button.
Try again.
Sir will be able to share the screen.
Try once again, please.
Okay, great.
Madam Manki, may I say something to you?
Yes, yes, please.
Uh, sorry, myself JP Mishra.
Hi.
On your screen, if you click on your screen, you will get a green color share screen icon. Now
Yes.
click that share screen.
Yes, I've clicked it.
Okay, now I think now after clicking that, you will get the screen clear. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you can go to your slides, which should be already open.
Yeah.
And then click the slides. You will get your first slide.
Okay.
First you open your slides, then minimize them. Okay. Minimize them. Thereafter, you go to your back to your screen and click the share screen. Then you will get your screen clear. And and then after you go back to your slides and click, you will get the first slide.
Okay, I can also just share my desktop.
Yeah,
because...
no, yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
please
Now
do that.
yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, now you got your first slide. Now you press F5. F5. If you will press the F5, yes, now it's clear.
Okay, great.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for helping me.
Okay,
So, yeah, talking a bit about, first, I think I will also have Dr. Ankita Garg, who will join this session. She's an MD in psychiatry. Also part of our team. She has been practicing for a while as a consultant psychiatrist and psychotherapist. We want to first talk about the loop, which we think right now is a bit open, related to well-being, and how a well-being measurement would help us close that. And we are looking here really at two separate segments, right? So there are healthy individuals and there are unhealthy individuals. While the well-being therapy and treatment, they are being used across healthy and unhealthy individuals, we particularly see that there is a problem with identification of unhealthy individuals, particularly when you talk about mental well-being. Because with mental well-being, there is so much gray. It is very hard to really say what is going on in the mind of a person. So for example, for a diabetes, you would have a test and whether you have severe diabetes or mild diabetes or you don't have diabetes. But for depression, it is not so clear cut. Even the psychiatrist and psychologist who are part of our expert panel, they say that most of the times it is very hard to really point out to a person what is their problem because there is no test. And a lot of diagnosis that happens through psychiatrist, it differs from one psychiatrist to the other psychiatrist. So that's a big challenge around identification of an unhealthy individual, because it also has repercussions for the healthy individual who is also in doubt whether or not they have something. Then, of course, there are all the well-being therapies, including the medical science, which has psychological sessions for mental well-being particularly, and also medicinal treatments. But what we see is that a continuous monitoring of the impact of these therapies is missing. So it is hard for someone to see if they have taken a particular therapy in their day-to-day life, how is that helping them improve themselves? And there could be short-term measures that someone could take. So for example, someone is not feeling good, they can also go for drug abuse, which could make them feel good in the short term, but it does not lead to the benefits that someone would have if they go for some of the other well-being therapies which you guys would be talking about. So I think Dr. Ankita is also here. Dr. Ankita, I was waiting on you. So would be great, Dr. Ankita, if you can also do a quick introduction. And I know that you can talk a little bit more about this slide. So please go ahead.
I'm Dr. Ankita Garg. I did my MBBS from Mumbai Naad Hospital and my post-graduation in psychiatry from Kochi. And now I'm currently a part of the Monkey Health Services. I'm really happy with the organizers because they have chosen the topic very aptly with the current scenario going on. People's physical health, mental health, everything is my colleague Surbhi spoke about what is the problem we are facing in the mental health sector of diagnosis. Here, I would like to add my clinical perspective here, that sometimes when we diagnose patients with depression, and they know they are getting troubled a lot, but their family members, it's difficult to explain to them that this is depression, because we do not have tests to show them that, okay, this is something, that this is the score and this is like really bad, and you have to take medicine, or you have to start doing yoga, or you have to start doing meditation. These sort of things are the ones which are hampering the mental health sector because of lack of a reliable diagnostic test. And here, another thing is that when the patients, people start going down, we do not have anything for themselves to detect that that are they succumbing to some illness. So, there is nothing we can do to help them detect early warning signs. And because of all these reasons, as we can see, there are 150 million Indians who need mental health care services. They might be suffering from depression, they might be suffering from stress, they might be suffering from anxiety, but only less than 30 million are seeking care. And mostly it is because there is no diagnostic test. Nobody tells them, okay, you are ill, you need help. It is not just another passing phase of your life. So here is where I think Surbhi would be able to tell you more about the smartphone, role of smartphone in this era of mental health.
Right. Thanks, Dr. Ankita, for sharing your perspective. Indeed, I would like to talk about, therefore, what can be done. So we talked about the problem, but what is the solution? And we see a solution with technology. We see that the smartphones that are today with most of the Indian people, and they also keep it with them for a large part of their time, it provides a solution. A smartphone gives you a digital footprint, and this digital footprint is quite helpful in understanding a lot about that person. So the behavior of a person, which is in a way depiction of their physical and mental well-being, could be computed from their smartphones. So this is exactly what our team is doing. We are the platform that we have developed, and it is available on an Android Play Store already. What it does is it uses all of the phone sensor data. So you have these different sensors which are present in most smartphones. And using the phone sensor data, we are able to understand. So these are, about 5 markers that I've shown here. Our team can compute hundreds of these behavioral markers. They are around, sleep. How much sleep is someone getting? How is the quality of their sleep? How much physical activity they are doing? How much social engagement are they able to do? How much phone they are using, which, in many cases has been linked negatively to well-being. How much concentration do they have? So a lot of these markers can be computed for a person just passively. So, you don't have to do anything on the application, but the application passively uses the phone sensor data to compute all of these markers for you. I will talk a little bit deeper into these markers because, this is where the entire power of data starts coming in. This is the real-time data that we are capturing for anybody who is on a platform. For a particular user, this shows different kinds of sensor data that we get on their smartphone. And using this data, we could understand, for example, if you look at the first table or the first graph, you see that there are some noise in the accelerometer data, and our data team could go through all of this data and understand when the user is physically active by looking at accelerometer. Even the gyroscope and magnetometer, they show active, noisy data once someone is physically active. Similarly, we can also look at app usage by looking at how many foreground apps are being used currently on the smartphone. We can understand using the noise or sound data if someone is interacting socially. So, and eventually it is about understanding the daily rhythm of a person and seeing that as a depiction of their physical and mental well-being. I'll give it back to Dr. Ankita to talk a little bit more about the research that has happened in this area, particularly with regards to mental health and how these markers help with understanding mental health better.
Sure, there are digital behavioral markers we have talked about in the last slide. There is a lot of research going around the world regarding this, and it has been seen that these behavioral markers like physical activity, social engagement, and all these things collected from the mobile can help to predict mental health disorders or mental health deviation from mental health wellness in people. So there are people diagnosed with depression, from anxiety, from stress. Like if there is a deviation in all these digital behavioral markers, the person himself or herself can identify that they are facing these issues just by using their smartphones. All in all, what will happen with continuous monitoring with the help of an app or digital behavioral markers is that the person themselves will become more aware about their illness or lack or a deviation in their wellness of mental health. So, like if somebody is stressed and they do not realize that they are going into a spiral loop, and there will be like they would like before falling into depression, they would come to know, okay, there is something going wrong with me, and I can take charge of it. Later on, when they start taking part in some of the treatment, they start doing some mindfulness meditation, they start doing yoga, they start taking medicine, they can monitor that change in themselves. Usually in clinical practice, what I have seen is people come to me and they say that, okay, I did yoga for 5 days, but I do not see any change. I did it for 10 days, I do not see any change. I cannot continue. I do not find the motivation. So here is where it can help that they can themselves see that change in their levels. Like for sugars and what do we see? If we follow a good diet and after that we see that there is a decrease in the blood sugar level, we know we are on the right path. So that is what it is going to do and help us to help the person themselves to identify the warning signals and prevent the accidents. So as it is rightly said, if you can't measure it, you can't change it. And so finally, we are back on the first slide from where we had started. It is about closing the loop, like how we would help to close this open-ended loop where there was a lack of diagnosis, there was a lack of any measurement, like how they would be able to detect the early warning signs, and how the long and the short-term effects of a therapy would be seen. So this is where the Monkey app plays a part. I would give it over to Sophie to help to know how it would be downloaded.
Right. So I would also like to actually, just play this video, which talks a little bit about, how it all works. And, we can then end up by sharing more details on the app.
Moreover, screening and diagnosis of mental health is subjective and imprecise.
Thank you, Monkey Psychological Test Team. I think we should just move forward. Next, Shweta, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sanjana. Thank you so much, Miss Surabhi and Dr. Ankita, for this thoughtful and interesting session. Now, our next speaker of the day is Dr. Navdeep Joshi, sir. As I've already introduced, he is the founder of Navyoga SURYODAYA Yoga SEVA SAMITI, Tanakpur, and he is a standing committee member, Ministry of Ayush. He is serving as an assistant professor at Lal Bahadur Shastri Sanskrit University as well. Over to you, Navdeep sir.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार सर.
Namaste sir.
आज के इस प्रोग्राम के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. डॉक्टर मोहन कार्की जी, डॉक्टर शैलन जी और हमारे साथ बैठे हुए आज के मुख्य वक्ता प्रोफेसर जी मिश्रा जी को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं. हम सभी लोग इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में
प्रणाम सर, प्रणाम सर, प्रणाम प्रणाम, नमस्कार.
और सभी जो हमें देखने वाले वक्ता महोदय हैं और हमारे योग गुरु जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, जिसने बहुत ही कम समय में पूरे देश विदेश में अपने संस्थान के द्वारा एक बहुत अच्छी योग टीचर की संभावनाओं को आगे किया है. तो आज मेरा टॉपिक जो है नाद मेडिटेशन है. मैं एक योग का विद्यार्थी हूं और मैं ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन द नाद मेडिटेशन. नाद मेडिटेशन is one of the many types of the meditation methods used in the world. Modern scientists put out in the origin of the creation from the explosion of the Big Bang. And the Naad philosophy states that the whole universe, which contains the vibration in living or non-living things such as surface, vegetarian organism, humans, where there will be vibration, there will be sound. The basic sound in the ocean of the complexity of the sound are Om, A, U, which can be spoken without the activation of the tongue. Is very speciality कि बिना जीव के हम केवल 3 आवाजों को ही 3 स्वर को बोल सकते हैं. आ, उ, And the first word is A, originates from your navel. जब हम आ की आवाज करते हैं, आ, तो आप देखेंगे कि इसकी जो ओरिजिनेट होती है वो आपके नेवल से होती. The second is ऊ. जो ऊ की वाइब्रेशन आपके हार्ट और चेस्ट रिप्स के साथ में होती है. And third word is the जो ये मौ का उच्चारण है, इसकी वाइब्रेशन आपके ब्रेन यानी कि अपने चिन के ऊपर जो हम पूरा है आपका आगे चक्र, विशुद्धि चक्र, इससे आपका का वाइब्रेशन होता है. The humming of this attribute sacred sound that was very profound effect on the chakras of our body, especially due to the vibration in the brain, heart and navel center. All energy channels are purified. इसमें जो रिसर्च है, जो ओमकार चैंटिंग या अनेक मंत्रों की जो चैंटिंग है, उसका ऑलरेडी कई जगह पे रिसर्च हुई है. इस रिसर्च से हम काम कूल होते हैं और कई तरह की डिसीज हमारी दूर होती है. नासा की एटमॉस्फेरिक इमेजिंग असेंबली ने सोलर डायनेमिक ऑब्जर्वेटरी के द्वारा ये एक प्रोफाउंड किया. नासा कन्वर्टेड टू द मैग्नेटिक वेव emanating from the sun into sound by the solar dynamic observatory, so that the sound emitted from the sun was Om, which are clearly heard. अभी 3-4 साल पहले नासा ने इसको प्रूव किया है कि जो सन की जो किरणें हैं वहां पे जब हमने ऑब्जर्वेटरी सोलर डायनेमिक ऑब्जर्वेटरी को रखा तो ये पाया कि एक ओमकार की जो साउंड हो रही है वो वैसे ही साउंड वहां पे भी है. The many yogi believe that the Naad is more than just sensory bliss from the source of the emotional bliss. Emotional means sensory bliss, sensory joy. Means कि जो हम आवाज सुनते हैं अपने कानों से, अगर हम नाद की बात करें तो वो उससे और डीप है. It is also believed to play the role of hidden energy that connect the outer and inner cosmos. It is very important. कि कहते हैं जैसा हम बोलेंगे ऐसा होगा, जैसा हम सोचेंगे जैसा हम बोलेंगे. मंत्र चैंटिंग, व्हाट इज द मंत्र चैंटिंग? हम मंत्र चैंटिंग से एक एनर्जी को क्रिएट करते हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जब आप मंत्र को चैंटिंग करते हैं तो आप आउटर वर्ल्ड में होते हैं, सांसारिक जगत पे होते हैं. आफ्टर द मेडिटेशन, आफ्टर द मेडिटेटिंग एंड चैंटिंग द mantras, you joined, you connect the inner universe. और ये केवल मंत्रास के साथ में नहीं होता है. एनीथिंग, एनी सब्जेक्ट, जो भी आपके मन में कोई ऑब्जेक्ट है जो आपका उद्देश्य है, एम है, जो भी आपके माइंड में आएगा, अगर उसको आपने डीपली कॉन्सेंट्रेट किया तो ऐसा ही बाद में होना है, ऐसा ही आपके साथ में हो जाएगा बाद. The Naad Yoga is the two form Anahat and Ahat. Anahat sound is the inner sound, Ahat sound is the external sound. And to produce the Ahat sound, clap your hands together and listen to the sound, and second, and you blow the air in the flute, and then listen the sound. If you do it in the rhythmic way, you will enjoy it. And when you shape your lips and tongue in the different way, you can emit different sounds. These sounds form a words which form a language. This vibration of the sound is the basis of the virus language that have created different way of the communication, similar ideas, and we have become so attached these language that we have now moved away from the original universe sound, because we have the restricted ourselves to the sound we are familiar with. अब जो नाद है, जिसको हम अनाहत नाद की बात करें, सूक्ष्म नाद की बात करें, हम उसको भूल गए, हम उसको सुन नहीं पा रहे क्योंकि वो आपके इस सेंसरी ईयर से नहीं सुनाई देने वाला है. उसके लिए आपको डीप मेडिटेशन में जाना पड़ेगा. उसके लिए, उसको सुनने के लिए आपको अपनी दिव्य चक्षु को खोलना पड़ेगा. तो इसीलिए क्योंकि हम इस सांसारिक जगत के आचार व्यवहार में फंसे हैं, उसी तरह की आवाज में, उसी तरह की साउंड में हम फंसे हुए हैं, हम लैंग्वेज में फंसे हैं. हम जो ये हमारे इन्वायरमेंट में जितने भी साउंड हो रहे हैं उसमें फंसे हुए हैं. तो हम उस दिव्य नाद को नहीं सुन सकते, नहीं पहचान पाते. तो इट इज द टू टाइप्स, वन ऑफ द अनाहत एंड सेकेंड इज द आहत. और जब भी दो चीजों की टक्कर होगी, चाहे हम अपनी लैंग्वेज, अपने वर्ड की बात करें, तो हम जब तक दो पूरे मुंह को, टंग को हिलाएंगे नहीं, बात नहीं करेंगे, तब तक आपकी साउंड इमिट नहीं होगी. और उसको भी कैसा होना चाहिए? रिदम में होना चाहिए. इफ यू डोंट फॉलो रिदम, तब वो केवल साउंड हो जाएगा, वो नाद नहीं होगा. और वो केवल साउंड हो जाएगा तो आपको डिस्ट्रैक्ट करेगा. different type of the machine जिससे आप रोज काम लेते हैं, वो डिस्ट्रक्टिव साउंड है. इट इज कॉल्ड डिस्ट्रक्टिव नाद आल्सो. अब नाद मीन्स, व्हाट इज द नाद? इट इज द rhythmic वे, वन टाइम, जो आपके माइंड को इफेक्ट कर रहा है. कोई वर्ड, कोई सेंटेंस, कोई मंत्राज, कोई अफर्मेशन, एनीथिंग. Which one is positive? So आप two types of the song गाते हैं. One type of song, which one is no background. उसका कोई अर्थ नहीं है. No means. इस समय जब हम बॉलीवुड में देखते हैं, different type of song is there, but no meaning of this sounds. But if this the meaning of this sound and the positive meaning of this sound, that is also called Naad. That is one of the very good song. जीवन में कुछ करना है तो मन को मारे मत बैठो. Very good positive sounds. अगर हम बच्चों को उस पॉजिटिव साउंड की ओर जोड़ेंगे तो बच्चे वैसे ही होंगे. अगर हम बच्चों को जिसका कोई मतलब नहीं है, नो ऑब्जेक्टिव, नो एम, मॉर्निंग टू इवनिंग कुछ भी सॉन्ग गा रहे हैं, कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, देन ही कन्वर्टेड दैट टाइप ऑफ द साउंड, दैट टाइप ऑफ द डिस्ट्रक्टिव साउंड. और तब वो बच्चा बड़ा कैसे होगा? बच्चे के पास जो माइंड को एक्टिव करने के लिए जो तरीके थे वो हम नहीं दे पा रहे हैं. तो जब हम बच्चों को वो वे नहीं दे पाएंगे तो क्या होगा? तो बच्चे जो हैं, इसलिए हम कहते हैं बच्चे तो भगवान का स्वरूप है. चिल्ड्रन इज लाइक दैट ऑफ गॉड, बिकॉज everyone have the two types of the mind. One of the logical mind and second is the creative mind. The logical mind is that, logical mind क्या है कि हम उस बच्चे का नाम, बच्चे का जो मन है वो ओनली क्रिएटिव माइंड. वो हर समय क्रिएटिव या इमेजिनेशन करता है, खुश रहता है. बच्चे को आप देखो, लेकिन हम धीरे धीरे उसको लॉजिकल माइंड में चेंज कर दे, मतलब उसको लॉजिक में चेंज कर देते हैं. लॉजिक क्या? ऐसा मत करो, यहाँ पे गोश्त है, ये अंधेरा कमरा है, डार्क प्लेस. हम उसको फियर देते हैं बच्चे को. हम उस बच्चे को नेगेटिव अफर्मेशन दे रहे हैं कई चीजों में. हम क्योंकि हम नहीं जानते कि जो हम उस बच्चे को बोल रहे हैं वो भी वो चीज ले रहा है. तो कल के दिन जब बच्चा बड़ा होता है तो कई चीजों से डरने लगता है. उसके अंदर की जो विल पावर है वो खत्म हो जाती है. तो पॉजिटिव अफर्मेशन जरूरी है. इसीलिए पॉजिटिव अफर्मेशन के लिए पॉजिटिव साउंड जरूरी है. सिंगिंग ए सॉन्ग इज पॉजिटिव मैनर. तो दिन भर जो बच्चा आपसे सीख रहा है वही बात में वो कर रहा है. तो इसीलिए पॉजिटिव साउंड, पॉजिटिव अफर्मेशन, पॉजिटिव सॉन्ग इज नेसेसरी फॉर एवरीवन. क्योंकि जितना हम लॉजिकल माइंड का प्रयोग करेंगे उतनी हमारी ग्रोथ रुकेगी. लॉजिकल माइंड इज गुड फॉर अस, फॉर ओनली इस सांसारिक जगत के लिए, इस फिजिकल वर्ल्ड के लिए इज गुड लॉजिकल माइंड. दैट इज you do your science, your maths, anything. That part is logical mind. But if you want to growth, यदि आप अपनी डेवलपमेंट चाहते हैं, then the creative mind is necessary for everyone. One of the example, we scold the boys and girls, any children. आपने उसको एक थप्पड़ मारा, you beaten one of the slap. And after 15 minutes, he and she come with your friend. वो आपके 10-15 मिनट के बाद ही वो आपके पास आ जाएगा और आपको हंसाने लगेगा. एंड सेम थिंग, अगर आप बड़े हैं तो हमारी ईगो हर्ट करेगी. अगर किसी ने आपको कुछ अब्यूज किया, स्लैप किया, एनीथिंग, तो यू डोंट फॉरगेट फॉर 1 month, 2 months, 1 year and whole life. आप उसको नहीं भूल पाओगे क्योंकि लॉजिकल माइंड इज एक्टिव. सो योर माइंड, जो आपका माइंड है वो आपका माइंड इज नॉट योर मास्टर. माइंड इज योर सर्वेंट. तो नाद अनुसंधान, नाद मेडिटेशन एंड एनी मेडिटेशन आपको आपके माइंड को वो बताता है कि सर्वेंट की तरह काम करो. अगर आप मेडिटेशन नहीं करेंगे तो आपका माइंड मास्टर की तरह काम करेगा और हमारी जो एक पर्सनालिटी है उसको पूरा डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर देगा. तो इसीलिए हम उस लॉजिकल माइंड के कारण, उस ईगो के कारण हम वी डोंट फॉरगेट दैट टाइप ऑफ हैपेंड. जो आपको सबसे पहले भूलना चाहिए, जो आपको सबसे पहले भूलना चाहिए वही जो घटना है वो सबसे ज्यादा याद रहती है. और इसीलिए वो डिस्ट्रैक्शन जो है आपके माइंड का, आपके एक तरह से वाइब्रेशन का, वो निगेटिव होता जाता है. तो नाद मेडिटेशन और any meditation create one of the energy and the positive energy, which energy can calm down yourself and go through the positive affirmation. तो इसीलिए जो दिन भर चल रहा है हमारा, वो आपका सॉन्ग है, वो आपके थॉट हैं, वो आपकी एक्टिविटी है. तो सेकेंड थिंग इज द क्रिएटिव माइंड. इज व्हाट इज द क्रिएटिव माइंड? क्रिएटिव माइंड इज वेरी रिलैक्स. मीन्स कोई भी आप खेल बच्चों की तरह खेलो. बच्चे बार बार खेल करते हैं और उसमें एक तरह से भूल जाते हैं सब कुछ. कबड्डी, खो खो, रनिंग, छोटे छोटे गेम हैं. वो जो छोटे छोटे गेम हैं, प्लस पेंटिंग, प्लस सिंगिंग, ऐसी चीज जो आपको इंटरेस्टिंग लगे, वो सब क्रिएशन है. और उस क्रिएशन, जिस समय आप वो सब काम करोगे, आप सब कुछ भूल जाओगे. तो जब हम ये करते हैं तो हम मेडिटेशन के पास होते हैं, करीब होते हैं. तो मेडिटेशन, ये नाद मेडिटेशन, वन ऑफ द इज अनाहत नाद, आहत नाद, एंड थर्ड इज द नेचुरल साउंड. नेचुरल साउंड. तो नेचुरल साउंड क्या है? क्योंकि आप सीधे अनाहत नाद पे नहीं जा पाओगे. Very difficult to go or in deep meditation in the anahat naad. लेकिन आप नेचुरल नाद से, नेचुरल साउंड से, that is the natural sound means in the nada anusandhan, in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, that is the Naad chakra is Omkar, with sound humming like or, and there are the 9 type of the sounds. Anahat Naad, that Osin, roaring like ghosts, tingling like humming in the bones plate, temple sound, ringing sound, veena, dudundhi, payal, bulbul, veena. The mention of lion roaring is like the thunder clouds. There are the many natural sounds which are the subtle and self-generated, which just by the listening and the person's conscious fear, sadness, unstable mind goes into the depth of calm and joy. ये जो नेचुरल साउंड है, जो हमें नेचुरल साउंड सुनाई दे रही है, चाहे वो समुद्र की साउंड हो या कांसे की थाली बनने की साउंड, ऐसे ऐसे धीरे धीरे करके ये सूक्ष्म होती जाती है, सबस्टल होती जाती है, सबस्टल। दुदुम्बी, श्रृंग, घंटे की आवाज, वीणे की आवाज, और तब हम डीप मेडिटेशन में जा पाते हैं। इस तरह की प्रैक्टिस हठ योग में बताई गई, नादानुसंधान पाठ। म्यूजिक हैज been used by the most Indian saints, prophets. ये आल्सो सभी नाद योगी हैं, त्यागराज, कबीर, मीराबाई, नामदेव, पुरंदरदास, तुकाराम। नाद योगी मीन्स कि जो उनके अंदर जो भजन आ रहा है वो कहीं से पढ़ नहीं रहे, वो लोग उन्होंने कहीं से रीड नहीं किया, ऑटोमेटिक अंदर से इमर्ज हो रहा है। कहते हैं सरस्वती जो है आपके माउथ में बैठी, आपके अंदर बैठी हुई है। कैसे हुआ? हाउ? कैसे ये सारे जो योगी हैं, ये कैसे उनके अंदर वो नाद पैदा हो रहा है, वो साउंड पैदा हो रहा है, उस तरह का भजन या दोहे पैदा हो रहे हैं। वो कबीर जो है, जिसके पास कुछ नहीं है, वो अपने जाके छोटा सा काम करता है, लेकिन जब वो दोहे गाता है, जब वो दोहे बोलता है 2-2 लाइन के, उसमें पूरा ब्रह्मांड समाहित होता है। 2-2 लाइन में बहुत बड़ी एजुकेशन हमें मिल रही है, नॉलेज मिल रही है। ओनली 2 लाइन्स, व्हाई? तो नाद योगी हैं, ऐसे कई नाद योगी। तो जब आप छोड़ दोगे अपने ईगो को, एंड हम डिफरेंट टाइप से जब हम अपने आप को पूरी तरह से काम कूल कर लेंगे, रिलैक्स कर लेंगे, इस मन को, अपने माइंड को हम सर्वेंट बनाएंगे मीन्स कि हमें पूरे दिन की एक दिनचर्या, जो हम डेली रूटीन है, वो डेली रूटीन हमारे जैसा हम चाहेंगे वैसा होगा डेली रूटीन। नहीं तो क्या होता है, पता ही नहीं लगता कि दिन में कब क्या हो गया। तो तब जो है हम नाद योगी होंगे, तब जैसा हम चाहेंगे हमारे अंदर से सरस्वती, जिस नॉलेज, वो निकलेगी। तो ये जो सृष्टि के क्रिएशन के बाद हमारे अंदर यत पिंडे तत् ब्रह्मांडे, हम इस ब्रह्मांड में हैं और हमारे अंदर ब्रह्मांड है। ऐसा कृष्ण जी ने श्रीमद् भागवत गीता में जब कृष्ण अर्जुन को बता रहे थे, तब उन्होंने दिखाया, मुंह खोल के दिखाया, अपनी माता को दिखाया। ब्रह्मांड है हमारे अंदर, जागृत करने का विषय है। तो हम डीप में ना जाएं, हम सिर्फ इतना जाने कि ये नाद जो है ये बहुत बड़ी पावर है। और जब हम उस साउंड को, माइंड को, अपने पूरे इन्वायरमेंट को चेंज करते हैं, तो हमारा माइंड भी चेंज होता है। हमारी जो एम है, ऑब्जेक्टिव है, वो वैसे ही होते हैं जैसा आप चाहते हैं। तो उस कबीर की बात मैं बता रहा था, वो कबीर जो है इतना इतना ज्यादा गरीब होने के बावजूद भी उसको वो तुरंत उस ब्रह्मांड से जुड़ा हुआ था, कॉस्मोस से जुड़ा हुआ था, इसीलिए उनकी पूरे कबीर पे आज रिसर्च हो रही है। आज उस कबीर, जो कबीर को हम पहले देखते थे कि एक गरीब सा कोई, तो ये जो योगी है, योगी किसी समृद्धि में नहीं है, वो बहुत अच्छे कपड़े पहनने वाला, वो बहुत अच्छी से बोलने वाला ही नहीं है, वो डीप है, वो एक गरीब हो सकता है, बहुत रिलैक्स्ड हो सकता है। तो उसके बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं। नाद योग सिस्टम, the divide of the two category, one of the internal sound anahat and external sound ahat, while the external sound is the convey to the consciousness via the sensory organ in the form of the ear, in which the mechanical energy is converted into the electrochemical energy and then transformed into the brain to the sensation of the sound. तो ये तो हम जो साउंड सुन रहे हैं फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में अपने कान से, अपने ईयर से, वो तो इस तरह से चेंज हो रही है। लेकिन जो अनाहत साउंड है आपकी, अनाहत साउंड जो है आपकी, वो ऑटोमेटिक आ रही है, ऑटोमेटिक आ रही है, और उसके लिए हमें साइलेंस होना चाहिए। तो साइलेंस होना भी नाद की स्टार्टिंग है। यानी कि एक तो साउंड है, एक साउंड है ऊपर, एक साइलेंस है। तो साइलेंस जो है तभी होगा जब हम नाद की ओर बढ़ेंगे। तो साइलेंस इज द बेसिक स्टेट ऑफ द नेचर. It is by the staying in this state that we are able to listen to the नाद sound. जब तक हम शांत नहीं होंगे, कूल नहीं होंगे, काम नहीं होंगे, नाद को नहीं सुन पाएंगे. This the basic sound is the drawn in the artificial and disturbing sounds such as those made by the electronic and mechanical device. When we are distanced from this basic naad, we lose our ability to concentrate and also our immunity to become.
I think there is some audio problem, his connectivity. Shweta, you can, or Ruchi can forward.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sanjana. Thank you so much, Navdeep sir. Such an awesome session. Okay. Now, I feel immense pleasure in introducing our next speaker, Lucy H. Divya Prabhaji. She did her undergraduate and master's with honors at Oxford University, UK, in metallurgy and science of materials. But her search for a sense of inner fulfillment brought her to India. She is the gold medalist of entire Shastri course. She is the topper of Prachin Vyakran on the Acharya course. We are so glad to have you here, ma'am. Welcome. Over to you, Divya Prabha, ma'am.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om. Pranam, and thank you so much to Yogi Mohan Karkiji for inviting me to this illustrious online conference. The talent of the speakers and the program is incredible. In fact, we all want to listen to all of the different speakers too. So thank you, all of you that have made the effort to accept the invitations and come here today. Thank you to Shweta Mistruji and Ruchi for the introduction. So today I'm going to talk to you about the yoga, the science of stable wisdom. If you hear distortion, please let me know and I'll change to an earphone if there's difficulties from background noise. I've got a PowerPoint presentation to share with you. I hope that you find it useful. So what I want to do today is to talk about what yoga actually is. You all know from yoga from your own experiences and you have your own research. But what I want to do is to bring in the Vedic Shastras and connecting it into the yoga in the practical life and how that helps us to get this stable wisdom. So to start with, I want to look at what the Vedas, in terms of Mandukya Upanishad, actually tells us what life actually is. We should know why we're living and what we're living for. So Mandukya Upanishad says, Yatha natya syandamanha samudrestam kachanti namarupe vihaya tata vidwan rupa vimukta parama purusham peti divyam. So the Upanishad is telling us that life is just like this stream, this river that's flowing between two banks. And the left bank you can understand to be birth, and the right bank is death. And also, there's a reason for using this stream analogy as well, because the rivers of life, there are so many different rivers. If we look in India, you've got the Ganga, the Yamuna, the Saraswati, Kaveri, Godwari, so many different rivers, but all of them end up in an ocean at the very end. And each river enters into the ocean, becomes indistinct from its original river source, in the same way that we as individuals are like waves in the ocean. And there's this ocean underlying everything. And these waves we understand to be like individual. We understand that that I amness, that ahankara, aham, akara. So when we identify with some akriti, then that ahankara comes through the objects of the senses that we identify with. But actually, first, we get back to that asmita, just that the I am. And then that I am is also dissolved as we enter into that ocean of consciousness. And so river is a very beautiful analogy to help us be a little bit more realistic about what life is. We all are playing these roles. But when we say Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world is a family, we're talking about Kutumbakam. Kutumbakam just doesn't mean that the world is this big family. It actually means this, in the whole universe, there's this very little thing which we understand as this planet Earth. And even if we think about the reality of our life's existence, they say that our whole life, imagine it's 100 years, is equivalent to the time it takes Brahma to blink once. So it's very important that in yoga as well, we put our life in context of that whole universe, and that yata pinde tata brahmande, realizing that whole universe is within us, and that we just, at the end of the day, we dissolve from going from this physical body. Then you can break that down into neutrons, protons, electrons, and that is just backed by kinetic energy. And even if we think about our position in the universe in terms of the oxygen, the breath that we breathe, we're all sharing one breath from one infinite divine source. So we want to, through our practice, to get back to that ekatvam anupashita, realizing that unity and diversity in a real way, not just because we say, I realize that there's this God, this infinite divine supreme consciousness, Paramatma. You can know it, and yoga is the means to know that. How? So first, the Katha Upanishad tells us, how are we going to know this for ourselves? It says, Yada panchavatishtante jnanani manasa saha udishchana vichestati tam aha paramat gatim. So it's simply a question of turning those senses from outside to inside and becoming connected with, we are connected with we're never separate from that infinite divine consciousness, but the secret is to realize it. So the Vedas starts by telling us the means to know this. It says, Ashta Chakra now Dwara Devanam Purayoti. It's so simple. The Atara Veda tells us that your body, your existence, consists of 8 chakras. Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipur, Anahat, Vishuddha, Lalana, Ajna, and Brahma Chakra. And it says then there's these 9 gates. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, a mouth, and 2 lower gates. And further on in the Upanishads, we see that there are total 11 gates. So these 9 have to be closed. And there's 2 more gates open at birth. One is the Nabhi, jo pet mein ki beech mein hai, which closes when we're born. And then finally the Brahma Chakra. So the Atara Veda is telling us this journey is through the 8 chakras, that there are these 9 gates to be closed, and ultimately this 11th gate will open, the Brahma Chakra. And it says this body is the dwelling place of the divine beings. Pura Ayodhya. And what is its name? Ayodhya. Nayodhya, Ayodhya. That place where there's no fight, there's no battle. Beyond the realm of thought, beyond the chitta and vritti, which we will just go on to in a moment. So that there's this state of existence that is for all human beings. And as Dr. Navdeep ji was saying, that through the Nada, Mananat Trayatiti mantra, that mantra is that Naad of the Bij mantras, is that thing that protects you from the cogitations of the mind. It's very helpful when we look at what yoga actually means to understand why it works. People talk a lot about the meaning of yoga being to join, yogi, yujir yogi. But in fact, according to Panini, we have 2 definitions. We have yujang samadho, yujir yogi. मतलब कि युजंग समाधो समाधि अर्थ में युज धातु प्रयोग होता है, और युजीर योगे योग शब्द अर्थ में भी युजीर धातु मतलब युज धातु का प्रयोग होगा. So it means that the word yoga, and I say yoga because in Sanskrit it's ya o ga a, and then we have vibhakti. So in Hindi, we tend to forget the at the end, but it is yoga. And it's in the meaning of samadhi. And Panini, he hasn't given these definitions by some arbitrary decision about the meanings. Sanskrit or any language or any vibration, every word has a specific vibration. Every word, every sound, every letter has a specific amplitude, longitude, wavelength, and frequency that defines that is Otherwise, it could be When we say it looks different and it sounds different, and it has a different effect also on you. So the meanings and the vibrations of every word in Sanskrit is specific, and it has a specific effect on you also. So from ancient times, from the Vedas, we know that the word yoga is not just in the meaning of union and joining, but also in the meaning of samadhi. And what does samadhi mean? Samadhi. Di, you might be knowing, is intellect, like buddhi. And that which is balanced. When we bring them together, we understand it to reflect a state of consciousness that is balanced and stable. So having the knowledge of Sanskrit is such an important part of sadhana. And that's why my guru, Brahmrishi Vishwatma Bhavaraji, he started teaching me 20 years ago Sanskrit. And by the grace of divine, I continue to study full-time now. So I like to focus on the meaning of samadhi. And when we look at how Patanjali himself has described. And we're not talking about a person like you and I who sits down and does a piece of research. Panini and Patanjali are great Maharishis. And even Patanjali is not the first Maharishi of yoga. We told him the Mahabharata, the first enunciator of yoga is Hiranyagarbha. And we find that Hiranyagarbha Sukti in the Rig Veda. And in the same shloka in the Mahabharatam, we see that Sankhya Yoga's first enunciator is Kapila Maharishi. So these are great, great yogis, rishis that and drashta that saw these mantras and saw this knowledge and have repeated it again for us, just as Patanjali says in his first line, Atta Yoga Anushasanam. Anushasanam doesn't mean just I'm telling you the discipline. He's also telling you that he's telling you the discipline that he's following on from the previous times as well. Once again, we're telling you about the discipline of yoga, he tells us. So he says, Yoga Chitta Vritti Narodha. You're all very familiar with this definition, but I want to tie it in with the meaning of samadhi, because yoga chitta vritti narodha. So the vrittis and the chitta narodha, going to beyond the realm of attachment is what Patanjali is telling us. And this, with the chitta and the vritti and beyond the realm of attachment, that is the state of yoga. And that is being joined to yourself and knowing what that Paramatma Parambrahma is. And at the same time, this definition is telling you that it's about stable wisdom, stable intellect, unwavering direction and knowledge. And that's when we know Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. That's when we experience Satchidananda. Because every human being in this existence, if you look at your own life, every person is looking for Sat, Chit, or Ananda. Every single person. That truth, that knowledge, and that bliss. But why are we not getting? Because again and again, we're looking for it in those things that are temporary. Perhaps we're looking for that promotion in university to be the head of the department, or to be the vice chancellor, or we're looking for having another child, or there's so many different things that we are always seeking in a life of fulfillment, but they're always temporary. And that's why we don't attain that Satchidananda in our daily life, because that is, if we want that to be permanent, it can only be found through the means of that which is permanent. And that is inside, not outside. That is with the Satabuddhi, that which is indestructible. In fact, the real nature of our Buddhi is Satbuddhi. Whereas the nature of Prakriti, Jalam, Agni, Vayu, Akash, and Man, Ahankara, these are changeable existences, and they're always fluctuating. Whilst you can't remove the quality of smell from earth. You can't remove the quality of cold from water, but you can influence it. You can make the water hot by applying Agni. But Sata Buddhi, the Buddhi's real nature is Satya, Sat. So you can't change the existence of that Sat Buddhi, but through the Aham, the Asmita, connecting through the objects of the senses, it reflects back the qualities of nature up into the Buddhi, so that you have the Rajaguna, the Tamaguna, and Satguna, making it look like the body, the Buddhi, the intellect is of individual qualities, but its real nature is Satabuddhi, which is unchanging. And that's how the process of yoga works, to bring us back to that colorless crystal state. Because what are the difficulties in life? The difficulties in life is that we have these three gunas, Rajguna, Tamguna, Satguna, making it be like we see things differently. How? Your real nature is this colorless crystal for the intellect. But because of your individual qualities of nature, mixed of the three gunas. You have a precise vibration that is yours and yours alone. And another person has another, and that is theirs alone. So imagine that one individual is like having a red vibration, and another individual is having like a blue vibration. But the real existence is this colorless crystal. So the person has the red vibration. It's like they have red sunglasses. So everything they see is through a red lens. And the one with blue sees through blue. When they both look at yellow, the red one sees orange and the blue one sees green. तो जैसे आपकी बुद्धि प्रतीक मनी जैसा है, लेकिन आपकी व्यक्तिगत 3 गुणों होने से आपको एक विशेष शक्ति है. किसी का लाल है, किसी का नीला है. तो जब वो पीले देखते हैं, किसी को हरा समझते, किसी को केसरी समझते हैं. और ये प्रॉब्लम है विश्व में. These are the problems of understanding each other in the world and understanding ourselves. That's why we have a lack of peace. So if we just have a look, you know what yoga is. But I just want to bring to your attention Hatha Yoga. Because Hatha Yoga is just a combination of the breath of the left nostril and the right nostril, hum and tum, the inhaling and the exhaling, the pran and the apan, the hot and the cold for the right and the left, the sun for the right, the moon for the left. And Hatha Yoga is an Samahara Dvanda, which is reflecting that hum and tum is equal. Therefore, Hatha means the equalizing of these two breaths. And when these two breaths are equal, that is when we can only go inside. There's no Rajaguna and Tamaguna of the left and the right. There's Sadguna, there's the balance. And this is what takes us inside through meditation, through the practices of Ashtanga. So if we look at the Gita, where it defines what is a yogi, we see Prajahati Yada Kaman Savan Pata Manogatan Atmanyevatmanat Tushtas Dipragyastadocite, someone who's stable by themselves in themselves. Dukeshu Nikvamanaha Sukeshu Vikatspriha Vetaraga Vaya Krodas Dita Dirmuni Uchite. It's balanced in the opposite pairs of opposites. Yasavatrana Bisnay Hastatak Prapya Shubham Shubham Nabinandati Nadvesti Tasya Pragya Pratishtita. Again, balanced in the opposites. But the fourth shloka, Yada Samharte Chayam Kumangani Vasavrisha Indriyani Indriyate Pyastasya Pragya Pratishtita. This perfectly ties in with Ashtanga Yoga. Yama Niyam Asana Pranayama Pratyahara Dharana Dhyana Samadhi. This is the pratyahara, that when you do pranayama and you get to the position of hatha yoga, where mind and thought and breath are balanced. You can control your thought through your breath, or you can control your breath through your thought. So they are twins. And at the same time, your senses come under control through pratyahara, which is described in the Gita as like a tortoise withdrawing the limbs. And so the senses are like the tortoise limbs. When they're not needed, they're inside. And when you need to know that something's cold or hot or spicy, etc., you can withdraw the limbs. So the real challenges in life is that we have these three kinds of pain. And yoga is the means that we can release ourselves from these three kinds of pain through the technique of Hatha Yoga, through Ashtanga Yoga, through Kriya Yoga. And the Gita also tells us a really important practical thing that is disturbing our state of stable wisdom. Vriteya panchateha klishta klishtaha. The 5 vrittis, as mentioned in Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, are painful or an absence of pain. And what are they? Praman, Viparya, Vikalpa, Nidra, Smrityaha. So it means that if we're busy with the 5 vrittis, we're always going to suffer temporary pain and temporary pleasure. So yoga is the means to go beyond. When you go inside, when Guruji was talking about the nada, you actually reach a position, a place where you realize there's no thought. You can't tell yourself, I'm being thoughtless. Through the means of mantra, through that nada, you get to this position, this place where you realize that there is no thought and you become one with your mantra. And the Gita tells us beautifully in these shlokas that there's 7 stages of downfall. I won't chant the mantra, the shlokas, but basically concentrating on the objects is going to get you a position where Krodad Bhavati Sammoha, Sammohat Smriti Vibramaha, where you are going to forget what you are. Simply the starting point is what? Concentrating on the external objects. And what is it going to end up? Buddhina Shat Pranashati. You complete a destruction where you become angry, where you will forget who you are, you will destroy your intellect, and you destroy yourself. So pranayama and yoga are the means that we can get to this position of stable wisdom, that through the viveka, we don't even get caught with the concentrating of the objects. We see the object, but our concentration is on our mantra, is on the supreme consciousness. And you may say that that sounds very difficult. It's like riding a bicycle. In the beginning, you have to try very hard. You have to concentrate. But if you practice doing your mantra in the same way that you can ride your scooter now and talk to people on your mobile phone at the same time, in the same time, you'll be aware of the Naad of your mantra. At the same time, you will be doing your work through your hands. So you know the practice. It's stable asana, pranayama, dhara, jnana, samadhi, which come together, giving you the stable intellect. You can concentrate on the mantra with its meaning. If you can't do that, you can connect just to the Naad of your mantra. And if that's not possible, you can even imagine writing your mantra in front of you. But step by step, you'll become aware of the nada, and then you'll be aware of the mantra. So that will protect you from the cogitations of the mind, bringing you to this state of stable consciousness. And the reason that Naad Om works is because in linguistics is at the throat. If you put your hand on your throat, you'll realize, it strikes there. U is at the lips, and ma, when you nasalize it, is at the top of your nose, and it will be a naturally uplifting sound, which is what is given to you in the Sound Veda, that it is an Udgita Shabda. Ye aapko apne aap ko le jate hain. So that concludes what I wanted to tell you about today, because there is this all-pervading consciousness. You are part and parcel of the ocean in the waves. And the means is your mantra, that you will go up through the sound of Om, that nada, and you will realize what you are, and you will realize what everything else in this world is. You will realize perfect peace, permanent peace, and stable wisdom. Hari Om Tat Sat. Pranam.
It was thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me.
It was an honor for all of us to hear you, ma'am. And your flawless mantra chanting will inspire many of us, many to learn the Indian culture in a spiritual sense, I'm sure. Thank you so much for showering your immense knowledge on us. Our next keynote speaker of the day is Dr. JPN Mishra, sir. Dr. Mishra has a long experience of 33 years of teaching and 36 years of research. Currently, Professor Mishra is working as a professor and Dean School of Life Sciences, Central University of Gujarat. He has published 11 books and 63 research papers of high standard, along with more than 10 popular scientific articles to his credit, 100, sorry. He has been facilitated by several awards, including prestigious National Research Award. Over to you, Dr. JPN Mishra, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure and it's a great honor for me to be a part of this international seminar. To start with, I would like to express my gratitude to Yogi Mohanji, Dr. Vikram Singh ji, who might be somewhere here around me and must be listening me, but he is not visible. Dr. Joshi ji, Divya Prabha ji, Shailendra ji, Sanjana ji, SWETA ji, RUCHI VIRMANI ji, and all the organizers and all the viewers who are virtually connected with this webinar. Shweta ji, I feel that probably I am the odd man out, because after hearing Divya Prabha ji, I feel that that is the reality of life and that is the reality of knowledge. And what she was speaking, I feel that she is not only speaking, she has practiced all those things in her life. Being from other country and being from other language, we should learn the lesson how to incline and how to adopt our own culture, what we have forgotten. We have forgotten for us, we have forgotten for our next generation, because there is no scope of yoga in the field of modern education. And we all realize this, we all know this, but we feel helpless implementing this concept in our daily life. Anyway, we have to, let me come to my topic. Because I am not a person from text, I am not person from Sanskrit, I am not person from as such yoga. I know a very little about the text of yoga. I will try to explain the things in a physiological manner, which is my real and original discipline. I have tried throughout my career to explain the principles and practices of yoga, to translate it in the form of the biological science, because I feel that to get the acceptability across the globe, it will be better if we can explain the principles of yogic practices and its benefit in terms of science and particularly the health sciences. So my topic, what I have chosen, is nothing else but it's holistic wellness therapies. I have stolen these three words, Shweta ji. I have stolen these three words from the title of your webinar. So holistic wellness and therapies, these three words I have stolen, I have made it my presentation. So now I would like to share the screen to explain what I have tried to share with you. इस फुल स्क्रीन कहाँ से करेंगे? फुल स्क्रीन है सर, आप यहाँ देखेंगे ये चल रहा है। First slide. Yeah, holistic wellness therapies. Am I audible to everybody, Shweta ji? Fine. So to start with, what is the meaning of holistic? The concept of holistic means the whole. And when we talk about the whole, here particularly, as Yoga Guru Mohan has given the title of the webinar, Holistic Wellness Therapies in Current Scenario. So holistic related to ourselves means the state of homeostasis, which is exactly related with our body and our mind. The concept of homeostasis includes two components. One is the mechanical activities and other is the biochemical activities. Many of you might be familiar with the mechanical activities and biochemical activities both undergoing simultaneously. Rather, I should say it's going on together all the time throughout the life. So I would like to give you the example of homeostasis. What is homeostasis? See, we comes in the category of Homo sapiens and having the body temperature throughout the life. If we are well, our body temperature is at a constant level. That is the sign of homeostasis, irrespective of the external temperature, irrespective of our positions, irrespective of our conditions, our body temperature. I'm talking when we are well, only when we are well. So body temperature remains constant, very beautiful and very, I should say, very clear and simple example is the blood glucose level. You all might have gone through the blood analysis for the glucose level, except the timing of your meals after 2.5 hours, and in between the next meal, if you will go for blood analysis, blood glucose level analysis, you will find that blood glucose level is the same. That is another example of homeostasis, because whatever you eat, it is being digested, and almost many times, 99% times, it is converted in the form of glucose, in either form of the glucose. So that glucose comes in the blood, in circulation, and finally it is being distributed across the body to all the cells. But a set amount of glucose remains in the blood every time throughout the 24 hours. That is another best example of homeostasis. Now this both the body temperature and blood glucose, if you put together, you will find that it incorporates two type of activities, mechanical as well as biochemical activity. आप देखिए, आप भोजन करते हैं तो भोजन आपका डाइजेस्ट होता है, and भोजन आपका डाइजेस्ट होता है तो इट्स नॉट ओनली द मैकेनिकल एक्टिविटी, इट्स नॉट ओनली बायोकेमिकल एक्टिविटी. आप भोजन को चबाते हैं और भोजन को चबाते हैं तो दैट इज मैकेनिकल एक्टिविटी. यू च्यू योर फूड, आप दांतों के बीच में जीभ की मदद से भोजन को रोटेट करके बकल कैविटी में आप भोजन को पीसेस में कन्वर्ट करते हैं. आप मक्खन भी खाते हैं, चपाती भी खाते हैं, चावल भी खाते हैं, सूप भी पीते हैं. Solid, liquid, semi-solid, hard, soft, every kind of item, they all are being chewed in your buccal cavity. That is mechanical activity. But at the same time, your salivary gland secretes the saliva, which is mixed with the chewing food. और वहां पर रिएक्शन होता है, डाइजेशन का प्रोसेस वहीं से शुरू हो जाता है. दैट कम्स अंडर द बायोकेमिकल एक्टिविटी. नाउ फूड आगे चलता है उसी तरह से. व्हेन इट रीचेस इन द स्टमक, अगेन देयर इज अ चर्निंग ऑफ द फूड. फूड को बिल्कुल और छोटे छोटे पीसेस में कन्वर्ट किया जाता है, चर्निंग प्रोसेस होता है, एंड द गैस्ट्रिक जूस इज बीइंग मिक्स्ड, जिसमें हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड होता है, जिसकी वजह से द फूड बिकम्स पेस्ट, एंड फ्रॉम व्हेन इट मार्चेस अहेड फ्रॉम द डोडिनम टुवर्ड्स द डोडिनम एंड इलियम, it becomes in the form of it is in the form of paste. So I wanted to tell you that now another example of your mechanical activity, heartbeat. Heart is literally beating, it is contracting and expanding, contracting, expanding. It's a mechanical activity. Our eyes are blinking, it's a mechanical activity. Our breath, lungs are expanding and then going back to normal position during each breath, it's a mechanical activity. So all these components, now this is a simple example. When you go a little bit deeper, you will find that many kind of biochemical activities are going along across the body simultaneously. And if all those activities are going on with ideal and standard speed, ideal and standard timings, ideal and standard quantity, and with ideal and standard quality. All together, they create the state of homeostasis. And homeostasis means it gives the signal, not only signal, it gives the narration of the holistic. If you are in the state of holistic wellness, that means you are in the state of homeostasis. So holistic wellness, now I would like to little bit expand what is the mechanical activity. The mechanical activity is being undertaken by our body with the help of muscles. Many of you might be surprised to note that the real worker in our body, the real worker in our many organs are there and they are all working together. आपका दिल है जो मानता नहीं, लेकिन आप देखिए, कभी आपने गौर किया कि आपका दिल कैसे काम करता है? योर हार्ट इज बीटिंग कंटिन्यूअसली. पूरी लाइफ में वही एक ऑर्गन ऐसा है जो कभी नहीं थकता. इसीलिए हम कहते हैं हर दिल है कि मानता नहीं. वो वाला फिल्मों वाला छोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन ये सच्चाई है कि दिल कभी नहीं मानता, और जिस दिन वो मान जाता है ना, उस दिन सब खत्म हो जाता है. सो आप कैन यू रियलाइज why heart is beating and how it is beating? Because of the muscles. हमारे बॉडी में 3 टाइप ऑफ मसल्स होती हैं. आप देखिए, स्केलेटल मसल जो हमारी बोन से जुड़ी होती है. हम हाथ और पैर को खोलते मोड़ते हैं, इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ द स्केलेटल मसल. अभी मैंने आपको बताया दैट योर फूड इज बीइंग churned in your stomach because of the stomach muscles. All those muscles, all the organs across the body, they are having a different kind of muscles which are known as smooth muscle. And then the third and very specific type of muscle which constitute the heart. Because of those muscles, the heart is beating. So ab the role of muscles is the important thing in conducting the mechanical activity, and it is being direct control of the nervous system as well as endocrine system. When you talk about the nervous system, you will find that there is a brain, a spinal cord, and this is the picture of the endocrine glands, 7 endocrine glands. Now look at the activity of nervous system. You collect the information from across the world, from across the external world, through your 5 special senses. All those senses, they are collecting information, sending to the brain, doing the process of acquisition. The information is collected by one part through the nerves. See, look at your right side. In right panel, you are looking at the nerves, sensory and motor. So through the help of sensory nerves, the brain is acquiring the information, and then that information is being analyzed by another set of neurons which is in the brain. They analyze what is that message, what we have received. And after analysis, the brain itself prepares the response. What is the response? You may be happy, you may be angry, you may be going to attack, you may be going to smile, you may be going to laugh, you may be going to weep. These are all of the responses. All these responses are in fact prepared inside the brain. And after that, after preparation of the response, the time is to execute it. To execute the motor nerves, look at in front of the nerves, right panel, you find the motor nerves. They send the messages to the executing organs who execute the organs. If you have to weep, then your tear and your eyes, they are involved. And if you have to laugh, there's another set of organs. If you have to run away, there are different kind of organs, hand and feet, they are involved in running away. So this is the execute. This is the process of control of the muscles. And then in between nerves, target organs, executing organs, there is a spinal cord which is functioning as the relay organ. And then I told you that it's a combination of all the time. It's a combination of mechanical as well as biochemical activity. Look at the nervous system is made up of neurons, and in between two neurons, they are not joined together. They are very close together, but they are collecting and transferring the information with the help of a biochemical compound, which is known as neurotransmitter. So with the help of nerves, with the help of brain, after spinal cord, then through nerve, through neurotransmitter, the message is being transmitted towards different body parts, which act accordingly. So it involves the mechanical as well as biochemical activity. Now look at the example of the biochemical activity. Now the most important thing is the metabolism. You might have heard we require energy to work, whether it is mental work, whether it is a physical work. In both the conditions, you require energy, and energy is being produced by all the individual cells. I would like to go a little bit ahead before this. Look at this slide. Now, the human existence is comprised of two components. One is the objective body and other is subjective mind. Objective body, lot of every information is there. It is made up of systems. Systems are made up of organs, and organs are made up of tissues. And finally, all the tissues are made up of individual cells. So the smallest composite and functional part of the body are the cells. So energy is being produced in all the cells for its own work. So look at this situation, and then subjective mind. In terms of physiology, we were listening few minutes back, Divya Prabhaji was narrating about the mind, and before that we were listening about the Monkey Health Services, the state of analysis of the mental states. See, the mind as such, what is the location of mind? At least physiologists doesn't know. They don't know what is the actual location and what is the shape, size of the mind. But after a lot of counter and under counter and then direct and indirect applied research, they have come to the conclusion that the mind operates from the brain. So brain and its associated components. So the energy is being produced in the cells, and to produce the energy, there are two processes: breakdown of the nutrients and synthesis of the new biochemical compound. Why I am talking about all these things? Because when I told you in the beginning that the holistic wellness means a state of homeostasis, and a state of homeostasis is comprised of the mechanical and biochemical activity. And when you talk about the biochemical activity, it is comprised of the catabolism and anabolism. Whatever you eat in the form of food, it is being digested in the digestive system. It comes after absorption, it comes in the blood. From blood, it is being distributed across the body to all the cells. And again, through respiration, which is related directly with the pranayam, the oxygen comes, and again oxygen comes in the blood circulation, and it is being distributed to all the cells. So with the help of nutrients which has been transferred from the blood to all the individual cells, and at the same time transfer of oxygen in that cell, the food is being broken down. Nutrients are broken down, energy is being released either to secrete new biochemical compound or to undertake mechanical activity. So you can understand very well and very easily that the homeostasis is directly related with the biochemical activity. Now one more thing I would like to tell here, that we all the time we can realize there are two kinds of organs are there in our body. One is the voluntary organs, and other are the involuntary organs. What are the involuntary organs? The organs located in our cage, like heart, lung, kidney, liver, etc., etc. All these organs are involuntary organs. अभी मैंने आपको बताया था कि आपका हार्ट दिल है कि मानता नहीं, चलता ही रहता है, और हार्ट इज कंटिन्यूअसली बीटिंग. रुचि जी, डू यू एग्री विद दैट? योर हार्ट इज कंटिन्यूअसली बीटिंग without interruption, and it has no control of your, I mean, it doesn't require any kind of information, any kind of control, any kind of instruction from your brain. Let it work, it will work throughout the life. But unfortunate situation is that when there is a situation, there is a circumstance when the heart is being influenced to change its speed, to change its rate, to change its circumstances. Now the heartbeat either goes up or it comes down. How it happens? I will show you a picture. You will enjoy this picture. See, this is the picture of the autonomic nervous system. In addition to our control, the routine nervous system, which is controlling directly the many activities of your body, this is the picture of the autonomic nervous system, which is of course a part of the nervous system. But look at your right side, it's a sympathetic nervous system. At your left side, it's a parasympathetic nervous system. Now look at the speciality and the specific condition of the right side panel. You find that every nerves which are coming out of the spinal cord, they are vertically, they are longitudinally, they are interconnected. So if your heart will be, see what happens, in fact, the mind, your in brain, if any unpleasant situation is analyzed, as I told you, acquisition, then assessment, then reaction, then execution. Now if heart, the brain gets any unpleasant information by your 5 special senses, then it has to react, it has to respond. And if it has to respond, the response may be of either of the kind. Before going to execution of the response, now you require preparation. Suppose you are walking on the street and you saw a dangerous snake in front of you. Either you will kill it, either you will run away. In both the conditions, you require excess amount of information, excess amount of energy. Now to run away, if you want to run away, you require excess work by your legs muscle. Now to run away, if they have to work excesses, then they require excess amount of energy. And for excess amount of energy, they require excess amount of glucose, because energy is being produced with the help of glucose in presence of oxygen. Now glucose will be provided by the blood. Now if you want to get the oxygen out of the blood, then you have to have oxygen. If you want to have the energy out of the glucose, and then that means you need excess amount of oxygen. Unfortunately, in our body, there is a provision of storage of the glucose, but there is no provision of storage of the oxygen. So you have to increase your breath. So when you start running, your breath rate goes up, isn't it? Your breath rate goes up, and if your breath rate has to go up, then in that condition, what will happen? The message has to go to your respiratory system to increase its rate. Now look at, your heart will be pumping more blood to provide more glucose to your leg muscles. Your lungs will be providing maximum oxygen, because all the messages will be going from the sympathetic nerves. All these organs are being activated, super activated, hyper activated. Their activity is aggravated. इनकी सारी की एक्टिविटी बढ़ जाती है. Now you are in the a state of stress, you are a state of anxiety, you are a state of hyperactivity. Forget about stress and anxiety. मैं ये कहता हूं कि आप हाइपर एक्टिविटी के स्टेज में आ गए. हाइपर एक्टिविटी के स्टेज में आते ही there is a breakdown in your homeostasis. Isn't it? There is a breakdown in homeostasis. और अगर एक बार ब्रेकडाउन होम्योस्टेसिस में हो गया तो डेंजर जब खत्म हो जाएगा, सांप आपके, आपने भाग लिया, आपने या आपने मार दिया या सांप दूसरी जगह चला गया, डेंजर इज ओवर. नाउ योर हार्ट हैज टू कम बैक टू इट्स ओरिजिनल स्पीड. उस कंडीशन में देन मैसेज विल गो फ्रॉम द लेफ्ट पैनल व्हिच इज नोन एज पैरासिम्पैथेटिक. ये ऑटोनॉमिक नर्वस सिस्टम ये कभी कभी काम करता है, और जब कभी कभी काम करता है तो इसकी एक्टिविटी भी कभी कभी होती है. लेकिन हो क्या रहा है आज की कंडीशन में, हम सभी इतने अभी एवरी थर्ड पर्सन इज इमोशनल. अब बिकॉज आई डोंट हैव टाइम इन माय हैंड, अदरवाइज I would have told you what is the difference between the anger and emotion. Anger, anxiety, and emotion. The three terms are there. Anyway, you are in this state of anger. You are in a state of hyperactivity. And to bring back, once the heart has gone up, the heart की activity automatic regulate होती है with the SA and AV node, जिसको pacemaker आप कहते हैं. लेकिन आप जब उसको एक्सेस करंट देते हैं, एक्सेस इंफॉर्मेशन देते हैं, तो उसकी एक्टिविटी बढ़ जाती है. अब वो तब तक वापस नहीं आएगा, इट विल नॉट कम बैक टू इट्स ओरिजिनल स्पीड until unless you will send the counter message. अब काउंटर मैसेज देने के लिए कोई मैकेनिज्म होनी चाहिए. I don't have time. See, there are two activities. There are two type of activity, sensory and motor. So all these messages are being transmitted to the organs, and then counter message is being transmitted to these organs, the same organs. Look at left panel and right panel, you will find the same organs. So to counter and to bring back the heartbeat, to bring back the respiratory rate, to bring back the liver activity, to bring back these kidney activities, you need to activate the parasympathetic component of your autonomic nervous system. Now, this is the mechanism operating why there is a state of breakdown. And if there is a state of breakdown, the breakdown in the state of homeostasis. And if it is breakdown in the state of homeostasis, obviously the holistic wellness there will be breakdown in holistic wellness. Now, what are the causative factors of the holistic wellness? The title Yoga Guru Mohan has conceptualized, and I think you all are together in conceptualizing this title. The holistic wellness therapies. Now, what is the therapy? If we want to define the therapy means the correction mechanism. Correction mechanism, when we are talking about the correction mechanism, why? Because there is a breakdown in our normal activity. So to correct the abnormal activity, to bring back the hyperactivity to the normal level, to bring down a disorder in particular organ, to bring down disorder in the biochemical synthesis and activity, to bring down the abnormal mechanical activity, you need what are the actually the parameters, the methodology, the correction mechanism, that is known as therapy. But before that, you should know what are the causative factors for the abnormality, what are the causative factors of the disease. So you can see this is the concept of disease. What is the concept of disease? Concept of disease comprised of and to my mind, mainly there are many other components also, but to my mind there are 7 components. Number 1, depleted basal metabolic rate. See, I told you basal metabolic rate, BMR means basal metabolic rate. Basal metabolic rate means the basal level of the energy production. I told you a few minutes back, the energy is being produced by all the cells, all the individual cells. अपने काम के लिए हमारे इस उंगली की जितनी सेल्स हैं वो इस उंगली के मूवमेंट के लिए अपनी एनर्जी खुद बनाती हैं. ये अंगूठे से बोरो नहीं कर सकती इन नॉर्मल कंडीशन. इन नॉर्मल कंडीशन खुद बोरो नहीं करती. इसी तरह से सारे ऑर्गन्स सब अपनी अपनी एनर्जी खुद बनाते हैं. बट इफ देयर इज अ डिप्लीशन इन द बेसल मेटाबॉलिक रेट, द लेवल ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ऑफ एनर्जी, तो फिर क्या होगा? देयर विल बी इम्बैलेंस इन एनर्जी लेवल. अच्छा, अभी ये इम्बैलेंस में भी ये हाथ की उंगलियों में कुछ कम हो सकता है, पैर की उंगलियों में कुछ ज्यादा हो सकता है, घुटने की सेल्स में कुछ कम हो सकता है, पीठ की सेल्स में कुछ ज्यादा हो सकता है. इम्प्रोपोर्शनेट एनर्जी लेवल होता है बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्रेकडाउन डिप्लीशन इन द बेसल मेटाबॉलिक रेट. अब जब ये क्यों होता है? ये इसलिए होता है कि बायोकेमिकल और मैकेनिकल दोनों एक्टिविटी में डिफरेंस आता है. द इम्बैलेंस्ड हार्मोनल लेवल. सी यू ऑल आर फेमिलियर दैट द हार्मोन्स are the biochemical compounds which play a very important role in the biochemical activity in our body. See, आपको एग्जाम्पल एक दे देते हैं. You all have heard the hormone insulin. What is the function of insulin? The function of insulin is to facilitate the entry of glucose in all the cells across the body. अगर इंसुलिन नहीं होगा तो आपके भोजन करने के बाद भी जो ग्लूकोज प्रोड्यूस होगा और एब्जॉर्ब होकर के जो ब्लड में आएगा, अगर इंसुलिन कम है, इंसुलिन डिफेक्टिव है, तो आपका ग्लूकोज ब्लड से सेल्स में नहीं जाएगा, और ब्लड से सेल्स में नहीं जाएगा तो एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन, बिकॉज एनर्जी इज बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड फ्रॉम द न्यूट्रिएंट्स. अगर ग्लूकोज ही सेल के अंदर नहीं जाएगा तो एनर्जी सेल अपनी प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर पाएगी, और वो जो प्रोडक्शन एनर्जी का होता है वही इंपॉर्टेंट होता है उस पर्टिकुलर ऑर्गन के लिए. तो ये एक एग्जांपल मैंने दिया. इस तरह के सैकड़ों एग्जांपल हैं अक्रॉस द बॉडी. अलग अलग तरह के हार्मोन्स हैं, अलग अलग तरह की एक्टिविटीज में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं. तो जब हार्मोन का इम्बैलेंस होता है, अब आप कहेंगे हार्मोन का इम्बैलेंस क्यों होता है? उसके अनेक कारण हैं. अनेक कारण हैं. maybe anatomical reason, maybe physiological reason. अभी आपको मैंने बताया कि आप if you are in the state of anger, anxiety and emotion, आपने देखा कि क्या होता है. ये जो ऑर्गन्स हैं जो हार्मोन प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, इन पर भी तो उसका उस हाइपर एक्टिविटी का असर पड़ता है. और वो एक एग्जांपल आपको मैं और देता हूं. Say when you are in this state, because suppose your sympathetic system is hyperactive, it has activated all the involuntary organs. Involuntary organs, अभी मैंने आपको बताया, जो those which are working independently irrespective of the brain's instruction. अब अगर उनकी एक्टिविटी में एबनॉर्मलिटी हो गई है तो obviously the role of endocrine system from pituitary up to the gonads, the ovary and testosterone, the male and female genital hormones, as well as the epinephrine, norepinephrine, TSH, thyroid hormone, parathyroid hormone, all these hormones. See the example of thyroid hormone T3 and T4. You must be knowing that T3 and T4 has a very peculiar role in the metabolism. The hormone, you might be knowing that melatonin is responsible in managing your biological clock. All these are the example where the hormone are responsible for influencing the basal metabolic rate production. The summary is to influence the basal metabolic rate. Now, another important thing, your nervous system is regulating all the activity, mechanical as well as biochemical. If you are in the state of anger, then the brain will send the message to to your hypothalamus, which is part of brain. Hypothalamus will send the message to pituitary gland. Pituitary gland gives the signal to secrete excess hormone by the gland which is secreting epinephrine and norepinephrine. So once the epinephrine and norepinephrine is being secreted in high quantity, then your muscular activity will go up. So see, look at, if there is an imbalance in, and all these messages are being transmitted by the nerves, and in between all the nerves, in between the two neurons, there are the biochemical compound which is known as neurotransmitter. If there is an imbalance, quantitative and qualitative imbalance in the neurotransmitter, obviously there will be the delay or disruption in the communication. Message will not be communicated at right time, in the right spirit and in the right quantity and in the right quality. In that case, an organ which has to respond in a particular stimulus will not respond, and there will be breakdown in the homeostasis. And the next point is the extracellular and intracellular fluid. Many fluids are there in our body. You all are familiar with that, including water. Many liquid portions are there. Then electrolytes, sodium, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, all these are the electrolytes. You know very well, probably many of you may not be knowing that the sodium, potassium are the basically responsible electrolyte for muscular activity. I told you a few minutes back that the real workers are the muscles. और muscles क्या करती है? कुछ नहीं करती, केवल फैलती है और सिकुड़ती है, इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं जानती. और उनको फैलने और सिकुड़ने के लिए सोडियम पोटेशियम पंप काम करता है. अगर सोडियम पोटेशियम का डिप्लीशन होगा, उसकी कमी हो जाएगी आपकी बॉडी में, तो मसल्स की एक्टिविटी कम हो जाएगी. आपको जब आपको डिहाइड्रेशन होता है, तो देयर इज अ लॉस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोलाइट. जब लॉस ऑफ इलेक्ट्रोलाइट होता है, तो यू फील सीवियर पेन इन योर मसल्स, बिकॉज मसल्स फील डिफिकल्टी इन कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग एंड एक्सपेंडिंग. So the next item which creates the disturbance and breakdown in homeostasis is the intracellular, extracellular fluid and electrolytes, and then imbalanced allied biochemical compounds. See, it's a very simple thing. आप जिसको आप बहुत लाइटली लेते हैं, अगर आपको भोजन करते समय आपके लार ग्रंथियों से लार बनना बंद हो जाए, तो आप जानते हैं क्या सिचुएशन होगी. आपका भोजन कभी कंप्लीट डाइजेस्ट नहीं होगा. इतनी छोटी सी बात है कि लार हमारी सैलाइवरी ग्लैंड्स में बनती हैं और बन के हमारे भोजन के साथ हमारे मुख गुहा में, बकल कैविटी में, माउथ कैविटी में भोजन के साथ जब हम उसको चबाते हैं तो उसके साथ मिक्स होती है. अब ये एलाइड कंपाउंड है. इट्स नॉट हार्मोन, इट्स नॉट द न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर. अगर एक हार्मोन और आपने एक बायोकेमिकल कंपाउंड और आपने सुना होगा जिसका बहुत बार इस्तेमाल आप लोग करते हैं, और मैं चूंकि मेरी बहनों की संख्या ज्यादा है इसलिए मैं उसका थोड़ा संभल के उसका उच्चारण करूंगा. तो आंसुओं का प्रयोग ज्यादा होता है और आजकल तो बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गया है, और पुरुष और महिलाएं दोनों आंसुओं का प्रयोग करती हैं. आपको पता है कि आंसू आपके लैक्राइमल ग्लैंड्स में जो अश्रु ग्रंथियां हैं उनमें आंसू बनना अगर कम हो जाए तो आपका स्ट्रेस लेवल 3 गुना बढ़ जाता है. अगर आपके आंसू निकल पड़े तो आपका स्ट्रेस लेवल हाफ हो जाता है. ये आप सब रियलाइज करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं? आई थिंक आई एम राइट, एब्सोल्युटली राइट. इट इज एज पर लिटरेचर. सो दीज आर सर्टेन allied biochemical compound which causes breakdown in homeostasis. And the last one to my mind is the body temperature. See, why body temperature is important? Body temperature, we have taken many times that body temperature is a disease. Here I have mentioned that body temperature is a causative factor of disease. It's not a disease. जो आपको बुखार होता है, the temperature, rising the temperature is not a disease. It's a safety measure given by the nature, जिसको unspecialized mechanism of defense कहते हैं. आप जब आप इम्यूनिटी की बात करेंगे, आज तो समय नहीं है, I would have explained you there are two type of immunity. One is the natural immunity, natural protective, unspecialized protective mechanism, and the second one is the specialized acquired protective mechanism. And that acquired protective mechanism is of course known as immunity. Body temperature हमारे body का जब बढ़ता है तो it gives the safety mechanism, because in high temperature many of the microorganisms which goes inside the body, they are being killed. They are being killed. They are being destroyed in high temperature. But along with that, why it has been taken a detrimental factor of a disease? Because along with those microorganisms, parasite, bacteria, and other organisms, our normal cells are also being broken down. जब आपको बुखार होता है तो सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान आपके आरबीसी का होता है. You must be familiar with that. आप बुखार हो और उस समय आप ब्लड टेस्ट करवाइए बुखार के बाद, तो आप you will find that the RBC count has gone drastically, it has gone down. तो ये एक बात. दूसरी बात, सिंपल सी बात है ये कि अगर आपको बुखार हो जाए, अगर आपको बुखार ना हो तो बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जिनके बारे में आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा. आज की तारीख में मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूं कि if somebody has got the HIV infection, it doesn't lead to the body temperature, rise in body temperature. That is the reason why many people are unaware that they have been infected with the HIV. Now, unless it comes out of the incubation period, it will not lead to the rise in the body temperature. और आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा you are in. Something has gone wrong in my body. That's why अब मुझे डॉक्टर को I have to consult the doctor. तब आप डॉक्टर को दिखाते हैं, एंटीबायोटिक लेते हैं, दवा लेते हैं, whatever you like. So इन चीजों को सबको मिला दीजिए तो that is the concept of disease. Now if disease has happened, if you live a normal life as जैसा कि अभी दिव्य प्रभा जी अभी आपको बता रही थी, अगर वो लाइफ आप जीते हैं तो you will be in the normal state. But योगा गुरु मोहन ने ये कहा है कि होलिस्टिक वेलनेस थेरेपीज, तो थेरेपी की जरूरत तो तभी पड़ेगी ना जब डिजीज होगी. अगर होलिस्टिक वेलनेस थेरेपीज अगर करनी है तो वो थेरेपी क्या हो सकती है? Let me give you a glimpse of that holistic therapy also. The components of the holistic therapy are here in front of you. You look at in this slide. The very first thing is that revival of basal metabolic rate and reinstating the state of homeostasis. Two things you have to do. Number one, you have to bring back the normal level of basal metabolic rate. And for that, every individual cell of your body, of all the organs, of all the tissues, of all the systems should work in the standard limit, with the standard rate and in the standard quantity. Then only you will bring back the basal metabolic rate. And if you will bring the basal metabolic rate in a normal level, then your body will be having the adequate amount of reserve energy to counter the external attack. Number one, and that will help you reinstating the state of homeostasis. And this can be done by 3 exercises. It involves 3 components. Number one, promoting cardiovascular activity, promoting neuronal functions, balancing hormonal profile. Now, what can be the mechanism? What can be the mechanism which leads to the holistic therapy in the light of these therapy literature, in the light of these therapy points? The yoga therapy, to my mind, अगर आप अभी जो दिव्य प्रभा जी आपको बता रही थी कि starting from the yama niyama, which are the code of conduct, then थोड़ा पोस्टर उसमें सत्कर्म डालिए, फिर आसन डालिए, प्राणायाम डालिए, और फिर मेडिटेशन। आप देखिए द you will promote the cardiovascular activity with the help of short-term warm-up exercises and asanas. You will promote the neuronal functions. Neuronal functions means the connectivity of the in between two neurons. It will be promoted with the help of asanas. Then hormonal profile. Hormonal profile. Why hormonal? If there is a structural deficiency, please note this point. If there is any structural deficiency in a particular organ, then asana may not help you. But if it is lack of energy, if it is lack of the resources, then in that case, asanas are helpful to bring back the hormonal profile in normal level. How it happens? Because you are providing the maximum quantity of cardiovascular output, that is blood. And if you are providing the adequate and maximum optimum quantity of blood to a particular endocrine gland, then it will be able to secrete its useful hormone to maintain the homeostasis. So that can be done with the help of short-term warm-up exercises and asanas. Now, another important thing is that dietary modulation. In addition to basal metabolic rate and homeostasis, the other supplementary things are the dietary modulation. Dietary modulation means your diet should be well balanced. Now, when you talk about the balanced diet, it seems that we are talking something very hyper, which is beyond the capacity of a common man. The balanced diet is not a diet which is beyond the capacity and beyond the reach of a common man, a poor man, a simple man, a routine man, a housewife, a middle class man. This is absolutely misconception. I would like to tell you what is the dietary modulation. First of all, you try to understand what is the diet. We require only 6 items as a diet: carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamin, and minerals, plus roughage, water. And now carbohydrate. What is the source of carbohydrate? Source of carbohydrate is the cereals. Cereals means अनाज. कौन सा गरीब आदमी है जो अनाज नहीं खा सकता? चपाती तो सभी खा सकते हैं. अगर चपाती मिलती है, चावल मिलता है, जितने भी मीठे आइटम है, सब में कार्बोहाइड्रेट होता है. और अगर चपाती मिलती है, गरीब से गरीब आदमी होगा, उसको भी चपाती तो मिलेगी. नहीं चपाती मिलेगी, चावल तो मिलेगा ही. It fulfill the need of carbohydrate, which provides you the instant energy. Now दूसरा है protein. Protein is the bodybuilding item. Repair and production of the biochemical compounds. जितने भी हार्मोन्स हैं, जितने भी बॉडी के एंजाइम्स हैं, जितने भी डाइजेस्टिव जूसेस हैं और जितने भी अदर बायोकेमिकल एलाइड कंपाउंड्स हैं, मैक्सिमम उनमें सारे प्रोटीन के बने होते हैं. एक बात. दूसरी बात, हमारे सेल्स की स्ट्रक्चर भी प्रोटीन से ही बनती है, तो हमको प्रोटीन की जरूरत होती है. एंड व्हाट इज द सोर्स ऑफ प्रोटीन? द वेरी पॉपुलर एंड विद इन रीच सोर्स ऑफ प्रोटीन आर द पल्सेस. दालें. ठीक है, अगर कोई तुअर दाल नहीं खा सकता तो चने की दाल खा सकता है. अगर चने की दाल नहीं खा सकता तो मूंग की दाल खा सकता है. अगर मूंग की दाल भी नहीं, उसके लिए जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको ड्राई फ्रूट्स और रिच डाइट ही चाहिए. एंड द थर्ड वन इज द फैट, which is the I mean, I should say it's a misery that it is the status symbol now. We need only 1 tablespoonful fat in terms of tail and ghee. Tail or ghee. 1 tablespoon, mind it please, 1 tablespoonful ghee or tail is sufficient for a normal height, weight, healthy adult. But what we are doing, you well understand. आप घर में सब्जी बनती है तो जब तक उसमें तेल, श्वेता जी को पता होगा, जब तक तेल उसमें तैरता नहीं होगा तब तक वो खाने में मजा नहीं आता. Now either you have to go in taste, either you have to go in requirement. You have to select. It's your option. तो ये 3 चीजें हो गई. और उसके बाद मिनरल्स एंड वाइटामिन्स. आपको मैंने बताया वाइटामिन्स आर द मोस्ट, जिनको हम माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स कहते हैं, बहुत थोड़ी क्वांटिटी में चाहिए. और ये हमारी बॉडी की मैकेनिकल और बायोकेमिकल एक्टिविटी के लिए विटामिन ए, बी, सी, डी, ई और के. बी में B12 आता है, बी कॉम्प्लेक्स जिसको कहते हैं. तो B1, B2, B6, B12 सारे इस तरह के. अब उतना डिटेल जानने का टाइम नहीं है. घड़ी मैं देख रहा हूँ मेरे सामने, मुझे लगता है मुझे 5-7 मिनट और रह गया है. So I want to finish within time because I was warned by the Sanjana ji that please abide by the time. All the speakers are requested to abide by the time. So I will not cross her warning. So this is the now what is the source of vitamin and minerals? You will be surprised to note it's very, very cheap and cheapest, I should say. Fresh vegetable, fresh green leafy vegetable and fresh fruits, seasonal fresh fruits. अब बताए पालक किसके पहुंच के अंदर नहीं है भाई? अगर पालक नहीं खा सकते हैं, अगर मूली का साग नहीं, अरे आप कुछ मत खाइए, मूली तो सबसे सस्ती मिलती है मार्केट में, लेकिन हम उसको नहीं खाएंगे क्योंकि वो स्टेटस सिंबल में नहीं आता है. वो स्टेटस सिंबल में नहीं आता. एक कटोरी में हमारी जनरेशन को, रुचि जी सुन रही हैं अच्छे से कि इनको अगर एक कटोरी अगर पालक की सलाद काट के मम्मी अगर इनके सामने रख दे तो प्रोबेबली दैट विल बी द डे जहां से संग्राम शुरू हो जाएगा. ये क्या है? ये कोई खाना है? अब ये घास फूस सब हम खाने के लिए बने. बट फ्रेंड्स, आई वुड लाइक टू पॉइंट इट आउट, अगर आपको विटामिन और मिनरल चाहिए, और चाहिए इसलिए कि आपको मैकेनिकल और बायोकेमिकल एक्टिविटी को मेंटेन करना है, and to maintain that you need them, and if you need them you have to take the appropriate and the source which is easily available and without any side effect. आप विटामिन की गोली खाएंगे, उसमें कितनी विटामिन होती है मैं उसके बारे में नहीं जानना चाहता, टाइम नहीं है. नहीं तो मैं आपको वो भी बता देता कि एक विटामिन की गोली जो लाल पीली हरी नीली कैप्सूल इतने बड़े बड़े आते हैं, जो आप लोग जो हम खाते हैं, डॉक्टर साहब लिख देते हैं विटामिन B12 का कैप्सूल खाइए 4 महीने. अब वो खाते जा रहे हैं, एक कैप्सूल की कीमत 50 रुपए 25 रुपए वो खा रहे हैं. लेकिन उनसे कहो कि आप सलाद खाया करिए एक कटोरी, तो फिर वो ऐसा मुंह बनेगा कि वो भारत का नक्शा बन जाएगा. तो ये सारी चीजें इसलिए जरूरी है. नाउ इसीलिए नेचुरोपैथी की बात यहाँ आती है, जो हमको बताती है कि हमारा भोजन कैसा होना चाहिए. आहार, विहार और व्यवहार 3 चीजें जो नेचुरोपैथी की रीढ़ है. और उसके बाद एक और कंपोनेंट है ऑटोनॉमिक बैलेंस. ऑटोनॉमिक बैलेंस मैंने आपको बताया कि यू हैव टू, आई थिंक संजना जी हैज अपीयर्ड नाउ. ऑटोनॉमिक बैलेंस is most important because you are influencing your those organs which are involuntary in nature. आपका हार्ट उसको इन्फ्लुएंस ना करें तो वो काम करता रहेगा. It will go on working independently without any problem. But problem arises when you influence the heart, and you influence the heart through your autonomic system. And to stop that, you have to. So I have shown you in the picture that see the sympathetic system is responsible for the exaggeration of the activity of the internal organs. Now to stop it, you have to promote the sympathetic, and to promote the sympathetic, there is no way out except meditation. Except meditation, there is no way out. Similarly, cognitive modulation. You have to generate the new thoughts. देखिए अभी मैंने आपको बताया एक्विजिशन, एनालिसिस, रिस्पॉन्स, एग्जीक्यूशन. ये 4 चीजें मैंने आपको बताई थी. अभी दिखा देते हैं, देख लीजिए आप, ये आपके सामने है. नहीं सॉरी, ये देखिए एक्विजिशन, एनालिसिस, रिस्पॉन्स और एग्जीक्यूशन. अब एक्विजिशन तो बाहर से आता है, जो आप इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करते हैं. Thereafter there is एनालिसिस इन द ब्रेन इटसेल्फ. Brain itself may suppose you produce the response that yes, I have to respond in a harsh way to Sanjana ji. Now, how you dare to give me these words? I will give the counter words. This is one response. And the other response will be, okay, Sanjana ji, whatever you have said, I am not going to accept it. So thank you very much. This is another response. A response, the things are both. I have countered your response, your words, and I have returned back your response. But in case of the second option, I have saved myself. I have saved my internal environment, my biochemical activity from the damage. That can be done only through meditation. There is no way out except doing meditation to modify your cognitive functions. So if you have a holistic therapy, to my mind, holistic therapy is which is responsible for maintaining the state of homeostasis. And to maintain the state of homeostasis, you need to have the optimum and balanced standard level of basal metabolic rate. Your cardiovascular activity should go on in a normal way. The neural functions, the controlled by the endocrine gland and the nervous system, the brain and the spinal cord should be in balanced way. And your dietary inputs should be standard. And then finally, your mind. I would not like to speak much about mind because I am not very much familiar about the psychology of the mind. I don't know psychology. I am a physiologist, so I can say that the mind functions, the seat of mind is our brain. So if you want to control the mind, you have to control the breath. Probably that is the reason why जब पंचकोश की बात आती है, तो there is a in between, I mean, मनोमय कोश, प्राणमय कोश, sorry, अन्नमय कोश, मनोमय कोश and प्राणमय कोश. कैसे सीक्वेंस है? इस सीक्वेंस में देखिए, दी मन के मनोमय कोश के और अन्नमय कोश के बीच में प्राणमय कोश है. So if you want to control your cognitive function, you have to, an autonomic balance, you have to do two things. One is the meditation, and second thing, and what is the second thing? If you want to control, then you have to do the pranayam. आपकी श्वास के साथ आपके मन का बहुत गहरा संबंध है. ये फिजियोलॉजिकल आर्टिकल्स में प्रूव्ड है. If your breath is under control, if your breath is under standard limit, your mind will be under standard limit. क्योंकि जहां ही मन आपके पास से दूर भागता है, I don't want to enter because Divya Prabha ji might be listening. I will not enter in her area because that is not my specialization. But one thing is very clear, and I'm very confident that if your breath is under control, your mind will be with you. If somebody is weeping literally, you close his or her nose. Literally, there must be some reason. Let you close her nose, his or her nose. The person who is literally weeping, what will be the first reaction? The first reaction will be that please release my nose, and he or she will stop weeping. तो जो उसका मन वहां था, जो रीजन पर था, जिसकी वजह से वो बिलाप कर रहा था या कर रही थी, वो वापस आ गया कहां पे? आपकी ब्रेथ पर. उसने कहा मेरी नाक छोड़ो, मेरा दम घुट रहा है, रोना तो भूल गया वो. So you can imagine how close affinity in between the breath and your mind. So to maintain the what you can visualize in the slide, autonomic balance and cognitive moderation, you have to do two things. One is meditation and other is pranayam. So to my mind, if you want to go for holistic therapy, this is the best way. Otherwise, there is no therapy on this earth so far. We are talking, time doesn't permit me. I wanted to talk to you about the microorganism, which are nowadays we are suffering, everybody, we are facing the problem. There's a very close affinity with this holistic therapy, disease and the microorganism. But anyway, we will talk sometime else if this Yoga Guru Mohan and you people will allow me. I have a very nice presentation for this, the current scenario of COVID and the role of pranayam. So, but with these points, I would like to close down my lecture, and I am really thankful to all of you for your patience hearing, and I am thankful to Sanjana ji, to Shweta ji, and the other organizers, the Ruchi ji, the Vikram Singh ji, and Joshi ji, those who might be listening to me. I am grateful to you that you have given me the patience hearing and you have allowed me to speak. You have included my name as a speaker, and that too a keynote speaker. It's a very important thing. I feel proud for myself that I am a keynote speaker. लेकिन ये यहीं से देखिए, अभी जो दिव्य प्रभा जी कर रहे थे ना, यहीं से अहंकार शुरू हो जाता है कि अब हम तो keynote speaker हैं. अभी दिव्य प्रभा जी से मैं पूछने का कभी मौका मिलेगा तो पूछूंगा कि इससे बचने का क्या तरीका है कि हम तो keynote speaker हैं. What is the difference between the Divya Prabha ji's speech and my speech? I spoke something in science. She spoke something from the text. But anyway, आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, हृदय से धन्यवाद. आप सब लोगों को शुभकामना. सेमिनार, ये वेबिनार है वो सफल हो. माय गुड विशेस टू ऑल ऑफ यू. सबको नमस्कार, प्रणाम, जय हिंद, जय भारत. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. It was very, very informative. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we're heading forward. So I consider it as a great honor to welcome our next speaker, a popular actress, a fighter, a cancer survivor, a recipient of several accolades, including 4 Filmfare Awards. She is none other than Manisha Koirala. On behalf of Yoga Guru family, thank you for providing your gracious presence to join us today. We are honored to have you, ma'am. Welcome. Over to you, Manisha, ma'am.
First of all, I really pranam to all of you, and it's such a honor and privilege to be in this podium. Thank you, Yoga Guru Mohan ji. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा जब JP प्रोफेसर ने इतना अच्छी चीजें बता रहे थे. तो ऐसे हस्तियों के सामने तो मैं कुछ हूँ नहीं. My journey basically started जब मुझे कैंसर हुआ और जब मैं मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट लेके जब मैं वापस आई, और उस वक्त मुझे मालूम था कि ठीक है, एक मॉडर्न साइंस ने मुझे सर्जरी करके कीमोथेरेपी देके ठीक किया है, लेकिन अगर मुझे अपना पूरा हेल्थ वापस चाहिए, पहले से बेटर चाहिए, तो मुझे होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लेना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि ये तो समझ में आ गया था कि हमारा जो जीवन है, हमारा जो शरीर है, मनुष्य लोग जो है एक डायमेंशनल बीइंग है. खाली एक बॉडी जो है, that is not enough. I think we have physical body, emotional body, mental, और ये सब चीजें योगा में काफी बताई गई हैं. जो इनका जो प्रोफेसर जी का ये सब्जेक्ट है, ऐसे गुरुओं का जो ये सब्जेक्ट, इनमें सबको जैसे कि कोशा वगैरह, so many things are there. It's a deep science. It takes years to study and years to understand. तो मैं उतना तो स्टडी नहीं कर पाई हूँ, लेकिन जो एक सिंपल ढंग से मैंने अपने शरीर को वापस किया है और एक काम करने लायक, अच्छी जीवन जीने के लायक अपने शरीर को, अपने मन को, अपने उसको किया है, तो उसके बारे में मैं थोड़ा कुछ बताऊंगी. I feel that human life, we are multi-dimensional being, and इस सब dimension अगर हार्मनी में काम नहीं करें तो we will be scattered. तो योग ऐसा प्रयास है, ऐसा अभ्यास है जो कि सबको एक हार्मनी में लेके आता है, बॉडी, माइंड, स्पिरिट. और we need to do, हम लोग जैसे शरीर के लिए क्या करना चाहिए जो हम सबको मालूम है, अच्छा आहार, अच्छा व्यायाम, अच्छा रेस्ट, और माइंड जैसे कि अच्छे से चीजें देखना, अच्छी अच्छी फिल्में देखना, अच्छे से किताब पढ़ना, आपका इन्वायरमेंट कैसा है, और माइंड का और श्वास का संबंध हम सब जानते हैं। तो कुछ भी ध्यान करें या प्राणायाम करें, कुछ भी, तो बॉडी, माइंड एंड स्पिरिट। ना मैं स्पिरिट को कुछ ज्यादा ही क्योंकि what is seen is obvious, which is our physical body. What is unseen is the field which actually creates every seen. So the unseen part is crucially important. It's the most, because birth of seen starts from the unseen. And in this year, we talk about spirituality. And nowadays, even the science is beginning to recognize the importance. हम लोग अभी आज साइंस का एडवांस हो चुका है, और वहां पे ये भी कहा जाता है कि आप सेल को भी वो करेंगे तो इलेक्ट्रॉन वो वगैरह पार्टिकल्स आपको छोटे छोटे आएंगे, और उसको भी आप थोड़ा डाइसेक्ट करके देखेंगे तो एनर्जी फील्ड आती है। So basically that field that we are talking about is connected to spirituality, and I feel हम इसमें भक्ति भाव या ध्यान या एक connection to the nature, something beyond our body and mind. If we are connected to that, we can call it divine, God, nature, anything. आप कोई भी नाम दे दें उसको, लेकिन अगर आप उनका आपका कनेक्शन वहां पे है तो लाइफ को स्मूथली ले जा सकते हैं हम। एंड आई फील क्योंकि बॉडी, माइंड, स्पिरिट सब कनेक्टेड है एक दूसरे से, और एक दूसरे के ऊपर इंटरडिपेंडेंट है। कि माइंड होता है तो शरीर में क्या आएगा, और इट्स इफेक्टेड टू द योर एनर्जी of your energy as well. So I feel to have a harmony in body, mind, spirit, yoga abhyas, we do it, we do living. तो मैंने ये सब चीजें में अपने धीरे धीरे करके अपने बॉडी को सही किया, अपने लाइफ को सही किया। और अब अभी कभी कभी मुझे लगता है कि आउट ऑफ बैलेंस जब मैं हो जाती हूँ, और होता ही क्योंकि हम लोग किस काम में जूझे हुए हैं कि कोई कुछ करे तो परेशानी आती है, कुछ ना कुछ तो होता ही रहता है। तो मैं अवेयर हो जाती हूँ कि ये मैं कुछ बैलेंस से निकल गई हूँ बाहर, तो मुझे वापस बैलेंस में आना पड़ता है। और ये हमेशा का लाइफ लॉन्ग सिचुएशन होता है। आपको परेशानियां आएंगी, आपको एक शेड्यूल कभी फॉलो नहीं कर पाते हैं। So I feel it's a constant practice, it's a constant learning, it's a constant commitment of to live your life every day as much as it possible in balance, in harmony. तो मैं अब ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कह पाऊंगी। It's just that ये जो हमें जीवन मिला है, बहुत ही कहते हैं कि बहुत ही प्यार के बाद मिलता है ये जीवन। तो इसका महत्व है, इसका कुछ रीजन है। We all should enjoy this life, we all should be grateful for this life, और अपने आप को, अपने जीवन को, अपने शरीर को, अपने लाइफ के, आपके पूरे इन्वायरमेंट को, आपके आसपास को एक पॉजिटिव दिशा की तरफ। और आई थिंक पॉसिबल टू लीड। मुझे कभी कभी लगता है कि ये ही मुझे लगता है हेवन है, स्वर्ग है। खाली हमको अपना देखने का नजरिया बदलना चाहिए और एक्सपीरियंस करने का तरीका आना चाहिए। तो इसके साथ ही मैं आप सबको नमस्कार कहती हूँ। थैंक यू कि आपने मुझे बुलाया।
रुचि जी, मुझे 2 मिनट एक दो सेंटेंस मुझे कहना है मनीषा जी से। एक दो सेंटेंस कहना है, दो सेंटेंस।
जी सर, श्योर सर, श्योर।
मनीषा जी, मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ साइंस का, और मैंने मुलाकात की है बहुत सारे नोबेल लॉरेट से और बहुत स्टालवार्ट साइंटिस्ट के साथ मिलने का और बात करने का अवसर मिला। कुछ एक वर्ष पहले मैंने अपना एकमात्र पुत्र खोया था और उसके बाद से लाइफ को अगर किनारे लाना है और बैलेंस करना है तो उसमें योग किस प्रकार सहायक है, मैं आपके सामने हूँ। लेकिन मैंने आज जो आपको देखा और आपकी जो बातें सुनी, वो यू आर द रियल वॉरियर। मतलब मैं आपको प्रणाम करता हूँ और ईश्वर आपको लंबी आयु दे, स्वस्थ रहें, जब तक जीवन है स्वस्थ रहें, बस भगवान से हमारी यही प्रार्थना है। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे मिल करके और धन्यवाद जाता है योगा गुरु मोहन को, जिन्होंने और इन सारे श्वेता जी को, रुचि जी को, जिन लोगों ने आपसे इस तरह से बात करने का अवसर मिला। नहीं तो आप बॉलीवुड में होते तो कभी तो आपकी गाड़ी के दर्शन हो जाते, आपका दर्शन तो बहुत मुश्किल था।
जी प्रोफेसर साहब इतना मत कीजिए, बहुत थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So nice of you, so nice of you.
मैं आपसे एक्चुअली, आप अगर साइंस के प्रोफेसर हैं और स्पिरिचुअलिटी के बारे में मेरे तो ये बहुत ही मेरा ये इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट, मैं किसी दिन आपसे जरूर मिलूंगी।
जरूर पक्का पक्का।
और कुछ लंबी चढ़ी बातें करेंगे।
जी प्रणाम प्रणाम प्रणाम।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for taking the time.
यो गुरु जी, मोहन जी, प्रणाम और थैंक यू, आपने मुझे बताया। थैंक यू सबको।
Thank you so much, and thanks for sharing your experience with us. So thank you so much, ma'am, once again. So we'll move on to our next speaker. We have a short message from Acharya Balakrishnan ji Maharaj. Yes, sir.
अपने आप में इंस्पिरेशन है।
आवाज नहीं आ रही है, आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है आपकी। मोहन जी आपकी आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है।
मोहन जी बैकग्राउंड में साउंड बंद करिए, कुछ पीछे चल रहा है आपके यूट्यूब या समथिंग, उसे बंद करिए प्लीज।
सॉरी फॉर इनकन्वीनियंस।
अब ठीक है, बोलिए प्लीज।
Just I was saying, I just wanted to add a few words. First of all, thank you very much from the core of heart for accepting the invitation and giving us time. And since your life is inspiration, life in itself, many people see your life journey in an inspirational, as an inspirational journey. The way you have transformed your life into a spiritual is really remarkable. And
मुझे कह रहे हैं या मनीषा जी को कह रहे हैं?
गुरु जी के लिए तो ऐसे तो गुरु जी के बारे में पहले और बाद में हमने ऐसे देखने का अवसर नहीं मिला। और हमने जब भी देखा आपको दिव्य देखा, जब भी देखा पवित्र देखा, जब भी देखा महान देखा और आपसे था। लेकिन एज अ बॉलीवुड सेलिब्रिटी, एक सेलिब्रिटी इमेज हमने देखा था। देन वी हैव सीन हर being completely spiritual and transformed that way. In that sense, I was talking about. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So let's move on to our next speaker. We have a message from Acharya Balakrishnan ji Maharaj. He has become a very household name with Patanjali Ayurveda. He is one of the founders of Patanjali Ayurveda and have also written more than 120 books on yoga and Ayurveda. In 2019, he was awarded Champion of Change Award as well. So I think we have the message with Yoga Guru Mohan, sir. Over to you, sir, for his message.
Just I have received
Your audio
बोलिए बोलिए मोहन जी, बोलिए बोलिए।
Message from Therapies.
मोहन जी, जो आपके आसपास कोई दूसरा अगर सिस्टम रखा है उसको दूर कर दीजिए बस।
अब मैंने सबको म्यूट कर दिया है। इनफैक्ट वो मल्टीपल ऑन होने की वजह से हुआ था। और आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग द स्क्रीन। आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही? आवाज नहीं आ रही ना?
नहीं, आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
आवाज we have to move it. इसको एक बार अलग से करके फिर बाद में ज्वाइन करेंगे।
मोहन जी, क्योंकि आपकी आवाज आ रही है इसलिए उनकी आवाज नहीं आ पा रही, तो अपनी आवाज बंद करें तो उधर जाएगी। ऑडियो शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा आपको।
हेलो, हाँ नमस्कार नमस्कार। मैं किसी लेक्चर में था इसलिए मैंने फोन उठाया। बताइए बताइए।
प्राणायाम और योग के माध्यम से ही इंटरनेशनल
आ गया सही है।
करके जो होलिस्टिक वेलनेस कॉन्फ्रेंस विशेष करके जो होलिस्टिक वेलनेस के लिए जो इम्पोर्टेंस है करंट सिनेरियो के हिसाब से, इसमें जो प्राणायाम योग का जो माध्यम से
मोहन सर, आप अपना साउंड म्यूट कीजिए।
या
मोहन जी, आचार्य जी की आवाज चली गई।
आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ, बीच में आई थी फिर चली गई।
अनम्यूट करिए मोहन जी खुद को, आवाज नहीं आ रही। आपने खुद को भी म्यूट कर लिया।
आई थिंक इसको कंटिन्यू कर लेते हैं। और am I audible right now?
Yes, sir, you
You
are
are
audible.
audible, but आचार्य
Okay.
जी की आवाज
Kindly proceed ahead. I will just recheck it and then we'll play it later on.
Okay, sir. Sir, do we have a message from Dr. H.R. Nagendra also, or because I don't see him here?
He will be joining later. अब इसके बाद आगे बढ़ लीजिएगा।
Then Shalin sir can chair the session.
Okay.
Okay,
I think Dr. H.R. Nagendra will be joining us later in the day. It was I think it is the end of the first session of the day. As we all know that this was the first session of the day and it was co-chaired by Ms. Rachna Pandey and chaired by Shailendra sir. Would like to invite Shailendra sir in the end of the first session of the day to say brief a few words. Over to you, Shailendra sir.
Thank you, Shweta ji. Thank you, everyone. Special thanks to JPN sir for आपके स्वभाव के लिए, especially the way you speak, the way you explain the things, and a little like foot of humor is also there. So thank you very much to make it so interesting. Thank you, Navdeep ji. तो आपकी आवाज बीच में कट गई और पूरा हो नहीं पाया सेशन, तो थोड़ा सा बच गया था। आई नो नादानुसंधान, so the people who are curious can understand, like studying Hatha Yoga, Hatha Yoga Deepika में नादानुसंधान को डिटेल में बताया और नवदीप जी का स्पेशल सब्जेक्ट है। Thank you to Surbhi ji also from Man Ki Baat, if she's there, I don't know. और above all मनीषा कोइराला जी जिन्होंने अपना सब में निकाला और हम लोगों को थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन किया। जेपीएन सर, अभी तो वी होप आप अभी थोड़ी देर और रुकेंगे तो आपकी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड है दैट वाज अबाउट कोविड-19, लव टू हियर अबाउट दैट और very eagerly waiting to hear the eminent speakers which are about to come, like Vikram sir and all, Dr. Madan, a special friend. Thank you very much for being there. Over to our host. Thank you.
thank you, sir, so much. Our first session is over, so we'll be in 10 minutes time we'll start our next session, and our next session will be chaired by Dr. JPN sir, and we have speakers with us for that session. We have Dr. Yuvraj Pokhriyal, Dr. Vikram Singh, Yogi Vijay ji from UK, and we have a guest speaker, Shailendra sir, for us, and Professor JPN Mishra ji will share the session. So it started by 1:10.
Sanjana ji, you can ask if Mohan ji is ready for Acharya ji's video.
Yes,
So
sir.
play it right now.
Mohan sir, if we have, we can play the Balakrishna ji's video message.
Or till then, JPN sir can continue for 10 minutes for that COVID-19 and pranayam thing if JPN sir is there. Let him complete. See if JPN sir is there live.
I think he's not there. So if we can have the video of Acharya ji, that will also be good. Mohan sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to play it again.
Sir can continue for 10 minutes.
I'm just trying to play it again, okay?
Yes, sir. I think he's not there.
Yeah, I have started playing.
We can have the video of Acharya ji.
आ रहा है अभी?
आवाज आ रहा है अभी. अब बाकी सब लोग शांत रहे थोड़ा. मोहन जी स्पेशली आपका बैकग्राउंड से आवाज आ रही है, उसे बंद करें. फिर चली गई आचार्य जी की
फिर चली गई. सर मोहन सर म्यूट कर रहे हैं तो आवाज जा रही है, ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है.
मोहन जी अपने को म्यूट मत करिए काइंडली.
आ रहा है अभी?
आवाज आ रहा है अभी. अब बाकी सब लोग शांत रहे. सबसे ज्यादा आ गया. आपका बैकग्राउंड
कोरोना को होने की ज्यादा संभावना रहती है जिनके फेफड़े कमजोर हैं. प्राणायाम और योग के माध्यम से हम अपने फेफड़ों को विशेष करके रखिए. जो होलिस्टिक
अभी नहीं आ रही है क्या?
आ रही है.
नहीं, कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा भाई. मोहन जी.
हाँ जी.
कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा मोहन.
इसके ऊपर यदि हम चर्चा करें, मैं कह सकता हूँ कि अभी तक जितने भी
नीचे देखिए ना, राइट लेफ्ट में थर्ड ऑप्शन आ रहा है, उधर से आवाज बढ़ा दीजिए थोड़ा.
अभी तक के एविडेंस हैं,
लेफ्ट में थर्ड ऑप्शन आ रहा है, बहुत कम आ रही है.
सबसे ज्यादा जिनमें प्रभाव होता है वो हमारे ज्यादा संभावना रहती है.
क्या करें, ये तो टीम में तो फंसा दिया है.
प्राणायाम और योग के माध्यम से ही हम अपने फेफड़ों को
नीचे देखिए ना, राइट लेफ्ट में थर्ड ऑप्शन आ रहा है, उधर से आवाज बढ़ा दीजिए.
शोषण तक थर्ड ऑप्शन आ रहा है. ये वैज्ञानिक
हाँ. संजना जी प्लीज आप आगे बढ़िए एंड विल में थोड़ा सा जो समझदार होंगे इसमें I'll take help from some expert and then play it.
हाँ, उसके बाद वही that's what I wanted to convey कि इसको संजना जी बाद में इसको प्ले कर दीजिएगा मोहन जी.
ओके.
हाँ, थोड़ा करेक्शन करके
I'll do that.
ताकि सुनाई दे. अभी तो कुछ सुनाई दे नहीं रहा है, फिर फायदा क्या?
Yeah, please.
अच्छा मोहन, मुझे फिर अभी रुकना है क्या? ये
सर आपको ये दूसरा सेशन शेयर करके गाइड करनी है सर.
अरे अब अभी हमने, आप तो भोजन कर चुके हैं, मुझे तो अभी भोजन भी नहीं मिला है। आप इसी से होलिस्टिक
कहाँ से ये रिकॉर्ड हो रखा है आवाज?
जब आप बात करेंगे।
Sir, I don't see Dr. Yuvraj Pokhriyal ji. Shweta, can you see him?
अरे ये तो कुछ रिकॉर्ड चेंज हो गया।
I can see him. Let me.
Okay, then we can start with our next session.
Yubaraj, YUBA.
Yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Yuvraj Pokhriyal ji is the faculty for Life Science and Biotechnology, South Asia University, and he will talk about the basic concept of cancer and health. So, over to Yuvraj Pokhriyal, sir. Are we connected?
I think he got disconnected. Abhi,
He was here right now.
he was
And
here.
just,
I just unmuted him also, but I think he got disconnected.
he's here. He's here.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, now is working. Good morning, all of you. Good morning.
Yes.
Actually, today I could not avoid that session. I already said that yes, but from 3-4 days I'm totally sleeping. I'm sick, so just 1 hour before I wake up and make some of the slide. I have that seasonal flu and then sleeping at home. So I think you like my presentation, whatever I make. So now I'm sharing my slide. Okay. Just a second. Okay, today I'm talking about that basic concept in cancer biology. In between that, in some of the part, whatever you are talking today about yoga, meditations, and holistic science, that will also come. But first I will start with the basic. What is the, if you understand that basic biology of any disease, that will help to manage properly, and that will help to treat or cure that disease properly, and then that is the basics of this biology. How that cancer, that war has originated, in Greek philosophy, that the Hippocrates, he is the father of medicines. He defined that carcinomas as the carcinomas and carcinoma for the two different type of tumors. One is ulcerous tumors and non-ulcer tumors. So you can see the figure. This is the crab. It look like the finger-like projection. So once the cancer is grown, then it grow in uncontrolled way. So it is defined as that, the cancer look like a crab. And in the last, in our history, that there were different theories were remain to define that how that cancer cause. And during the Hippocrates time, they believe that there are the 4 different type of fluid in the body. Some of the fluid are still valid during the modern science that we are studying. So these four humors, if there is the imbalance in these four humors or fluid, that can cause a different kind of disease. If there is the imbalance in black bile, that caused that cancer. That was the first kind of concept about the cancer. And after that, that concept was passes through that Middle East, and they followed in the Galen's medical teaching also. And after that, that theory of humoral theory was replaced by limb theory. In limb theory, it is believed that our body, because of that kind of change in its density, or fermenting, or that lymph, or its increase in that acidity or alkalinity, or its that density, change in the density, or kind of fermentation of our lymph, that caused that cancers. And so that was also the previously that in history that kind of theory was prevalence, and which was followed up to that 1700 AD. So after that, theory was replaced by the blastema theory, and in 1938, German pathologist the Muller demonstrated that cancer is made up of cells, not from the lymph. People thought that cancer are the cells which are originated from the limbs and they circulate throughout the body, but they are not produced by the body. They are not that pre-existing cells. They are coming from the outside. But Muller changed that they are coming from inside the body, but they grow from the different type of cells like a budding of yeast. They are not part of that normal tissues of the body. And but later his student, that Rudolf Virchow, he was the father of cell theory. He found that all of the cells, including cancer cells, they are originated from pre-existing cells. Our body is made up of the different cells, and cancer is also that growth of pre-existing cells. It is not coming from the outside. It is not coming from the lymph. It is not coming from that external environment. It is created inside that body parts or tissues. And after that, in 1860, there was another theory was also quite proposed and quite valid during that times, that they thought that chronic irritations, if any person is getting irritated by any kind of chemicals or any kind of gases and other things for the long time, or even you can say that even the people are irritated by that long-term exposure to that sunlight and other things, that will develop into that tumor, and finally that tumor turn into the metastatic or migrating cells, which result into the cancers. So that theory is still valid. And another theory was in 1920s, there was another understanding among the scientists. They thought that if anyone has that kind of trauma, any kind of accident, because of the non-healing of this disease, non-healing of this wound, it results into the turn into the cancer. But later it is found that it is not only the reason behind that trauma is the reason of cancer. Trauma may be one of the reasons, because once the trauma happens, if the wound is not healing properly in time, then it leads to the chronic inflammations. Because of the chronic inflammations, the large number of gene expression get changed. Because of gene expressions change in that wounded area, the cell proliferation to avoid the regular death of the cells, they start to divide. These dividing cells, they turn into the solid tumors, and finally they turn into the liquid tumors, that is called that metastasis or moving tumors. So, and there was the infectious theory also, infectious disease theory, and later it was found that in 1575, 1642, during that times, they thought that in France, even they thought that this is the contagious disease. It can spread from one person to another person, contaminated one person to another person. So during that time, 1779, that because of the fearing of these, contagious conditions, some of the hospital in France, they were replaced from the city to the remote areas. That cancer hospital were removed from there to remote areas. Infectious disease theory is partially valid. For example, if we are suffering from that, long-term hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C virus, and if we are suffering from that papilloma virus, like the cervical cancers, the papilloma virus, if infect for the long time, it cause that, chronic inflammations that result into the sum of the viral genome. They get integrated into our human genome. Once that human genome is integrated with the viral genome, they start to produce that viral oncoprotein inside our body. These viral oncoproteins, they initiate that uncontrolled cell proliferation. So finally, that I would like to say that cancer is the disease of uncontrolled cell proliferation. There are many different causes and different remedies are available, but the main reason of cancer, if you are going that from the top to bottom, if you are understanding in very layman way, the cancer is the growth of certain tissues or solid part or solidified of the certain tissues, or neoplasticity in certain tissues is the tumor, and it is due to that cell proliferation of that region. And all of the cancers that start from the single cells, one single cell start to proliferate, gain the functions, and it start to proliferate, and it gain that size of the tumors. These solid tumors doesn't have that supply of blood vessels and other nutrients. So during the development of these solid tumors, that cancer can be easily dissected out or surgically removed out. But most of the times, the cancer does not give any kind of symptoms because it is kind of outgrowth of certain areas. So that's why we don't know that either it is cancer or it is just it will come and it will go. In humans' life, in one or another way, the small outgrowth always happens in the body, and sometimes they go away, sometimes they gain that a little bigger size and they collapse after sometimes, and sometimes they develop into the cancers. So for that we need to do that regular screening of this. So cancer epidemiology, if you are thinking about the what is the status of cancer in the world, in 2015 90.5 million people had cancer, and in 2018 it is believed that in 1 year 18.1 million people that new cancer cases were arised, and 20% of the male, they were suffering from that cancer. Out of total population of the male, 20% male and 17% female, they will caught with one or another type of cancer in their whole life. And out of them, 13% of male and 9% of female die due to the cancer. Once they got that cancer, some of them they will be curable, and then other that 13% and 9% of the male and female, they will die due to the cancer. Most common cancers, which are lung, prostate, colorectal, stomach cancers, and they are followed by the others like the breast cancer. In our regions, in Southeastern regions, that cervical cancers, prostate cancers, they are also quite common in nature because of our food habit or lifestyle habit. For example, if you are talking about that in India, Nepal, or in Southeastern region, most of the women, they are suffering from that cervical cancer, because first they suffer from that papilloma virus, human papilloma virus. This papilloma virus, in fact, for sometimes normally the virus once infect, it get clearance from our body. If that remains there for the long time, that is called that situation is called that chronic inflammations. The chronic inflammations secrete different type of cytokines, different type of chemokines, which result into these cells, instead of the death of these cervical cells, they start to revive the cells, they start to divide the cells, and finally turn into that cervical cancer. And in Western populations, that prostate cancer is quite common. because Western populations that they consume large amount of meat. If you are talking about that, our northeast region, many people are suffering from prostate cancer because that the taking drug is also quite high in that regions. Many people are suffering from that HIV/AIDS and other because of that common drug using system. So because of that reasons that people are taking that red meat more in these northeast regions of India, as well as in USA, Europe, the people are taking that more red meat, and they are suffering from more that prostate cancer. In our regions, like the city like Delhi, Kathmandu, or these are the polluted city. Because of these pollutions, that more lung cancer patients are found in these regions. So, and cancer, what is the cancer? Cancer is not a single disease. Cancer is a common term for all kind of malignant tumors. Malignant means those which are moving from one place of origin to the another place of, normally we say that seed and soil theory. So once the tumor is formed, so maybe tumor get regress or get reduce itself after certain size, because there is if that cell is growing without any with some kind of DNA damage and other things, our cell cycle control checkpoints, different proteins, different genes, they try to kill that cells which is causing that cancer, which is moving towards the cancer. But at that times, those cells, to avoid this kind of that tumor suppressor genes, activity of tumor suppressor genes, they try to avoid, they try to kind of mask their functions, and they become non-functional, or they lost the functions, and then uncontrolled growth of the cells happens. So there are more than 200 different types of cancers as per the organs or as per the tissues we can group within this disease cancer. Cancer is a life-threatening disease. Untreated cancer can cause that illness, and morbidity rate of this cancer is very high. And treatment of cancer is consists of the interventions including psychological support, surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, hormone therapy, aiming that curing of the prolonging that patient's life for few years. Normally that even there are thousands of papers you can see in public database about the cancer research, but the whole scientific community were not able to increase the lifespan of the cancer patient from even in a year. 1 year is also not extended. Maybe 2 months, 3 months extended. If you are comparing that past decades to these decades, that this is the developments is happening in the cancer. Means that there are different. Normally we say that in cancer there are 2 different type of genes which are involved to cause that cancer. Gene expression cause the cancer. One is the driver genes. Another is that passenger genes. Driver genes, if we are able to target that driver genes, we can easily target that cancer and we can easily treat the cancer. But if we are treating, or if you are targeting that passenger genes which are only associating, which are only helping to the driver genes to form that tumors, at that conditions that cancer cannot be treated. So that is the big problem. So majority of cancers that causes, the majority of the cancer causes that 90 to 95% of the cancer causes because of our lifestyle. 90 to 95% of the cancer are that occur or kind of because of our lifestyle factors and environmental factors, our exposure to the environment. These are causing 5 to 10% of the cancer. They are deposited inside our body through our parents. That is a hereditary, inherited from the gene to gene. So in France also, that during that times the contaminated disease, they were saying the mother of that family was suffering from breast cancer, and daughter and son of that family also, they suffer from the breast cancer. And they thought that okay, cancer is contagious disease. Not like that. It is because of that inherited genetics, because of the mutation in some of the tumor suppressor genes. Because of that, because of that, abrogations or kind of defect in the gene expressions after certain age, that after due to the genetic mutations in the genes, and that in a hereditary cancer occurs. That is only 5 to 10%. That can be managed. That cannot be treated very properly, but that can be treated nowadays. That we have the precision medicines or targeted therapy, where we can target that immunotherapy by using the different antibodies and by using the different that cancer stem cells, stem cell therapy, we can treat that kind of cancer also. But the rate of that treatments, if there are the 100 people are suffering from certain kind of cancer, maybe 1% will be fine out of 100, and that is only 1% success in the treatment of the cancer. The common environmental factor contribute to the cancer death include that our diet, the tobacco, that tobacco consumption of the tobacco is 20 to 25% of the people who are taking, for example, who are smoking, they have the more chance, 20 to 25% more chances of getting lung cancer than that of the non-smoking people. So that tobacco consumption in 1990, that tobacco consumption was very high. Now we can see after 22, it will take that at least 10 to 20 years to develop into the lung cancers. Those people who were that chain smoker during the 1990s, now they started to show their symptoms of that lung cancer. It will affect that long terms. And the obesity, and obesity is also one of the reason of the cancer. 30 to 35% of the reason behind the cancer is the cause of the cancer is that obesity. Infections, I already told you that hepatitis B, hepatitis C infections, papillomavirus infections, and other that the Helicobacter pylori infections that cause that different kind of disease. Those people who are regularly exposed to the ionizing radiations, that is up to 10%. That means the ionizing radiation means that those people, those workers, farmers, those who are exposing in the industry, those who are exposing to the X-ray or UV rays while working at their farm, they will also suffer from the skin cancer because of the long-term ionization of this. Lack of physical activities and pollutions, these are the reasons of or causes of the cancer. Psychological stress normally do not cause the cancer, but psychological stress, once a person is suffering from the cancer, they cannot develop that kind of immunity against the cancer, even they go for the treatment. That's why the psychological stress physiological stress is also is not a cause, but it may aid that the value for the cancer progressions in a body. So types of cancer, and there are different types of cancer as per that organs of origins. I already told you that there are 200 different types of cancer, but normally in the language of science or in our language, according to the origin of the cells, where that tumor originated, we can divide the tumors into the different groups. The major 90 to 95% of our cancer, they originated from our epithelial cells. 90 to 95% means outer layer of any tissues, either it is skin or it is that lungs or it is that liver or breast. That outer layer of the cells, the outer layer of the cells, that is called that epithelial cells, that the cells they start to divide because of that exposure or because of that change in the gene expression of certain cells, and that result into the cancer that is called carcinoma. If these cancers, for example, of breast, prostate, lung, pancreas, colon, all of these are that 90 to 95% of cancer, they are epithelial in origin, so they are called carcinomas. If they are coming from that glandular cells of the epithelial tissues, they are called adenocarcinoma. Sarcomas, the cancer which are originated from that connective tissues like the bone, cartilage, bone marrow, and some of the mesenchymal tissues, that is called sarcoma. The sarcoma cancer is very dangerous to treat, is very difficult to treat, very difficult to remove also from the body. So, but there are some certain kind of that treatment are available. Lymphoma and leukemia, these are that liquid type of tumors, liquid type of cancer. These two classes arises from the hematopoietic blood forming bone marrow tend to mature that lymph nodes, blood respectively, and germ cell tumors, the cancer derived from that ovary and cancer derived from the testicle, that is called germ cell cancers, and blastoma. Blastoma, they are derived that during the embryonic developments, embryonic tissues, they grow and immature that embryonic tissue, they grow and develop into the cancers. And this is the status. And in 2011, some of the great scientists, they were working, what are the characteristics of the cancer? What are the hallmarks of the cancer? How, if we know that what is the reason, what are the hallmarks of the cancer, then we can target at each of the hallmarks. The one single cancer may express that all of the hallmarks or some of the hallmarks or one of the hallmarks. As per that, molecular, presentations, molecular characteristic of this cancer, we can treat. So there are almost 10 hallmarks of cancer, which are grouped by that Robert Weinberg and Professor Hanan. They are the great scientists in the field of cancer biology. And so this is that we can, these are the hallmarks of cancer. Hallmarks of cancer is sustaining proliferation of signaling, evading growth suppressor. That means our cell doesn't go for the programmed cell death. They always divide. And there is normally, if the extra cells or if there is a DNA damage happens, normally our immune system become active and try to damage that cells. But in cancer cells, immune destruction is already avoided. The replicative immortality, normally our cells, they have that certain life, and after certain lives they go to the senescence. But cancer cells, they develop that limitless division capacity and tumor promoting inflammations. And this kind of and then we can target that. There are the different inhibitors, different type of that chemicals which are targeting these hallmarks. If I go that in details, that will take time. So these hallmarks can be targeted with the different type of chemical regimes or different kind of that immunotherapeutic regimes. So I thought that today that this webinar, that also that deal with that holistic treatments. That recently we are working that we are rich in the biodiversity. We are rich in that our traditional knowledge of the medicines, that Ayurveda. So by using this Ayurveda, we can make that treatments against the cancer. So one of the example that we have recently done some of the experiments, some of the research in artemisinin, derived the synthetic artemisinin. Artemisinin is one of the natural plant which is available in India. That is, artemisinin is normally used to treat that malaria first, but later we found that it has anti-cancer property. And for the anti-malarial research in 2015, that Chinese scientists got that Nobel Prize on this artemisinin. So, and then we modify a little bit of this artemisinin, measure the native compounds to reduce that its toxicity to neurotoxicity. And then we found that it is very potent, that future drug for the anti-cancer property. So we have already that patented these molecules, more than 200 different that synthetic molecules in India, and we already published that papers. So, and how to manage the cancer? To manage the cancer, there are the different methods which can be utilized. I'll go that very briefly. Chemotherapy, using of the different chemicals to kill that cancer cells. Main aim of this cancer treatment is to kill that cancer cells. And in the meantime, we have to make that targeted cancer cell killing, so that we can save that normal cells, so that we can have that quality life. So radiotherapy, some of the chemotherapy, some of the cancer cannot be treated by the chemotherapy. So sometimes that chemotherapy is done that by the combined therapy. Two or more than two types of that anti-neoplastic drug can be used together, combined therapy. And radiotherapy is also combined with the chemotherapy sometimes. Sometimes that radiotherapy is given for the brain cancer and other things where that there is the drug, the barrier, blood brain barrier is there to treat that brain cancers. That's why we use that radiotherapy to kill that cancer cells in the brain. Surgery is possible that if you know that in primary stage that primary tumors, solid tumors are, we know that that can be totally 100% can be cured by removing that surgically removing that regions or tumors from that regions will be cured. And the more important for the today's talk, I think it is important that palliative care. Treatment of cancer is very, very much painful. So it is very painful. So what is the palliative care? Palliative care is after giving that chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy, or alternative medicine, whatever you give, there is no way that you cannot kill that cancer by any kind of that meditation and any other things. That is for sure. But to manage this that after treatments, it is very painful. They lose their hairs, they lose their appetite, they lose their spirituality. So to have that kind of that support, palliative care is more important. In palliative care, we have to treat that patient with the physically, emotionally, spiritually, psychosocially, that we have to give that power to the patients so that they can have that hope, they can have that easy, they can reduce their pain. And because after the treatment of the cancer also, that some of the patients they are they're waiting for the death, during that time also that we need to give that proper treatments like the meditations. This kind of the holistic treatments is, I think, important in this type in this after the treatment of the cancer. And but our Ayurveda, it has long the kind of history, as well as it has that long mystery also. We have to open that Ayurveda so we can still that exploit that more and more compounds that which are coming from the natural plants that can be treated that cancers, which does not affect that normal cells that need to be developed in the future. So another is immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is by developing that different kind of cells or kind of antibodies. This kind of therapy are available, and some of the immunotherapy are quite 100% successful. Like in that lymphatic cancer is almost 100% can be cured. Laser therapy and alternative medicines. Alternative medicines that it include that the Ayush system, where that Ayurveda, Unani, and yoga, the meditations and everything that will help to increase our immunity and increase our that way of thinking about the disease. And then this is all about that cancer treatments and the basic knowledge about the cancers. That my lab, I actually do that basic biology, cell biology activity. So I think all of you guys from the yoga, naturopathy and other things, I am fascinated with this yoga science and naturopathy. I think that if I presented my core science, that is totally useless for you guys. That's why I presented that outer surface basic knowledge of the cancers. If you have that basic knowledge of the cancer, then that will help to understand that disease biology and to take care of this disease in time. So there are that screening of that at least once in a year you have to go for the screening, and there are some of the vaccine are available to protect that, like the cervical cancers that can be given to the girls and women. That cervical cancers, some vaccines are available. These are the methods. Recently in my lab that we have patent registered for the anti-cancer activity of these sulfur-linked artemisinin derivatives. They are in the further evaluations. Maybe in future we can develop into the cancer drug. And we are working in that gene therapy by using that CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing tools also. And we are working in that basic biology. Recently I published that first time on one novel proteins, novel genes, which cause that breast cancer cell proliferations in very prestigious journal. That is the novel protein we found it from my lab. That is the SPT5. That is recently published in the last month, September 9th. It was published in Cellular Physiology and Biochemistry. That was the new field in the cancer biology, novel finding from my lab. And I'm regularly working in that different chemical compounds. I'm working in that Ayurvedic Ayurveda also. I'm working in that atopic dermatitis. I have some project from Unani medicines. I have some project from that ICMR for the analysis of how that some other proteins they involve in the cancer progression. This much. Really today I just wake up before 1 hour. From 4 days I was sleeping. Sorry for the inconvenience, and then very cheap and very small presentations. Sorry for that. And in future I'll make that more happy to you, because I thought that I had that lot of presentations on this the cancer related research, but I have not included this here. Thank you so much for Dr. Mohan Kartiju and all of the panelists, all of the teams who are making that so beautiful webinar. I wish you that successful of your 2 days webinar, and then I wish you that good health. Thank you. If any questions, I'll be ready to answer. Thank you.
Dr. Yuvraj?
Yes, sir.
I want to say a few words about your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Myself, Professor J.P. Mishra, I am also from the same field. I'm working as a professor and dean School of Life Sciences from Central University of Gujarat.
Yes,
so I don't agree with one of your statement that
Okay,
you have made a very cheap and simple presentation. So that is my disagreement. You should note it down, please. In fact, personally, I feel I have a lot of appreciation and laurel for you, because in spite of being so unwell, you appeared on the screen and you made your presentation. It's a wonderful presentation for the common man, people, those who are living in dark about the etiology, pathology, and the consequences of the cancer and the basic ideology of the treatment. So you have elaborated everything. So my best compliments, and I would like to invite you sometime in my university when the situation is normal. Then I would like to hear you in detail about, because in my lab 2 colleagues are working on the cancer biology itself.
Okay.
So it will be a matter of pleasure for me to receive you in my university. Anyway, it's not the right time. But one thing I will definitely say, your presentation was excellent, and my sincere and grateful compliments to you for your good presentation in spite of being not well fully. Thank you, Dr. Yuvraj. Very nice to see you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your compliment, and I'm really blessed from your word. And actually, that sometimes that basic things, if you understand, then kind of stigma, whatever we are having in our society, that will help to remove that kind of stigma, social stigma.
That was the most important that you achieved with your presentation, that you have struck that particular point was very much needed. Thank you, sir.
And I will be connected with you in future. Thank you so much for your compliment, and thank you so much for giving that the opportunity. You are the chairman of this session. I'm very happy to be a kind of presenter.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Take care and get well soon. Please get well soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mishra, whosoever is anchoring, please.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yuvraj Pokhrel, for this informative lecture, as well as Dr. Mishra for your cheerful feedbacks. We are enjoying your company, sir. Please be with us for the whole day. Next eminent
I will
speaker
request
of
you.
the.
I will request you to send my lunch through this portal.
I wish I could have done this through courier.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. It's really I am enjoying your company. Your people. It's a good session and a good lecture. Something extraordinary we are experiencing. Thank you. Please go ahead. Please.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next eminent speaker of the day is Dr. Vikram Singh. Dr. Vikram Singh needs no introduction. He is a gold medalist in physical education, PhD, qualified UGC NET and JRF in physical education. Young Scientist Award 2002 by Sports Psychology Association of India. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Awardee 2016 for contribution to yoga. Presently working as a senior physical educator in JNU, New Delhi since last 13 years. I would like to welcome Dr. Vikram Singh to share his vast knowledge on holistic health on us. Over to you, Vikram Singh, sir.
Awaz, please. Yeah, now it's okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir.
दिल्ली वालों की कृपा होती नहीं है, बड़ा मुश्किल है। ये तो बड़ी मेहरबानी है जब आप अपीयर हो गए। इतने दिन हो गए, मतलब पता नहीं कहाँ छिपे रहते हैं, न कभी याद करते हैं और न कभी याद आते हैं, दोनों ही बातें हैं। Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. I express my gratitude to the Yoga Guru, Navyoga Institute, and other contemporaries and organizing partners. My sincere appreciation and gratitude to the chair, Professor J.P.M. Mishra from Central University of Gujarat, Shri Mohan Karki, Mrs. Karki, Neha Karki, Yoga Guru Shailendra ji, and the entire team. This is one of the wonderful efforts which you guys have have done, the entire team. Kudos to you for taking up this challenge during this COVID lockdown. And I often go through various videos and the chats which are uploaded by your team on the Facebook and elsewhere. So all your practical sessions are really commendable. Kindly allow me to share my screen so that, yeah, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you are evergreen, sir. Looking young. You're beautiful screen.
Thank you. So the topic that has been assigned to me is life skills for wellness sector. Let us have a close look to the objectives which I have framed for my today's presentation. Basically, we will try to understand what are the life skills and how they are different than professional skills which are required to be an entrepreneur, and in the backdrop of various skills which are defined by the Healthcare Skill Council and the CII and various other public-private partnership entities which are working in the field of yoga, Ayurveda, Unani, naturopathy, and various other allied disciplines. And what are the challenges which are associated with performing the duties, doing the courses, where exactly is the interface between people who are undergoing presently certain kind of courses, it be courses through distance education, the courses which are foundation courses, the advanced level courses, the people who are actually working in the field as yoga teachers, yoga trainers, as senior yoga teachers, the people who are working as qualified instructors or qualified evaluators, and in the allied field and in the allied disciplines. I'll be focusing on time and the life management skills for pre-service and in-service teachers. What are the various openings which are important and essential for them as they perceive for themselves, and what are the expectations from the industry or is expectations of the industry from all of us who are professional in training, in keeping ourselves upskilled, and how we can do that. Yoga as an art and science, yoga as preparation for life, whether we are able to translate those theoretical skills actually into our lifestyle settings or not, the career and expectations, the self obligations, the obligations from our families, the obligations or the expectations of our bosses and our family members. I'll be focusing on that, the growth and development. How is it possible with regard to the national point of view? Because we all have been witnessing a drastic change, with regard to not only the environmental factor, but also from the geographical and political point of view. As you must have seen in the recent past, there has been a lot of disturbance, the psychological disturbance in our society that has happened because of the killing of the innocent girl and by the suicide committed by Sushant Singh Rajput and various other, social dilemmas which are cropping up slowly and gradually, which could be the cause and which could also be the effect. So we'll try to understand that cause and effect relationship in the next few presentation slides. So let us try to define the skills, and we must be very careful that it is not easy to define the skills, the life skills, to be precise. Why? Because everybody perceives them differently, but a common definition for my today's presentation, I would like to say it is the ability of an individual to be competent in doing whatever he or she is doing, or whatever he or she intends to do in future, in order to be happy and satisfied with him or her. For example, whatever news or whatever views, I think it is lesser news and it is more of the views which the news anchors are presenting to us. And they target directly our emotions. And we start taking decisions and we start becoming judgmental and conclusive very soon and very often. So this is the power of media, or the power of, I would say, social media that influences us. So we must have that critical ability, the critical thinking abilities to interpret, to decipher the information which is available on the media to the people or the arguments we listen to. So what are the skills that are most relevant to influencing my own behavior or my own condition right now? In the opening session in the morning, there was the two females from Monkey organization. The moment they said you can download our software, I did that immediately, and I found 3 types of questionnaires which they use to evaluate our psychological condition. Like one of them was HPQ and one was about WHO9, and three other such questionnaires were used. PHQ9, the GAD7 and the WHO5. So I, out of my own general curiosity, I just started to search on the YouTube and search on various other web portals about the reliability and validity of these questionnaires and how better they are in influencing or judging someone's behavior. So one thing I could find out of my own critical thinking was that they do take care of a lot of psychological conditions in various situations of an individual. Plus, they they are quite competent probably in collecting information about our sleeping patterns, which is health related physical fitness variable, and also the nutritional aspects. So various studies, I mean around 500 studies have already been conducted, which put a stamp, a seal on the reliability and validity of these three well-being questionnaires and how our behavior changes from state to trait kind of anxiety. So I congratulate that organization for being so very thorough in and preparing their website. First. Secondly, while defining the life skills applicable to the wellness sector, that is the wellness industry, that includes Ayurveda, naturopathy, that includes yoga, that includes all the professionals from the allied fields, even the people who are practicing alternative medicines like acupressure and acupuncture. Also, what will the student be able to actually do if the life skills building exercises are successful? I mean, predicting the learning outcomes and not only the knowledge and understanding, but also the student's ability to apply that knowledge successfully in the actual field situations. Now, here I want to take an example of the girl to begin with. I mean, for any female, who is walking around in some dark corner of a city, what should she be actually careful about? Number one. Number two, if at all somebody tries to attack her, what should she be actually doing? Number three, how can she mitigate that attack? Mitigate in the sense that minimize the harm that can happen to her. What are the different skills she can adopt? I mean, for example, if I ask anybody what she should be doing, the first and spontaneous reaction would be shouting loud. But sometimes, the situation is not that very simple. Therefore, it is not just the ability of an individual to understand and have knowledge of the skills, but also to apply that skill. And that too in the moment of time. Every attacker may not be a sexual assaulter. He or she may be looking for your money or your purse or your expensive jewelry which you are wearing. The person may be interested more in that. So it is very important to judge the condition, the situation. I came across a very good video recently wherein a particular person attacked a woman. What she did was she immediately sensed that the person was actually behind her purse, and she tossed her purse very high on the top of a roof in the nearby building. So what happened is that the person got so very confused, he straight away ran away from that. See, that is the kind of skill, the ability to judge. It's just like first aid, the moment you see an accident happening in front of you, God forbid it is if he or she is your own family member, what will you do? It is very easy to get panicked. You have to take decision. That is why probably in the life skills, the problem solving and decision making, these are the very, very two important life skills which we must need to learn. And the another answer can be that we should learn self-defense. All right, now this first aid, this self-defense and these life skills, they are all very heavily dependent not only on genetics. These are all learned experiences. But yes, training does make you confident, but the most important life skill is common sense. If you have common sense, you can easily get out of any situation whatsoever. If you have the perseverance, if you have the achievement motivation. You can learn certain things and equally apply. The third thing which I want to focus while defining a skill is generating the positive and negative examples of how the skills might be applied. Just as in the previous examples I mentioned, there must be the worst case scenario for which we should be prepared. Besides always being positive that there will not be any harm that can occur to me. So positivity also plays a very important role. Just as in yoga, we try to meditate and contemplate all the positivities. Why? Because when you think shit, the shit grows. It's as simple as that. When you think positive, the positivity and the positive vibes and the positive environment grows. That is why in the early morning, we often try to give ourselves positive affirmations. I'm going to be okay today. There is going to be a lot of good things happening to me today. Next is encouraging the verbal rehearsal and actions while learning or while defining the life skills. Correcting the misperceptions about what the skill is and how to do it. These are all the processes. See, there are certain learning outcomes out of learning life skills. There are certain specific objectives and general objectives of learning the life skills. Whereas there are certain misperceptions that often occur by virtue of our own personal experiences when we are trying to learn these skills. That correction in the misperceptions for ourselves, please always remember that the life skills are all tailor-made and need-based. It depends how do you behave. It depends what is your gender. There are individual differences while reacting and up to what extent you are reacting. I give you an example to explain this. There is a very good friend of mine who lives in Noida. What happens is in the night while she was sitting close to the door of a train, a person came inside the train, snatched her purse and ran out of the train. This guy was running all the way on the platform, and the instantaneous or the spontaneous reaction of my friend was that she started chasing him shouting. Now what happened was, this is her own version. She said, I was running and running like mad, behind him. Two more boys followed her, saying, pakdo, 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 pakdo. Now, what could have happened there? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what could have happened there? The moment she realized that that guy has run into darkness now, immediately somehow she stopped running. And what happened was the two men whom she was thinking may be helping her, who were shouting, running, pakdo, pakdo, were actually also his accomplice, the one who was running after snatching the purse. So you can imagine that out of our own spontaneous reaction, what damage, further damage could have happened. So somehow, I don't know what kind of sense prevailed. She stopped and went back to her own compartment in the train. So we have to be very, very careful and aware, although there is a lot of awareness which is there, but the life skills do tell us how and where to take the decision and where the effective communication, where the interpersonal relationships start and where they stop. So here I want to draw your attention towards the 10 core life skills on which I have personally worked while doing a project where I was working in SCERT in DIET, which was called YUVA training program. And that program was conducted by the Directorate of Education. And we did a lot of modules with the teachers, with the students, especially it was related to adolescent education program. These are the WHO identified core life skills. Like first one is self-awareness. to be aware of our own strengths and weaknesses. The strength may not be physical always, but the behavioral strengths and I won't call that weaknesses. I would say that the points wherein there is still a scope for improvement. This is psychologically speaking. Our own desires and dislikes, our own self-obligations, and how do we cope up with them. Second one is the empathy, putting ourselves into the shoes of the others. Third one is critical thinking, new ideas. There is that often quoted adage that says that the feeble-minded think about people, and the great minds think about new ideas. So whatever questionnaire in the morning I came across was also very relevant in the sense that it mentioned that whether I am preoccupied always with the thoughts and ideas in the past or the events of the past, or I'm always planning for the future, whether it is so or not. So give yourself points according to that. So it is your critical thinking type that will place you to the better and higher hierarchy of the people who are actually applying the learning skills, actually applying the life skills in life. Then comes the creative thinking, the decision-making skills, the problem-solving approaches, effective communication, verbal as well as non-verbal. Yesterday, I was going through another video in which one female was arguing with a policeman in the Hathras case, where actually this media lady wanted to actually go to the place where that the victim's family was residing, and she was stopped by the policewoman and policemen. And the kind of argument she was presenting was really not at all, not even humiliating. She was not at all humiliating anybody, but it was entirely and purely assertive. So let us all learn to be assertive in our communications, whether it is verbal or it is non-verbal. If you have a strong case, if you have a strong argument, there is all likelihood that 90% of the problems can be easily solved. And I also want to emphasize on the communication gap that often arises. And it keeps on widening between us and our subordinates, between us and our colleagues, between us and our boss. It often happens and it is likely to happen. Therefore, never let this communication gap to seep in your life. Keep on talking, keep on communicating, because that is the lifeline, not just a life skill. The eighth one is the interpersonal relationships, which is extremely important. As we say today, networking. The other day, a friend of mine was telling me that he got stuck in USA during this lockdown. Now, what was keeping him alive in that place was that he was always having communication with the people. He was always developing the interpersonal relationships with the people. We all know that in the developing countries like Canada and USA, more than 50% of the population has gone 60 years plus. The biggest problem these people are facing now is the interpersonal relationships. And a lot of researches have clearly shown that people join yoga classes just to develop interpersonal relationships. They are already very well. They are already having very good brain and mind. Sometimes they fake their illness in order to have the company of people. I mean, there is nothing wrong in that. It's just like ethical hacking. You can have the company of people if you think so, if you're seeking that desperately through yoga classes, through recreational classes, through various games and sports. There is nothing wrong with that. Coping with stress and coping with emotions is a psychological and a mental skill that can help you reap a lot of wonders if you have full command. And the yoga and various other meditation practices like Naad yoga are very much capable of understanding our needs and requirements and selecting the right kind of meditation technique that we want to follow and get benefits. Now, let us try to understand, is play a life skill? Yes or no? Play means anything which you enjoy doing or anything which you do. In the first place, let us try to understand what exactly is a play. There are three laws of learning by Thorndike. One is the law of effect. Whenever a child tries to kick a football, if he or she get hurt, the child will never ever try to kick the ball. So you forget about him or her becoming a footballer or a soccer player. Second one is the law of exercise, which says that the moment we carry on or continue doing certain practices in our lives, like thinking positively, doing certain good things in life, doing some kind of social service, or doing any kind of exercise for that matter, we are actually doing a great service to ourselves. And there is this stimulus and response, we call it SR bond. With exercise, this bond becomes more and more strengthened. Third law of learning is the law of readiness. This law says that whenever a child is ready to perform a particular activity, the child should be given a full and informed choice of performing that activity. Otherwise, that particular level of maturity which is expected, or that particular level of growth which is expected from that child, will not be achieved to the fullest extent. For example, if we are giving a child some kind of ball or giving a child to do a particular stretch, the child may not be able to do that stretch, doesn't matter. But over the period of time when a child practices, he reaches the intermediate level, and then you give him or her the advanced level of stretching exercise, the child will be able to do it. So it is very important for a yoga guru or for a teacher or for a coach, for that matter, to understand the maturity level or the readiness level of the child to whom you are teaching, so that the child is able to take up the further challenge. That particular stimulus and response bond need to be further augmented by advanced level practices if we want the student to grow faster in not only the quantity of doing asanas but also the quality of doing asanas. As an example, now here are some of the indigenous games that improve upon our life skills, which we have forgotten over the period of time. Just remember, I remember myself running around, catching the kites, not just on 15th of August, but around 1 month before 15th of August. We used to run around carrying various, tree branches, catching and that was a very good skill. I mean, you need to anticipate the flight of the kite which is coming down in order to catch it and catch it at the highest point. So nobody taught us, all these indigenous games like Coco, wherein you learn the skill of reaction time, not just the mind but body together. They work in Coco. Malcolm, look at the wonderful balance and the concentration that a person performs while doing rope malkham or pole malkham. Kabaddi is our own indigenous sport, that involves anticipation abilities, that involves reaction times, that involves our peripheral vision to improve upon like anything. Pittu Garam, you must have heard about Maram Pitti, with a small ball we used to play hitting each other. It was not the ball's force or it was not the pain that used to hurt us more, but it was the humiliation when the ball used to contact our body. So the kind of self-esteem, the kind of reaction abilities, the kind of judgment that involved in Maram Pitti was tremendous. The tunnel ball game, the tug of war, Rasakashi we call it, Kokla Chipaki. I don't know whether your children have played this game, but we used to play these games a lot. Kanche, kite danda, kite flying. I told you, Vishamrit. I don't know whether these schools, the so-called public schools, are organizing these games or not. Ludo. Have you been playing Ludo? Anybody raise hand during this lockdown period with your family? If yes, then you are one of those privileged people if you have been playing Ludo, Saap CD, and the other game like that. Stone finding in the swimming pool was our favorite pastime. Even today, we don't let our children to swim in the rivers. Earlier, we used to swim like anything in the rivers, and we were not at all afraid. The carom, the chess, memory games, dog and bone games, and various other games which are suitable for the children with special needs. So that is why I said we are in an ecosystem. We must take care of this inclusivity of our environment as well. If we talk about yoga, the kind of life skill that we develop is focus by practicing Trataka. We develop stillness when we keep our senses in control, pratyahar, silence. Self-awareness is learned when we focus on our breath. We learn to have, we learn to develop energy through the concept of life force. We call it Kundalini. So these are the skills which we learn, which we can apply directly into our lives. Now, what are the different forces, driving forces, and the present scenario that are associated with the healthcare sector, wherein these life skills and these professional skills are playing a very, very important role? Because now the competition will not be in learning things, but the competition is going to be in delivering the things, because it is not just the knowledge and understanding of an individual. It will be the biomedical science, it will be your information and technology skills, and it will be your ability to apply those skills, the communication skills, in actual setting. Our growing population has increased the demand of professionals to a very great extent. Now people are having very handsome income. Even the farmers during the lockdown who started practicing agriculture have been using and applying various modern techniques, and they have also become richer and richer. You can see in the market the rate of the fruit. So in various places, especially in Uttarakhand, I have come across many farmers, who are applying the life skills only, understanding the psychology of their customer to sell their product. The dietary habits have become very defective, which has made the healthcare sector even more in demand. The lifestyle diseases have increased, and it has been estimated that more than 17% people die of lifestyle diseases, like I would call them non-communicable diseases, out of which 17%, the highest, much higher even than the SARS-CoV, people die of cardiovascular diseases. Recently, we celebrated the World Heart Day as well. And rapid urbanization is also one of the cause of increase in the healthcare sector. So these are some of the statistics which I will not be discussing too much, but I will be talking about in the Indian context, wherein this Ayush sector has an annual turnover of around 12,000 crores, and it is bound to increase by more than 80% in the next 4 to 5 years. People are coming to India in order to get themselves treated, not at the cost, not just at the lower cost, but they are more interested in learning our holistic approach. And our holistic approach has also been not patented in terms of intellectual property rights, but we freely and wholeheartedly supply our knowledge and understanding, our herbs. There are 68,000 herbal plants which are available in India, which are used for the treatment and research purposes by Ayush Ministry. So this is the potential, tremendous potential, wherein our youth can develop their life skills to tap these various sectors. Especially, I want to talk about tourism industry. There was an argument, big argument recently. One minister was arguing with the other minister. One minister was the tourism minister of Uttarakhand. He said that Ayush Ministry should not intervene in promotion of yoga, because yoga can be best promoted by the tourism ministry. And you can understand how damn right the tourism minister was, because it is the spas, it is the hotels, which are going to make yoga more and more popular. Now there are education sectors which are associated, which are connected by the Ayush Ministry, who has done a wonderful work. Here are some of the more statistics which you can go through. Let me talk about the healthcare management industry requirements now. See, life skills apart, there are certain minimum professional skills that have been outlined and that have been prepared by the Government of India, that is Ministry of Youth of Ministry of Ayush, as well as the CII and the Healthcare Skills Sector Council. These 5 core skills are very, very essential, which have been identified. Number 1 is the communication skill, they say. I'll talk about this skill in the various, in comparison of the 3 types of duties and responsibilities and training programs which have been designed by the Healthcare Skills Sector Council. The IT skills, the self-management skills, the entrepreneur skills, and the green skills. You can understand the green skills, they are from our environmental point of view. So this is the combination of the public-private partnership model. You know? From here only we can learn the skill that why the government agencies cannot just do away with their own responsibility of education and health services. They are responsible for providing health and education services at the minimum bare cost to the community and society, because that's what their responsibility is. That's what we pay the tax for. Number 1 is, for example, here in the Healthcare Sector Skill Council, the first agency is the National Skill Development Council, of course, which is a government body. And the second one is the Confederation of Indian Industries. Why? Because it is the industry which is going to tell what kind of professionals we want, what type of life skills or what kind of professional skills they should have, in association with the Indian Yoga Association. So this is an example of public-private partnership model which I want to give you, and which is the most ideal model. At least on paper, it is very good. As far as the implementation is concerned, the time will tell how better this model is going to be from economical point of view, more so from socio-economical point of view. So the basic objective is the quality vocational education and skill development in the allied health. There was a memorandum of understanding which has been recently signed in 2018 between the Council and the Indian Yoga Association, and the primary objective to begin with is to produce the people, the men and women of action as well as wisdom, that is hardcore professionals or skill-oriented people like yoga therapists for diabetes, yoga therapists for cardiovascular health, yoga therapists for mental health, the cancer and palliative health, and women's health. So what are the benefits actually? The benefits are that there will be a database of the people who will be not only certified, but they will be labeled as level 1, level 2, level 3 qualified instructors. And their skills will be further upgraded and marked online so that you can choose from the best available professionals. Now, this is not the limitation. I mean, you may not qualify to be on the top 100 or top 500. It's not like that. You can even become a researcher, you know, if you want to assist in academic administration, pure administration, or as a research scholar. You can go for master training programs, the curriculum development programs, the publication and skilling of the books, and any center in India you can join. It is your skills that will count more, your soft skills that are going to play an important role. So because entrepreneurships and Atmanirbhar Bharat has been promoted, there are minimum requirements which have been set aside by these bodies, wherein you must have some full-time workers, some part-time workers, and you should be giving minimum wages to these people in order to be a successful entrepreneur. The attitude of service here is being very categorically defined. The first one is you must work with the entire SEVA Bhavana, service to the nation. You know, national integration has been kept at the topmost. The resources should be made freely available to the people in special need. There should be part-time resources also, so that whatever investment you have done, that can be optimally utilized on weekly and monthly basis. There can be paid services depending upon the type of client you are having, and the cost will be reimbursed or subsidized by the Government of India. As you can see that there are a lot of subsidies given by the state and central government. Entire petrol or the power industry is running actually on subsidies. So why not subsidies in the field of yoga and naturopathy and Ayurveda. As we can see that we get medical allowance. Somebody proposed that why give a medical allowance? Why not give a yoga or a gym allowance? That will be much better for the people to make use of, and that will be quite positive on the mind and the positive set of mind, positive bent of mind as well. So there are certain national qualification standards. Because of shortage of time, I won't be discussing too much, but there are certain job roles that have been particularly assigned and defined. Let me draw your attention towards this last few slides. I'll be taking another 5 to 10 minutes if you don't mind. The beauty and wellness sector, BWS means the beauty and wellness sector, has clearly defined the job role of a yoga instructor. This is the first level. The next level is the yoga trainer, and the third level is the senior yoga trainer. Now, please observe these compulsory BWS national occupational standards. As you can see here, the first skill that is required is to prepare and maintain the work area. They are expecting that a person who is class 8 student, that means the person is hardly 14 to 16 years of age, should be able to prepare and maintain the work area. Number two, the outcome, the learning outcome in the beauty and wellness sector, number 2 N2201, is to conduct the basic yoga sessions. So you can imagine the kind of professionalism which is expected from a 14 or 15-year-old child. I would say a kid, but not limited to this, not mandatory, but it is suggestible. Maintain health and safety at the workplace. Therefore, it highlights or underlines the skill of providing first aid, the skill of disaster management. These are all skills. The ability of an individual to handle the special population, the ability of an individual to handle the women who are overweight, the men who are having some kind of depression problem. So these are the minimum standards which are expected out of a particular professional, that the person will be able to deliver on these. Create a positive impression at the workplace. This is related to our communication skills. Why we prefer to go to one particular doctor and not to that particular doctor, only one particular orthopedic or a general physician? It's just because that person's communication skills and behavior is so good. Now look at this second skill which is required. Look at this second job role, which is yoga trainer's role. Again, you observe very carefully that the 3 skills are common. That is preparing the work area, maintaining health and safety, and creating a positive impression at the workplace is all the more common. Conduct the advanced yoga session is a skill that you can learn through YOGAGURU or any organization for that matter. And conducting a hut yoga session is another advanced level of skill which you can learn. Now there can be another skill called cross training or power yoga sessions or Zumba dance sessions. So it all depends that what is the requirement of your client. Here is the specialization. Conduct Bal yoga sessions, that is children yoga sessions. Well, this is important. Why? Because the moment the housewife or a mother is doing her own particular session, there should be a parallel session going on for the children who are coming with the mothers. Conduct the Mahila yoga sessions. Conduct the Vriddha yoga sessions. And look at this another last slide on the role description that has been clearly defined. Again, the 3 life skills are common, whereas the advanced yoga sessions and hut yoga sessions is included. So that's it from my side. I'll be taking up much more things. I wanted to actually compare the National Open School and IGNOU courses just to kindle your ability of critical thinking. You should be able to choose which course. These are the slides which are associated with that. But because of the shortage of time, I would like to take up more question answer sessions rather than one-sided lecture. Here are some of the roles and estimated income. Why our qualified yoga instructors are again facing brain drain is, because the salary in USA is somewhere around minimum wages, that is 19 US dollars per hour, and 40,000 US dollars per year. So our students are earning between 60,000 to 1,50,000 a month. That is the reason a lot of students who are studying abroad are going for short-term courses in healthcare, and they are joining various agencies as healthcare workers, and they are able to generate a lot of funds for themselves. There is a lot of scope with regard to insurance sector also, which has come up in a very big way abroad, but we are yet to tap this particular sector. So to conclude, let us be very professional. Let us not be unprofessional in whatever we do. And to be specific in yoga, let us be very clear about our goal, that I am going to do social service, no problem in that. But I am going to earn money through my skills. Let us be very, very assertive in deciding our objectives and goals, and not to be shy. Why? Because we people sometimes are blamed for having double standards. On one way, we say we are more interested in philanthropy, where another side, somewhere in the deep rooted intention is to earn money, money, and only money. But be careful that we should be aware of both the tangible and non-tangible, because work satisfaction also plays a very important role. And of course, money earning is not bad at all. If you go to any professional, any cricketer saying, I am a yoga teacher, hello, I can teach you to improve your performance, the person is going to tell you, बताइए क्या सिखा सकते हैं. If he is not convinced in the next 2 to 3 minutes, he is going to say you, thank you very much, bye bye, see you once again. Thanks to all of you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. And I personally have attended a lot many seminars. And yes, not to forget, I've got some comments, and a lot of people have raised their hands when you said how many games of those old days you have played. And I think the maximum Shailendra sir has played lots.
Correct. He is a born player, a born champion.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, sir. So now move on to our next speaker. We have Yogi Vijay ji from UK with us. He will be speaking about the secrets of cosmic and human tantric creative intelligence energy design.
Tell him about the time allotted, so that he should stick with the time schedule.
So actually we have passed the time, but we will let him know.
We would also like to share the screen. So is it possible to screen the share?
Yes, sir, you can do it.
Share the screen. We would like to share the screen. So can we share the screen during our talk?
You can do it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Namaskar. Greetings from United Kingdom. Just imagine we are sitting in the middle of a forest. It's called Forest of Dean in UK. It's one of the most beautiful part of UK. And we are totally surrounded by the trees, the forest. And this is what we started the day today with. I got up at 5 o'clock, did my own sadhana for 2 hours, then went with 25 yogis from different parts of England. They are with us here, staying for a weekend retreat, yoga retreat. And now I am talking to all of you. My journey yoga is very interesting. It has nothing to do with my education, but I did my MTech from IIT Delhi in biochemical engineering and biotechnology, which helped me a lot in my professional life. But my journey with yoga started when I was at the age of 5. I always used to watch my father doing yoga, and I was always curious what all he's doing. And I was always asking him a lot of questions. That, okay, I see that you are practicing yoga every day, you are feeling good, you are not getting sick. But my question to him was always a very practical question, that I have heard stories that yogis live very, very long life. And you also keep on telling us that according to our breath cycle, we can live around 120 years of biological life. So I asked him, are you sure you are going to live 120 years? He told, I am trying my best. I don't know. And from there, my research started. And I got interested in this science so much at personal level that it is now 54 years. I started at the age of 5, now I am 59. Not a single day I have missed my yoga practice. Yoga atha anushashanam. Yoga is practice, practice, practice. 98% practice, 2% learning. It is the atmosphere, why we here so often, why we are in the middle of a forest in England, why we are not sitting in home, doing the yoga classes in studios. Actually, this is the way yoga was taught in Vedic times, in Upanishad time. All the sages, famous sages like Maharishi Patanjali, they were living in rest academies. And their whole focus, whole object was yoga. They were totally in it, completely. It was not their job, it was their way of living. And I am just going a little bit back in time to show you the power of this knowledge. Patanjali Maharishi is sitting in his forest academy, and he is giving some discourse telling people that the whole knowledge which I have put in 8 limbs, actually it has its origin in Shiva Sutras, 112 Shiva Sutras, which have come from the 2 basic scientific knowledge streams shared by Shiva, Tattva Gyan, element science, and Swaryoga. So Patanjali Maharishi was going to decide that he wants to retire and he needs to select one disciple who can carry forward his work. So he selected 2 of the best disciples, Ram and Sham. I'm just naming them. And he gave them one task. He gave them 2 boxes, something was in those 2 boxes, small boxes, and told that I'm going on a long journey. Your task is that when I come back, whatever I am giving you in the box, I need to get it back in the same way. So he went away, and 3 years passed. He's back. He called the 2 students, please come and bring what I have given you 3 years back. So one student, Sham, he actually opened the box when he was given this box to know what his guru has given him. And he saw 3 seeds in that box. And he kept nicely in a clean place this box, closed this box, covered this box with a cloth. And every day he was praying in front of the box that, yes, I'm following the guidelines of my teacher. And he was praying and he was meditating and happy. When he opened the box after 3 years, he was shocked. There was nothing in the box. An insect entered into the box, eaten all the 3 seeds, and there was some dust left. So he really felt bad and he said, sorry, Maharishi Patanjali, I could not keep my promise. I'm really sorry for that. Now Maharishi Patanjali is asking to the other student, Ram, okay, Ram, what you did with the box? He told, yes, Gurudev, yes, Maharishi Patanjali, I also did not follow your suggestion. I opened the box and I thought, why you are giving me this task? What is the purpose of giving me 3 seeds and returning you after 3 years? There must be some hidden message. There has to be something very deep in your teachings and learnings. So I entered into a dhyana state, meditative state, and I realized your message was different. I decided to plant those 3 trees, so those 3 seeds. Within a month, 3 trees came, but with 300 seeds. In 3 years period, those 3 seeds created a forest around the ashram. It was a totally transformed place. It became one of the best area of that town. And people were so much benefited by it. The question comes, what those 3 seeds were? What was the message Patanjali, Maharishi Patanjali was sharing with his students? Those 3 seeds became millions of seeds. What each seed was, that each seed represented, that it was a creative intelligence with infinite potential. And we all are like that seed. We are born as creative intelligence with infinite potential. But the question comes, what was the problem that Ram captured the message, but Shyam could not capture the message? Although the Ashtanga Yoga, limbs, 8 steps, were taught in the same way to both. So Shyam asked Maharishi Patanjali, please help me because I am confused that we are doing everything same from you. 8 steps, we have given our whole lifetime. Why I failed? Why those 8 steps which you call? The number 8 is a infinite. It represents infinity. Because you taught us that following those 8 steps, we can capture our infinite potential. So that was the purpose of those 8 steps. Then Maharishi Patanjali told, the only difference is between 2 of you that I could teach only up to the 6th limb, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana. Nobody can teach you meditation and samadhi. You have to be totally in it. You have to be prepared for it. With your mind, you can only reach state of ekagrata, concentration, which Shyam, you did very well. But Ram was able to practically merge himself into dhyana and samadhi, and he could understand my message more clearly. So my passion with this knowledge was that I have studied a lot of sciences. I did a master's in life science, master's in biochemical engineering, biotechnology, a PhD also I did. I left India around 3 decades back. But my one passion remained. I wanted to know the secrets of long life, how yogis were able to live not only 120 years, which is the biological potential gifted to us by Mother Nature, but there are stories, 250 years, 500, no limits. So that is the research work I am involved at a personal level. And we formed an organization, Indian Wellness Academy, which is working very actively for last 2 decades in England and in Europe, doing a lot of courses, a lot of research work. And in my research work, I saw that there are certain switches in the software of body and mind. If you become aware of those switches, which are in the software of body and mind, yes, it is possible that you can slow down the aging process. You can have a very healthy, happy, blissful life because you are how you are born. Creative intelligence with infinite potential. So in my research work, I found these 2 knowledge systems, the element science, why 5 fingers we know. Why we have 2 nostrils we know. We don't have one. Purpose is not breathing. There is SWARYODAYA. So using those 2 knowledge systems, I became aware that this body has a biological clock. And that biological clock decides actually, because we all are born in the same way as vibrating children with full of health, smile, laugh. Somewhere around at the age of 40, differences starts appearing. If you are careful with your body, with your health, with your diet, you will continue the journey. A good yoga practice, pranayama practice, good dhyana practice will ensure without any problem 120 years. But I am amazed. I see that even people practicing yoga, if they are trying their best, somebody can reaching 80, somebody can reaching 100, but I have not still met people living longer, one with yoga knowledge, with yoga practice, which was so easy in the past time. So in that, I became focused on the 3rd switch. First switch is 5 fingers, second is 2 nostrils. 3rd switch is a very interesting switch, Nabhi, which in yoga we call core. And I became aware that the actual control switch of aging process is in your navel point, in your Nabhi. The 72,000 energy channels, subtle energy channels, nadis, through which the subtle prana flows throughout the body. If you keep those 72,000 channels open without any blockage, biological death is not going to happen. And then I realized that all yoga, the asana, the limb of Patanjali, was dedicated to Nabhi. That is why Patanjali started that. What is yoga? Practice, practice, practice. It is not talk. To tell you a truth, I have a beautiful student who is a famous conductor and a piano master. I want to share with you, we celebrated his 88th birthday in August month. Let me show you what he is talking, how yoga regular practice. He does 2 hours of yoga practice. He's taking guidance with me for 10 years. He does 20 minutes of headstand, Shirsasana, So have a look what this great yogi, practical yogi in modern times, can keep himself healthy and fit at the age of 88. Second, just show them. Clicks and then okay. We are having some problem in playing the video, just bear with us. It is about starting with me, and then we will show the video of my oldest and the Kayakalp yogi, Vashari Tamash, who is 88-year-old and a regular practitioner. Start a little forward. Please talking language. Go back. So you feel with yoga practice? Absolutely. I couldn't be alive without that. So what you would advise people, because a lot of people think that yoga is only for young people, but they don't understand that if you practice regularly, it will not make you old. Of course, there's a point. And when you are very tired, you make yoga exercise, then you are fine. When you have stomachache, you can do yoga exercise. Okay, and everything that is really to be young all the time until you are on earth. This is the only secret is yoga. Possibly to have a master like I have now. I had several SUDIAN in 58 who wrote the sport and yoga and this book, and you can also buy this in Swiss. And so with Anand we make regularly the exercises together, and I am so fit that when I am working with younger workers, they are already that tired, and I just started to live alive. So yoga is making you more young, more creative, and healthy, and then you will know what is the trouble with you, and if you have, as I said, any trouble with the joints or headache or anything, you can do the yoga and then you are fine. And when you are very tired, for instance, after a journey, and you have to do, for instance, I am a musician, I have to rehearse, I have to protest, then I do a couple of yoga exercises. The most important the position on the head or on the neck. You see the name of the Sirsasana. Then you are fit. It's like you would have drank 18 coffee or something like that without the side effect of the coffee. So you would recommend yoga for everyone in Hungary? Absolutely. And you don't need to be young. You can be over 80 and start. Any age you can start. Any age, even after that. I'm very happy that you are practicing yoga and it is helping you. Yes, thank you very much. Next. Next. Yeah. So you heard this 88-year-old great yogi doing yoga for 50 years. And we are on a project with him that he has to at least go till 120. And you will be surprised at the age of 88, he works 16 hours a day. He's a famous piano master and conductor. And he's the most energetic man in his team and the most oldest one. In my research, I found that, okay, this subtle prana is flowing from the navel point. And if it is blocked, more than 80%, your time is out. So yoga practice makes it sure that there is no blockage of subtle prana flow in your nadis. We are also doing a lot of research on this prana energy. And I was amazed that in my research, I found the best understanding and explanation of prana energy in our Upanishads, in Prana Upanishad. So any yoga sadhak who is really interested in understanding this universal energy, the life force, it is a must to go deep into the Parshana Upanishad, which is explaining this prana energy. That this prana energy is like a shadow of your consciousness, of yourself. And through this, and what is prana? It is the same creative intelligence. And this creative intelligence is getting manifested as shadow of self through desire, through 5 elements, through 5 senses, 5 organs, and the whole diverse prakriti, nature is manifesting from the same prana energy. To understand the point that, okay, I have captured that prana is the energy behind everything what you are experiencing. Why people are practicing hatha yoga, but they are still not able to go very long. So I will now share with you my another research work on hatha yoga, which helped me in understanding that what was the secret in the old time, how the hatha yoga was practiced by Yogi Shiva, Adi Yogi, the Nataraj pose. A lot of people are not aware. They think yoga started somewhere very late. Yoga started with the great spiritual scientist Shiva, Nataraj pose. Not many people are aware. Veerbhadra. Who was Veerbhadra? He was the best friend and army general of Shiva, the warrior poses. So I did some research and I found their approach to hatha yoga was little different, and I would like to share that in few minutes with you.
Swamiji, I think it's a time now. You please conclude.
Yeah, I'm just because this is what is my life work, 54 years of research work. I'm sure that all yogis need to know that what is it, how the hatha yoga was practiced and how they were able to continue life longer. So give me another 10 minutes. I asked for the 40 minutes for my talk. So I think that I feel inspired that this knowledge has to be shared. Next. Yeah. So here comes the Nabhi biological clock with 72,000 nadis. As a biochemical engineer, I became aware that when you are doing yoga practice, there are 2 types of expansion of energy. It can be linear expansion or exponential expansion. If the energy is expanding linear, 1 unit in 9 steps will become 9 units. If you are doing the hatha yoga practice by generating the energy in a linear way, it will have one effect on the 72,000 energy channels. But if you do the Hatha Yoga in a way that energy expansion is not linear, but energy expansion is exponential. What happens in the exponential energy expansion? 1 unit in 9 steps will generate 512 units of energy. Magic. How they were creating the exponential expansion of energy using the same Hatha Yoga postures. I did research on 3 postures which are very closely related to the Nabhi and the prana energy flow. What are those 3 postures? Nokasan, Navasan, Bakasan, crow pose, Mayurasan. And I was amazed that a lot of people Hatha yoga, of course, if you are doing it for your well-being, you don't hold the posture for very long because you don't have unlimited time. Maximum people hold the posture for a minute. I did a research that if I'm holding the Nokasan, Navasan, boat pose for a minute, you know, you can feel your Nabhi pulse. This Nabhi pulse is so strong. Up to 1 minute, the energy expansion in the posture remains linear. If I keep on holding the posture, let us say 2 minutes, 3 minutes, a magic happens in the posture. The expansion of energy is no more linear. It becomes exponential. But holding the posture for 3 minutes is a challenge. And then I did a research that, okay, duration of the posture plays a role in those postures which are related to Nabhi. What about the intensity of the posture? Because in my research, I compared 3 postures. Why I'm taking this Navasan, Bakasan, and Mayurasan? Because the intensity of each posture is much, much stronger. The amount of energy generated in Navasan in 1 minute can be generated just by holding the posture 30 seconds in Bakasan. And just by holding the posture Mayurasan for 15 seconds. So magic I found in my research work was that if you are holding your posture's duration for a specific period of time, it will ensure the flow of subtle prana in nadis for a certain period of time. By holding certain specific postures related to Nabhi, you can have exponential flow of prana energy, and there is no way they can get blocked. So in nutshell, what I am sharing with you, that my research work indicates me that if I am following the everyday yoga practice with a specific duration, I can ensure 120 years. But by increasing the duration and by practicing those postures which are more intense, I can keep the subtle prana flow in nadis forever. And that is what I felt and I have experienced myself of my 54 years of yoga practice, that this is one thing, one knowledge system which has helped me. Just to make it short, we are doing a lot of research work and we are interested in some sort of research collaborations. I know nowadays a lot of good things are happening with yoga in India, thanks to our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. It was his vision that we have the International Yoga Day. Not only International Yoga Day, there are yoga ambassadors sent to every embassy. So yoga has now become talk of the town, which is very good, which is very helpful. But still a lot of research work is needed, and it is time that in India also we take the knowledge of Yoga, Ayurveda and Shiva Sutra, 112 sutras based on element science and Swar Yoga. We need to establish the same type of institute. What were set up after independence in India? What were set up? Indian Institute of Technology, Indian Institute of Medicine. Now it is the time to set up such institutes in India like Indian Institute of Yoga, Ayurveda and Shiva Sutras, which will do the higher fundamental research on Vedas, mainly Upanishad. That real knowledge related to yoga is coming from Upanishad. And present this knowledge, this information is scientific way, because a lot of objections are there. You people talk, you can't reflect, it's all talk. No, it is not talk. It is a serious knowledge. It requires serious inquiry, and the time has come that I am sure that a lot of new things are happening in India. There is a lot of awareness, a lot of new things coming up with yoga institutes, Ayurveda institutes, and I'm happy to contribute and share what all research work I have done for 54 years in a practical way in my journey. And thanks a lot for inviting me, Guru Mohan. It was really pleasure talking to you when you were in England. And I look forward to work together. Anyone who is interested. And also, I also welcome all of you. I tell you that every year in our Forest Academy, we organize a big yoga festival because we want to meet everybody who is working with us. So we were the only one in Corona times in England in August last weekend. We did still a yoga festival. Of course, numbers were limited 50, but we still did it. And we will repeat it next year also, and we invite all of you. Come and enjoy and see and experience the same Forest Academy, what used to be in the Upanishad times in India. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yogi Anand, Vijay Anandji. It was a very fruitful talk, and we are amazed to see your 45
54
years
of yoga practice
journey. It was amazing. Thank you so much, sir. Now, the next guest speaker of the day is YOGAGURU Shailendra sir. As I have already introduced once in the morning, but I'll still say a few words about YOGAGURU Shailendra sir. He is a born yogi. He has a meditative way of life from the very beginning. He has practiced yoga as a part of his life. He has deep knowledge of human psychology and specialization on power yoga and fitness yoga. Being a player of football, cricket, badminton, and hockey, he has been familiar with different sports, and he is quite popular among students with, say, fitness seekers. He is the founder member of Holistic Healthcare Foundation, and he is selfless and dedicated to serve the humanity. Apart from yoga teaching, he is die-heartedly involved in the missions of Holistic Healthcare Foundation. So I'd like to welcome Shailendra sir. Shailendra sir, please take over. Sir, we can't hear you. No, sir. You're not audible, sir.
No, sir.
Not audible, sir.
The last speaker अब आने वाले.
Maybe you can log out and log in again.
I think there was some problem at Shalin sir's end. He has logged out and will log in again.
In the meantime, I think is he there?
Not yet.
Shweta ji,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
can we hear him in the next session if it is not possible?
Sure, sir. I think
just
you were chairing this session, so
No.
you can.
First, you clear it with him whether Sarenji is available or not.
Sure, I'll give a call
Just
to him.
check it.
Sure, sir.
So, in the meantime, sir, you would like to say a few words?
No, I will conclude. I will not say few words. I will say many words.
Definitely, sir. But अभी जो सेशन हुआ है,
हाँ, मैं उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ ना. अगर शैलेंद्र जी आ रहे हैं तो उनको भी सुन लेते हैं, नहीं तो फिर हम कंक्लूड करते हैं.
Sir, I think he has joined back.
Yeah.
Okay, let him speak.
Yes, sir is back. No, sir.
No, sir, we can't hear you.
I think the same problem persists. There is some technical problem in his audio.
Yes, sir. I guess so.
Sometimes the laptop has an issue.
I think there is still a problem going on. Kindly, JP and Sir can take over and conclude the session.
Okay.
Shailendra ji will do it in the next session.
Okay, fine. So kindly request Swami Vijayanand ji to skip out of the screen. Yeah, he is here. Shailendra ji is here.
Yes, sir, but we can't hear him.
Can't hear him actually.
उनका भी ऑडियो ठीक नहीं है. शैलेंद्र सर, आप मोबाइल से कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
I think let him speak in the next session.
Yes, sir. This is what we think.
So clear the screen first, then I will start.
So sir, you are in the spotlight video.
I can visualize Swami Vijayanand ji on the full screen.
No, you are in the middle of the picture. You are in the spotlight, sir. You can talk.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We all are seeing you.
Thank you.
We all enjoyed your beautiful scientific talk, which was my passion when I was studying life sciences, biotechnology. It was really a very beautiful session.
I know you are a scientist. That's why you might have enjoyed my little knowledge. So.
Sir, once if Shailendra sir is back, sir, can you is the audio okay? No, sir. Still we can't hear you.
So should we conclude now?
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. My friends, my brothers and sisters of this noble and ideal webinar, this session was started with the talk of Dr. Yuvaraj Pokhriyal, who spoke on the basic concept of cancer and health. At the beginning of his talk, he gave the causes of the cancer, various causes, humoral theory, lymph theory, blastema theory, then chronic theory, trauma theory, infectious disease, genome factor, etc. And then later on, finally, he came to the conclusion that it's a proliferation of one cell which goes beyond the control, and it goes on proliferation, and finally it converts in the form of tumor, which is known as the malignant tumor. And then he defined, of course, the tumor, what the different type of tumor, and then ultimately he said what are the causes of the tumor. And the conclusion of his talk about the causal detrimental factor of the cancer was 90 to 90%, 95% genetic and mutality due to environment and lifestyle. You might be aware, but today's circumstances, that is COVID-19, even the same thing is appearing on the surface, that it is the genetic mutation. The RNA has been mutated in a different way, and it becomes a virus. So, and the whole world is in panic and suffering. Rather than not suffering, it has become disastrous for the whole world community. He also explained different types of cancers, then therapeutic agents. He talked about the phytochemicals which are being used for the treatment of the cancer. And then finally, he talked about the management of the cancer, like surgery, and then chemotherapy, radiotherapy, then psychological rehabilitation, etc., etc. So it was a very informative and very useful talk for the layman who might be interested in the knowledge and development of the cancer. Then we came to the another very dynamic talk from a dynamic person, Dr. Bikram Singh. He started with defining the skills, which is the need of our today. We have many, there are paradigm and horizons of the knowledge across the world and across the community, but we are lacking skills. So he gave the 10 life skill points which are being narrated by the WHO, then how to learn the life skill, what are the, and then he gave a very beautiful example in the form of indigenous games. And then finally he decided driving force to behind rise the healthcare sector and utility of these skills in the healthcare system. And to my mind, later on in the third part of his presentation, he was focusing in the development of and training of the yoga trainers, which are the need of our. And in the third speaker was today eminent speaker Yogi Vijay Anandji from UK. With all salutes to him, with pranam to him, because he is from my community. My community means he is a scientist. He is an engineer, he is a scientist. So I feel proud of him that one scientist and engineer had devoted his life for the yoga. That is the point where I want to worship you, sir. For 54 years you have given for the development and promotion of the yoga, and that too based on the practice, self-practice. That's most important, was the thing we learned from his lecture. He gave the essence of the point that there is a potential of yoga practices, and only practices 98% practice, 2% of the teaching only. Then he proved his logic with the story of Ram and Sam and with his guru. But I was amazed with his theory of longevity. What he said, that we can, if we practice, if we channelize the 72,000 nadis energy level in a very right way, we can defy the biological death. where I have a little bit disagreement, because if we go by mythology and by biological science both, from mythology, भगवान कृष्ण गीता में कहते हैं कि अर्जुन, जिस दिन व्यक्ति का जन्म होता है उसी दिन उसकी मृत्यु भी निश्चित हो जाती है. So you cannot extend the longevity. Whatever ayu you have been given, you have to complete that. And yoga is meant for keeping that lifespan healthy, perfect, blissful, and peaceful. But you cannot make longevity with the practicing of any kind of practice, whether it is yoga, whether it is any other practice. That is my point of view. So there I disagree with Swami Vijayanand.
Yeah, I would like to answer that.
No. I'm not looking for an answer. That is my statement. Yeah, that's
No.
why I said I disagree with that. And
No, I will quote certain text which can prove that by slowing down the breathing from 15
Swamiji,
to
just a minute.
lower,
Let
you
me
can
conclude,
prolong
sir.
the life.
We will chat later on. The important thing, I will give you an example. A yogi, Swami Vivekananda, he died at the age of 39 years. And when he died, he was a real yogi. We all agree and we quote here and there every time, all the time. He died at the age of 39 years. And when he died, he was suffering from multiple organ failure. So anyway, that's the different issue. There are scope of discussion, scope of academic interaction. But the one thing is very clear: life and death both are beyond our hands. That is my thinking. We had a very nice session in which we heard three speakers. One who was talking about the cancer and health. The second speaker was talking about the life skill. And the third speaker, Yogi Vijayanandji, who was talking about his personal experience and the benefit of the yoga practices for a human being and for the whole humanity. So if this session was blended with the mix of all the knowledgeable speakers, and we are thankful to all the three speakers. I hope the purpose of organizing this webinar is almost solved, because those who have joined this webinar might have heard all these speakers, and they would have been benefited immensely with the knowledge and with the deliberation given by all the three speakers. With these words, I conclude this session, and I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations and blessings. I should not say blessings, but somehow Dr. Mohan Karki and Neha Vasist, both are somehow my student, but now they have gone beyond the student, and now they have become teacher, and I really appreciate their efforts, making the yoga the passion and the motto of their life, which is not for the benefit of both of them, but for the benefit of the whole of society, like Swami Vijayanandji is doing for the benefit of the society. So congratulations to all the organizers from my side, Sanjana ji, SHWETA ji, and other members who are joined together making this event successful. And I hope that rest of the sessions, I will try to join all the sessions and to be present. And I hope that this will be a very good session. But one thing in the last I would like to tell you, which is lacking and which I find everywhere in all the seminars and in all the yoga deliberations. And that important thing is that research. Whatever we are doing to make the people convinced, to make the acceptability of the yogic sciences, it is necessary to conduct scientific research, which is lacking across the world, not only in India, across the world. Those who are involved in research, they are also somehow prejudiced, they are working on a different line of action. And I have seen in my in my lifetime and with my personal experience, I have seen the people who are working in the field of yoga practice, they are having different ideologies, and that is the reason why we are not concising at a particular point. This is the fact. Whereas the yoga has been originated from one single text, maybe Gita, maybe Mahabharata, maybe Srimad Bhagavad Gita, maybe Srimad Bhagwat, maybe Puran, maybe other texts, maybe Maharishi Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, but the modalities of the practices, the modalities of the research, modalities of the thinking are different across the country and across the globe. That is the reason why we are not getting the recognition what is desired and what we deserve in fact. So as Yogi Vijayanand said, it is the time, it's the right time to establish the Institute of Yoga and Ayurveda and indigenous therapy systems, so that we should go really for teaching, research, and research which can give the reproducible result. Why science research is recognized everywhere? Yogi Vijayanand ji will be agreeing with me that whatever he has learned when he was a student of biotechnology and IITian, he might have gone across the research and text and the material he has studied. It all is reproducible everywhere. You do the experiment in India in the similar circumstances, you do the experiment in Australia and Europe and UK, you will find the same result. But in case of yoga, there is a difference. People who are doing somewhere in India, in one part of India, their result is different, and people who are doing the same research in different part of country or different part of the globe, the results are different, because the practice, the modalities, the technology is different. So there is a need to establish a good institution to come out with the clear-cut policy, and there should be uniformity so that we can undertake a scientific research which will prove the utility of yoga, and it will prove the therapeutic acceptability, and it will give the recognition to the yoga, which is our heritage of knowledge, which is taken from the text of our civilization. With these words, I once again congratulate the organizers, and I am thankful that they have given me this opportunity to speak on my own topic and then chair the session and give my concluding remarks. Thank you, Shweta ji. Thank you, Sanjana ji. Thank you, Mohan. Thank you, Neha. Oh, so nice of you. Pranam, Swami ji. My difference of opinion is different. That I agree that you people are the real yogi. We are superficial yogi. We are not yogi. We are doing here and there tips, taking one tips from that tips. So, but the thing is that we should come forward with some concrete uniformity. That is my suggestion. Thank you, Pranam. Thank you.
I fully agree with you, and I look with research what I was talking.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Shweta ji. Now,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohan. Dr. Mohan, are you here?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I couldn't hear Neha from morning. Why you have kept her in the background? Can I speak her?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where are you? Are you fallen in a well?
No, sir.
Why are you? I mean, you are a प्रभु की आराधनी शक्ति राधा रानी है, और राधा रानी को योगा गुरु ने पीछे कर दिया है. I don't agree with this mythology and philosophy, Dr. योगा गुरु मोहन. So उनको भी थोड़ा आगे आने दो भाई.
मेरे से आगे ही है सर.
आप आगे
हैं.
अब जब हमने पॉइंट आउट किया तब आपने आगे किया ना. ठीक है, चलिए. थैंक यू. सो नाइस ऑफ यू, Shweta ji, once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, This was the end of the second session. So now we'll move on to session 3, and I would request Ruchi to take over.
Yeah.
I forget Ruchi to give the my thanks to, because she started the session, and I forget her name to. Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Ruchi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed. We are heading towards session 3. This session will be chaired by Dr. Vikram Singh. We have 4 speakers in this session: Dr. Anupam Tamarkar, Dr. Sandeep Madan, Dr. Subhadra Karki, and Pooja Nagdev. So let's begin. We'll start with Dr. Anupam Tamarkar. I would like to call Dr. Anupam Tamarkar. He is Bachelor in Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery, MD in Yoga. He's Prevention, Lifestyle, and Anti-Aging Specialist. Yes, sir.
I think Shailendra ji has come back, and his session was due.
Okay, sir.
So request Shailendra sir to make his presentation first, and after
Sure,
that
sure.
we'll move ahead.
Sure, sir. Shweta?
Shailin sir.
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, I think the problem is resolved now. Audio problem is resolved now. Over to you, Shailin sir.
Thank you so much. Some problem was there with my laptop, so I don't know. Earlier it was working and I was talking to everyone, but somehow it stopped showing my voice out. So I have logged in through my phone now. So I won't be able to share the PPT, but I'll read it out for you people. Sorry for the disturbance, first of all. And thank you everyone, including Vikram sir. Now he's on the chair. JPN sir, if you are there, thank you so much, sir. So I'll be talking about yoga for corporates. What happens at Vikram sir was rightly saying in his presentation that if we talk about US, so they are very well paid, the yoga teachers. But what happens when it comes to India? So I see like right now during the time of pandemic, and the people who are not very well connected with the new technology, the Zoom and all, the web conferencing and such things, are really into difficulty. But everyone needs to upgrade. We cannot give excuses. So one should remember that they should be updated with time. And yoga for corporates is such thing that corporate people really pay well. So if you are well versed with, kindly unmute Vikram sir, anyone, he is messaging. So if anyone is well versed and well trained for corporate sessions, they can earn a good amount of money. Money, after all, is what do you say, is a must, is a necessity these days. And if you're earning well, so your profession is rewarding. That's it, I can say. So most of the people who are audience right now, I'm able to see, are yoga teachers or yoga practitioners only. I'll say a few things about yoga for corporates. I'm sorry, I won't be able to share the PPT. If anyone wants, I can share it with them later on. So a little about our organization, Holistic Healthcare Foundation. Like everyone knows about it, but I would like to share the mission. That is to be able to bring health to one and all in its holistic sense. One and all means everyone in the world should be holistically trained to be healthy, to keep their immune system strong, to stay in an environment which is full of viruses and bacteria. Right now, if your immunity is good, so everything remains good for you. Coming to, like, I'll take less time now because I know other speakers are waiting. So let's come straight to corporate yoga.
So if you talk about corporates, a lot of things are happening there. And generally, being a yoga teacher, I know, and you must be knowing, what happens जब भी एक corporate session के लिए जाते हैं, and the first question we ask, how many people are doing yoga or some sort of exercise? Please raise hand. So there are less than 10% people who are doing exercise, some sort of exercise or yoga. So that's the pathetic state we have in corporates right now. और उनसे पूछो कि क्या reason है that why you people are not exercising. So the question, the answer generally they have कि हमारे पास time नहीं है. Like we work extra hours, हम थक जाते हैं और इतनी energy नहीं बचती कि योगा करें. So actually तो problem में ही solution छुपा हुआ है. अगर आपके पास energy नहीं है तो you need to do yoga more than anything right now, because it provides you energy, it provides you stamina, enthusiasm. So जो काम आप 10 घंटे में करते हो, you will be able ending doing that in less than 8 hours. So why not spend 30 to 40 minutes doing yoga every day? Other problems related to stress, and the reasons I should say are work pressure, peer pressure is also there, family and own generated pressure is a big thing. हम अपने आप ही इतना प्रेशर क्रिएट कर लेते हैं अपने ऊपर, टारगेट्स इतने हाई कर लेते हैं कि लाइफ में डिफिकल्टीज बढ़ जाती हैं. हाई टारगेट हैं, टाइम बाउंड है टारगेट्स हमारे, कंपटीशन बहुत है, परफॉर्मेंस ओरिएंटेशन बहुत ज़्यादा है, एम्बिशंस ज़्यादा है, लग्जरी और कंफर्ट ड्रिवन लाइफ है हमारी. दीज आर अ फ्यू रीजंस जिससे कॉर्पोरेट के लोग परेशान रहते हैं. लाइफस्टाइल रिलेटेड अगर प्रॉब्लम्स की बात करें तो उनके लॉन्ग वर्किंग आवर्स हैं. We know we live in Delhi NCR, so what's the state of traffic here? I was taking a session at corporate session at Gurgaon some day back. So most of the people were saying कि उनको एक stress का बड़ा reason है traffic jam. They were spending around 4 to 5 hours in the traffic only, like reaching office and going back home. Eating habits are not so good. If we talk about any corporate canteen, so what they have is most of the food is junk. Like they have samosa, they have patties, they have such things like which is more like maida oriented. So it has to be like they has to be like with constipation and all. So these problems are coming because of distorted eating habits. And the addictions, because they are working long, so to get like energy, they are smoking, drinking, and caffeine. They are living on that things only, and disturbed body cycle, because especially call centers or IT people, they generally work in different shifts. Kabhi to like they are working 10 to 6, some days they are working 6 to 2, and the other shift is night 2 to morning 10. That's making their life difficult. And the body clock, when it gets disturbed, so it creates a lot of like problems related to muscles, related to their sleep, insomnia happens, and a lot of other things happen then. So resulting all of the problems, what comes to their life? That's anxiety, hypertension, high blood pressure, what we say, depression, cervical pain, weak eyes, acidity, indigestion, loss in appetite, obesity above all. So these problems, when they come, so it reflects on their work also. So the performance really deteriorates, the mood swings happen, hot temperament, family comes to an unrest, lack of concentration, negativity happens, stress eating happens. So such things result in a lot of problems. And because of long working hours, generally people have like cervical pain, lower back pain, working too much on the keyboards, so carpal tunnel syndrome, so such things happen. So yoga has some solutions, like I'm doing my research on corporate yoga only, and like taking care of back pain and cervical, especially in corporate. So I've done a lot of work recently on that. I've got a lot of researches which show that yoga really works on the corporate basis. There are many researches which shows like they have taken it this way, that they have seen the gradual upliftment of people practicing yoga. They have compared it with other exercises in yoga, and yoga always comes above all. The results are extremely positive. So yoga in corporates is one thing we should take good care upon. It's rewarding also, and it's result oriented also. So corporate yoga is what? So there are two kinds, like we can do corporate yoga. One, like they can provide us a space, the people come there and we make them practice few yogasana, pranayam and meditation for sure. The other way is desktop yoga. That is a very in thing right now. What happens, like in desktop yoga, you go to their workstation and teach them a few things that they can do it working. Because what happens, because of so much pressure, they don't have much of the time to go out and do exercise and come back. So we teach them a few things, like every 2-3 hours they can spare 4-5 minutes and can practice a few things sitting on the chair, or maybe stretching their legs close to their working place. So it helps them a lot. The results are extremely positive. And the routine generally comes up a light warm-up exercise, some joint related opening exercises, some stretches, body part specific asanas if they are like obese or some problem they have, like lower back pain, so we will do body specific exercises. And after that, a few pranayams, like energy providing pranayams like Bhastrika pranayam we do Kapalbhati Kriya, Nadi Shodhan, Anulom Vilom, Om chanting. Such things are being done, and little meditation helps them wonders. Generally, a corporate yoga is consist of like around 20 minutes to 40 minutes. Desktop yoga I'm talking about is generally it takes 20 to 30 minutes, and if we are taking a proper place, so we can enhance it to 30 minutes to 1 hour also. Major benefits to the employees. First of all, it reduces stress level. Stress is the main reason right now, you know, there are a lot of lifestyle diseases like diabetes, like asthma, joint related disorders, high blood pressure. So these are all being taken care of. Back and cervical pain, I'm working on that right now. So I've got a lot of data on that, that the people are getting positive results. Better eyesight, it cures migraine and headache. It improves working efficiency, and it is being proved that the working efficiency got enhanced by around 20%. Hormonal balance, like, and it takes care of gastric problems, acidity, constipation, and it lowers fat also when you do exercise on a regular basis. And right shape of the body is achieved. Immune system is being stimulated and enhanced, and it improves the food habits. Everyone knows when you practice yoga, so automatically you start eating the right things. With the passing of time, your body starts rejecting the junk and starts accepting the right kind of food, what is right for you. Concentration becomes better. And above all, when you practice pranayam, normally what happens with corporate people, only one side, the logical side, that hemisphere of the brain is more active. And when you practice yoga, so both the creative and materialistic part becomes balanced. So that approach helped them a lot, like gaining what you say, praises from their bosses, getting some good and innovative work. So that is important thing, that balance between right and left hemisphere of the brain. Attitude becomes positive, it broadens their vision, it boosts their self-esteem also. Like it takes them out from the stress and it develops overall health. And it's not only beneficial for the employees, but it's beneficial for the organization also. First of all, it reduces the absenteeism. It reduces the medical expenses. It creates a lot of motivation in work. When you're healthy, your attitude becomes positive, you're more energetic, you're more enthusiastic. So the targets are being achieved easily and an environment becomes all positive. It improves productivity, it improves and broadens the vision. It develops team spirit. Instead of pulling each other's legs, the people start helping each other because of the positive attitude. And it, on the monetary part, it reduces the health budget also. So we have chalked out a few things which are really helpful for a few things. So the teachers who are listening to me should make a note that how to approach a corporate. Let me talk in some practical terms. Like if you are approaching a corporate or a corporate is approaching you, so what should be there in your mind? There's some important thing you should keep in mind or you should note it down. Corporate yoga can be of different types. So first of all, if a person is calling you, an admin is calling you to conduct a corporate session, the first question you should be asking, what is your purpose? It can be stress management, it can be better alignment for the body, it can be general fatigue because of the more sitting hours. So you need to take care of cervical, back pain. It can be stress, so because of that hypertension, diabetes or asthma or such joint related problems may arise. So you should ask the person that what is the purpose. And believe you me, most of the time they don't know. So you need to give them some time that please ask the participants that what is their problem and then come back to me. And you should be knowing the number of participants, the way you're going to conduct the session, that they have proper place or you need to go there to their desk, their workstations to conduct yoga. So first thing first, you should come to know the age group, their purpose and the number of participants. When you come to know that, so prior to conduct a session, you'll be able to do your homework, like what all needs to be done. Don't go into a corporate without a homework. That's my suggestion. Or don't even go to a yoga class before preparation. Like it's like the Yoga Guru and the team, I know very well that all the teachers are so serious and so compassionate for the work. So even after getting an experience of 15-20 hours, whenever we go to take a class, always we go prepared. We go doing our homework, that what all needs to be done. So on the following basis, you should be having some capsule programs like yoga for stress, yoga for back pain, yoga for cervical, yoga for carpal tunnel syndrome, for high blood pressure, diabetes, and body alignment can be one, and enhancing energy, reducing stress. So such things you people should know that you have enough material on that, and go prepared and heal the people. That's my message to you. I know like we are already running out of time. So if anyone wants to ask any question, please go ahead. I would love to answer. Thank you so much. Right now, back to the host.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative session on corporate yoga. It is definitely the need of the hour because of the disturbed lifestyles and long corporate hours. Our next speaker of the day is Dr. Sandeep Madan. Dr. Sandeep Madan is an Ayurveda expert of commendable repute. He is MD Ayurveda from University of Rajasthan. More than 9 years of clinical experience. His clientele consists of Indians and foreigners. He has been practicing Ayurveda as Chief Ayurveda Consultant at Astha Ayurvedic Clinic, New Delhi since 2004. Please welcome Dr. Madan. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you
okay.
are.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And first of all, congratulations to the Yoga Guru Institute for organizing such a wonderful international conference. I was listening to the
So your
previous
voice
speaker.
is a bit low.
I was listening. Yeah, is it normal now? Is it okay now?
Yes, now it's okay.
Yes. I was listening to the previous speaker, Shailendraji, Dr. Vikram, Swami Vijayanandji, wonderful knowledge sharing there. I hope you all benefit from the previous speakers. Today, I have been given the topic to present how we can help in osteoarthritis or the joint problems through Ayurveda. So I will start my presentation without wasting much time in discussions. And in between them, you are feel free to ask if you have any questions. So this is my presentation, Ayurveda for joint pain, and mainly we will discuss about the osteoarthritis, which is a degenerative joint problem. So solutions in Ayurveda for joint pains. Most of people are they here from the holistic background, holistic life sciences. Most of them know Ayurveda is made up of two words, Ayu and Veda. It is the science of life, or rather we should say it's a science of healthy life, how we can live healthy. Ayurveda is a holistic science because it believes in totality. Ayurveda always considers human body to be a part of the universe. So we believe we try to be with nature to make ourselves healthy. So we always look our body as a part of the macrocosm or the universe. The other side, the Western science, you will find their approaches of reductionist. They always try to find out the exact cause of the problem. Like they will, if somebody is having joint pain, they will go into details about which system is suffering, like musculoskeletal system, then which organ is being damaged, which part of the organ, which cell has the problem, and what exactly in that cell is causing the problem. So their approach is towards reduction. They are reductionist, while Ayurveda doctors, Ayurveda science always believe in totality, or we try to balance our energies, we try to remove our toxins from the body, and we believe that this will make the body more healthy and it will help in regeneration of the tissues. So these days we will find that in the market you will find a lot of products, lot of consumables as they label themselves as herbal. So what is difference when we say this product is herbal or this is an Ayurvedic? The main thing is the principle behind it. Ayurveda product or Ayurveda consumable, it will have a strong basic fundamental principles. Like it's not that you mix up any herb, any natural supplement and call it Ayurveda. It is different. That is true. It will be herbal, but not Ayurveda. But Ayurveda products, Ayurveda treatments, Ayurveda therapies, they will definitely have a basic fundamental principle. Like Ayurveda believes in 5 basic element theory. Ayurveda believes in Tridosha theory, or believes in 3 energies which drive the body. Ayurveda believes in Saptadhatu or 7 tissues theory, in Agni. We all are driven by the digestive and metabolic fire. Without Agni, the absorption, the digestion, the nourishment is not possible. And we believe in the concept of ama or toxins in the body. Whenever the Agni is deranged or it's not working properly, our body generates the ama or toxins, and it's very important as per Ayurveda principles to detoxify the body. If we want to have a healthy life, if we want to have results in the diseases, it's very important to detoxify. Ayurveda also believes in the prakriti or the constitution concept. Everybody is not same. We cannot give like Western science, we cannot give paracetamol to everybody who is suffering from fever. We have to ascertain the prakriti of a person, the constitution, and based on that constitution, we plan the diet, we plan the therapies, we plan the medicines, and their prognosis, like whether this disease will be healed completely or there will be some letback. They are decided based on which is the prakriti of a person. So if we find any product or any service backed by the fundamental principles of Ayurveda, then it is Ayurveda. Otherwise, you can call anything which you combine and make, you can sell it as herbal, but there will be very difference in Ayurveda and herbal products. So this is about the 5 basic element theory. We believe in the space, ether, earth, fire, air, and water elements, and they make up the body, they make up everything available on the universe. Then we believe on the 3 driving energies or 3 dosha, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha theory. Vata energy is the movement energy, like our physical, our mental, and involuntary, voluntary, all movements are governed by the Vata energy in the body. It has 5 subtypes. It is having different qualities, like it is very dry, cold, light, minute, movable, and rough. Then Pitta energy is the energy of transformation. So many chemical reactions are going in the body, so many biochemical reactions, hormonal reactions are going in the body. They're all covered under the Pitta energy. It's slightly oily, hot, sharp, liquid, sour, and pungent in qualities, and has 5 types. Kapha is the energy which gives the body immunity, stability, and safety. So without kapha, we cannot imagine of stability in the body or immunity in the body. It's heavy, cold, soft. Unctuous means greasy, sweet in taste, viscous, and again has 5 subtypes. 7 vital tissues are present in the body. It corresponds to the 7 tissues of the Western science as well. Rasa dhatu, Rakta dhatu, Mans dhatu, Med dhatu, Asthi dhatu, Majja, and Shukra dhatu. So today we are going to deal more with the asthi or the bone tissue. Then we should understand about the vata, because when we discuss the joint pains or any painful disorders, it is the derangement of vata dosha mainly. So what symptoms and what effects arise when vata dosha is imbalanced or it is aggravated? Physically, we will find that the person will suffer more from constipation, gas formation, abdominal distension, dehydration. His skin will be very dry and rough. He will feel pains, body ache, or joint pains, or muscular pains. Taste in the mouth will be astringent. He will feel loss of strength. He will have low vitality. Sleep will be disturbed. There can be some tremors, twitches in the muscles. He will feel dizzy, or he will not feel fresh when he wakes up in the morning. He will be very sensitive to the cold and always desire for the warm environment. So cold uh, environment as well as cold eatables will aggravate the problem. And normally we see in the practically we see that in the winter time, or when somebody is eating something which is believed to be cold potency, like cold drinks or ice creams or rice, they feel more body aches, more joint pains. Vata aggravation will again affect the psychology or behavior of a person. He will be more irritable, anxious, nervous, or agitated, very impatient. He will be wanting to run away from the responsibility, from the situations, feel very confused, will be ungrounded. He will be having a vicious cycle of thinking, circular thinking, again and again and again. He will think of the same problem, and he will have excessive movement or excessive talking when he is having the vata aggravation. So what effects it will produce on the body whenever vata is aggravated? There are many effects which we feel over the body, like wasting of muscles. Vata normally aggravates when we age. So in the old age, people have wasting of muscles. Their muscles become very weak. That's why more pains or more lethargy they become. Joint pain is a symptom, is a effect of vata aggravation in the body. Stiffness, headache, retention of urine and constipation. So both urine and stool, they tend to retain in the body. They don't come out with difficulty. Weight loss, cramps in the muscles, and other symptoms like paralytic attacks, some tremors, twitching, convulsions means fits, or colic pain in the abdomen. They may feel the colic pain because of the more gases or intestinal uh, movements, dryness or scaling over the skin, and some phobias or insecurities. These are the effect when the vata is aggravated in the body. Next, vata disorders. If we describe about Ayurveda, Ayurveda has described the 80 diseases which occur due to the aggravation of vata, and we will find that most of the painful disorders, most of the disorders which have a symptom of pain, they are because of the vata. They're out of the 80 disorders, most of the painful disorders are because of the vata. Like these are the in so many names of all the symptoms, all the diseases vata cause. I will just go through the important one which are linked with the pain or the joint pain, like pain in the feet, stiff ankles, cramps in the calf muscles, then sciatica, pain in and weakness in the thighs, pelvic pain, pain and stiffness in the sacroiliac joint or in the back region. So they all indicate towards the uh, factors towards the vata aggravation. So the vata will definitely cause the painful disorders in the body. There are the other symptoms like tachycardia or jaw pain, lip pain, eye pain. Most of the painful disorders, they also correspond to the vata imbalance. Some more like facial paralysis, tremors, and headaches. They are all their cause is mainly the vata aggravation. So every body part, including the joint, has effects of the tridosha imbalance. It's not that uh, this one part is being controlled by vata, the other organ is being controlled by pitta, or another one by kapha. Every organ, every cell of the body has the simultaneous effect of all the three doshas imbalance. The same is true for the joint as well. Joint is made up of the bones, the synovial fluid, and the capsule around the joint, which constitute the structure of a common joint. So there are some like the bones which become fragile, osteoporosis. They are the effects of the vata, because vata is responsible for the degeneration. Whenever we grow, whenever we age, vata aggravates, and because of that aggravation of vata, bones become very brittle, osteoporosis sets in, and people start feeling pain and lightness in the bones. Again, the fluid which is filled around the joint is the synovial fluid. It becomes less in quantity with the age. There will be some swelling if kapha is aggravated, and because of the pitta, you will find some inflammation, redness, swelling, rise of temperature near the joint which is affected. So all the three doshas will have their effect on the joints. Like vata aggravation will cause more pain, more degeneration of the bones, and crepitus. Crepitus means the sound which we get when we walk, when we stand from a sitting position, or when we are walking. Some people get lot of noise in their joints. It is the symptom of vata aggravation. Pitta will cause the inflammation. Like some people, they have very swollen joints. The skin over the joint is red and temperature is very high. We feel warmth there. It is the pitta imbalance. And whenever there is some swelling or heaviness while walking or near the joints, it is the derangement of the kapha. So all the three doshas can cause the derangement in the doshas, but mainly we concentrate over the vata. If vata is controlled, and pitta and kapha, they are very easy to control. Next, when somebody comes with a joint pain, there may be underlying causes, like somebody may have osteoarthritis. OA is the osteoarthritis. It is a degenerative problem which develops with age. Other people may have RA or rheumatoid arthritis, which in a common language we call gathia. It is this problem arises in the middle age, around in 30s or 40s. And the third problem, gout, or because of the high uric acid levels. They all represent with the same symptom, joint pain. But there is a role of a doctor or a clinician to differentiate what the person is suffering from, whether he is having osteoarthritis, whether he is having rheumatoid arthritis or gathia, or whether person is having gout or high uric acid levels in the blood. So there are so many points on which one can decide, like if somebody is having pain and swelling on the major weight bearing joints like knee joint, and there is crepitation, noise on movement, tenderness, and the joint space has the problem, enlargement, then we label it as osteoarthritis. Otherwise, if we feel the inflammation is multiple joints and the person says to you that I have morning stiffness, whenever I wake up in the morning, I am not able to move my hand, my feet for more than 30 minutes. Then slowly when he wakes up, he walks, then the condition become normal. So this is a typical example of the gathia or rheumatoid arthritis. While in the third case, gout, it is a polyarticular pain. Many joints are involved, and mainly the knuckles or the toe. These joints are more affected by the gout. And in this, there is the joints are very tender. You cannot even touch the joints. The person will cry whenever you touch the joint. There will be swelling, inflammation. While osteoarthritis is very gradual, it will develop when you reach your 50s or 60s. Rheumatoid arthritis is also gradual, but it starts earlier in the middle age when you are 30s and 40s. Most of the females get the attack of rheumatoid arthritis in this age group. While uric acid level can affect anybody, and the mode of onset is very acute. Suddenly the person will feel he was very normal yesterday, and the same again next day he becomes he comes with you with a painful swelling and pain in the joints. The joint involved in osteoarthritis are the weight bearing joints, while in the gathia you find polyarticular, small middle joints are affected, while in the gout mainly the knuckles or metatarsophalangeal joint. They are the knuckles where our palm bones meet with the finger bones. These joints are affected. There is no systemic feature, like the person will be fit otherwise. There will be no other symptoms in osteoarthritis and gout. But in gathia or rheumatoid arthritis, you will feel you will have lot of other autoimmune problems. Like some people have eye problems, some people have heart issues, cardiac issues, some people have skin issues, along with the joint pain. He will also suffer from the rise in temperature. There will be fever or anemia, because this is a systemic problem. There are toxins moving in the body. But in the osteoarthritis, it is only a degeneration. Only with the age, vata gets aggravated and the person feels joint degeneration. The pathology in the osteoarthritis is degeneration. The joints or the bones are getting degenerated. In our rheumatoid arthritis, it is autoimmune problem, and there is inflammation of the vessels in vasculitis. And while in the gout, there is hyperuricemia, the high level of uric acid in the blood. With the investigations also we confirm, like we go for the RA factor, ESR, X-ray, uric acid level. So a clinician can diagnose whether the person is suffering joint pain because of the aging only, or he's suffering from having some problem, autoimmune problem like rheumatoid arthritis or guttia, or somebody is having very high uric acid levels. Once you decide what is the problem, then we can go for the treatment or the simple remedies which we can adopt. So today we will discuss more with the osteoarthritis problem. So these are the terms which Ayurveda has mentioned, like osteoarthritis has been mentioned as Sandhigata Vata, rheumatoid arthritis is mentioned as Ama Vata, and gout is known as the Vata Rakta. These diseases have been mentioned in Ayurveda literature. And before we treat a person suffering from osteoarthritis or Sandhigata Vata, we have to ascertain which stage one is suffering from. So it is not a good point to treat a person who is suffering from stage 4 osteoarthritis, who needs a total knee replacement. There we cannot claim that he will be cured by the therapies or the simple home remedies or with the exercise. So they have described the stages of the osteoarthritis. Like stage 0 is a normal. There is joint structure is very normal. The person is not having any damage to the cartilage, the capsule, the bones. In stage 1, there is minor wear and tear in the joint. Then the bones will tear. The bones will become fragile. And there is bone spur. Bone spur means a pin-like structure, a very sharp structure of a bone. The bone becomes degenerated and it becomes very sharp. So whenever a person is walking, whenever a person is moving, he feels pain. In the stage 2, the bone spur is mild, pain is more, and stiffness after prolonged use of joint. In the evening hours, the person feels more pain when he uses these joints. This is the stage 2. Up to stage 1, stage 2, only exercise, massage, simple home remedies, and simple medicines, they are very beneficial. We can manage these 2 stages. But when the person is in stage 3, he needs intensive care, he needs some detoxification and regeneration, like some therapies in Ayurveda. In the stage 3, the bone spur is moderate, cartilage damage starts, and the joint space between the 2 bones in the joint, it decreases. So the person feels more noise when he is moving, especially when he is climbing on the stairs. While in the stage 4, it is the last stage when the joint space is very much severely reduced. The person cannot even move the joints, and he feels a lot of pain, and he has very stiff joints, and he feels discomfort even on walking. The walking become very disturbed. So in the stage 4, we cannot claim we can cure it, but stage 1 and 2 very easy to control, and even stage 3 we can give lot of relief to the person who is suffering from the osteoarthritis. Table depicting the dietary modification, what we can advise a person who suffers from the joint pain because of the aging or the osteoarthritis. This is based upon the Vata dosha. If Vata dosha is controlled, so we advise the person wholesome food which are beneficial for controlling the Vata, and we ask the person to avoid the table which is under the unwholesome food. It can aggravate the more Vata. So freshly cooked vegetables, fenugreek seeds are wonderful for balancing the Vata aggravation. Green gram is equally good for everybody. Ginger, garlic is good for Vata aggravation. Asafoetida or hing is a wonderful medicine for the Vata. Cardamom, turmeric, and taking lukewarm meal with little ghee for the nourishment of the bones as well, for the nourishment of the muscles as well. Cumin, they're all good for the person who suffers from the osteoarthritis. While we advise the person to avoid more pulses and beans, leftover food, or basi khana. We cannot, the cold freezed food, which is popular in the foreign countries, it's totally bad for the Vata. So it will aggravate Vata more easily. cold drinks, salad, or raw food, sprouts, they're not good for the vata people. They will produce more gases, more vata in the body, and the person ultimately will have more degeneration. Fermented food, cabbage, cauliflower, spinach, broccoli, and pea, they are claimed to aggravate more vata, so not beneficial for the people who suffer from the osteoarthritis. Now, the next slide is about the home remedies, very simple remedies which can help the people who suffer from the joint pain. If they keep starting these remedies, they can reduce the symptoms. It will definitely benefit. Like we can advise the fenugreek water or fenugreek sprouts. Fenugreek, 1 teaspoon one can keep in a warm water overnight, soaked overnight, and next morning the person can filter it and drink it as a fenugreek tea or fenugreek um, juice. And the sprouts can also be made by keeping the fenugreeks for 48 hours or 50 hours. In around 2 days it starts sprouting, and these sprouts are good for the vata problems. But other sprouts like the beans or the pulses we don't use for the home as a home remedy for, but this fenugreek sprout are good for the joint pains. Aloe vera is a wonderful medicine for nourishing the joints, as we find that the synovial fluid or the liquid which is around the joint becomes diminished in quantity over the years when we age. Aloe vera is a good remedy to start in the early stages. Garlic sheer pak. It's a special home remedy in which we take 2 bulbs of garlic, we crush them, then we boil them in 1 glass of water and 1 glass of milk. We boil them up to the extent that the water is evaporated. Then we are left with the milk and garlic. Then we filter it and drink this garlic sheer pak once a day or twice a day, depending upon the severity. It's a good medicine to control the vata and to so to some extent restrict the degeneration in the body. Trikatu, or a combination of ginger, black pepper and long pepper in equal proportions. We can use it as a tea. We can boil in the water and filter it and drink it as a tea. It's a very good bioavailability enhancer. It enhances the potency of other medicines being used for the treatment of osteoarthritis. Ginger paste one can apply over the joint, but only for a few minutes or maximum 1 hour, because otherwise if you keep the ginger paste over your joints, it will burn the skin. The skin will be very red and some people cannot tolerate it. So up to some minutes it's okay. One can apply ginger paste, and after that you will find a magical cure in the pain. The person will say that, okay, I'm totally rid of the pain after ginger paste application. Sesame seed milk is a wonderful medicine, wonderful home remedy, which can balance the vata also, and which it can nourish your bones also. 1 teaspoon of sesames and 1 glass of water. First, we soak the sesame seeds overnight, and when they are very soft, we put 1 glass of water and grind them, filter them, and you will find a water-like consistency or a liquid. We label it as sesame seed milk. One can drink it 1 glass full per day. It's very easy to make and very good remedy for nourishment of the uh, bones. Next, there are some proven simple herbs or compound medicines that commonly we use in our practice, like gugulu. Gugulu is a wonderful vata pacifier and analgesic herb. It is a resin of the plant, mainly found in the this Rajasthan and Gujarat areas. And so from the plant, we extract the gugulu, the resins, and many tablets are available in the market, like Yogaraj Gugulu, Maha Yogaraj Gugulu, Keshwar Gugulu, which are prescribed by the doctor or with the doctor to manage these problems. Then ashwagandha is a proven antioxidant, and it retards the degeneration in the bones, improve the muscle tone near the joint. So ashwagandha can be taken as a remedy. Ashwagandha can be taken as powder or sheer bark or in other forms also. Shalaki or Boswellia serrata is another herb which has proven researched product, which is having beta boswellic acid, which is a wonderful anti-inflammatory. It reduces the inflammation around the joints, and it is an analgesic, or it reduces the pain in the joint pain problems. So Shalaki tablets, capsules are also available, which are often prescribed by the doctors for the management of joint pains. And the compound medicine Maharasana Adi Kashaya. It is a combination of around 26 herbs in the decoction form, in liquid form. And we advise the person to consume it in a dose of 20 to 40 milliliter in a cup of water twice or thrice a day. It is a polyherbal liquid would containing the mainly vata pacifier herbs. So if somebody starts consuming these over the period of 1 week, 2 week, depending upon the severity, he can feel the difference in the pain or the stiffness linked with the osteoarthritis. The last thing is about the therapies or procedures we prescribe. They are known as the Panchakarma procedures in the Ayurveda. Abhyanga is a simple massage, but with the medicated oils. The oils we normally use with a base of sesame oil, and there are so many herbs mixed in the sesame oil processed, which balance the vata, which reduce the inflammation, the pain, and we massage the joint affected with the oils. Svedana means the steam. We give the steam of some herbs. We boil some herbs in water, and with the help of some instruments, we generate steam. And after the massage, we give the steam to the affected joint. Basti is a medicated oil or decoction enema. Unlike the enema with plain water or other things which naturopathic doctors give, in Ayurveda, a doctor will prescribe you with the enema of medicated oils or some decoction of some herbs, because enema is considered to be a wonderful therapy for balancing the vata. Again, the potli sake, in which we take many herbs in a cotton cloth, we dip in a medicated oil, warm it, and apply over the joints for the relief in the inflammation. Jaloka or the leech therapy is a special therapy whenever we feel there is swelling in the around the joints, like mostly in the case of the gout, or when there we feel that the joint is very tender, very much inflamed. These leeches, they suck the bad blood from the nearby area, and the
She got disconnected, I think.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we got disconnected. Okay, let's move further. So I'll be calling upon Dr. Anupam Tamarkar. He's bachelor's in Ayurvedic medicine and surgery, MD yoga. He's prevention, lifestyle, and anti-aging.
1 minute, Ruchi ji. Subhadra ji will be speaking now.
For sure, sir. I'll just call her. Okay. So, guys, I would like to call upon Dr. Subhadra Karki. She's MS Ayurveda, Prasuti Evam Stri Rog. She's consultant gynecologist, lifestyle coach, writer, blogger, educator, and Garbh Sanskar expert. So here to you. Welcome, ma'am. Over to you, Subhadra, ma'am.
Hello, namaste. My humble pranams to everyone out there, and especially the organizers of this wonderful conference. I'm Dr. Subhadra, and today we'll be discussing about some clinical aspects of Garbha Sanskara. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So here we go. So I think most of us, we know about this terminology Garbha Sanskara. Sanskara is one of the commonly used term in our areas. And when you are talking about Garbha Sanskara, it is like you are improvising the quality of the Garbha, the fetus that is inside the womb of the mother, in all the aspects like the physical, mental, emotional, spiritual health. The overall improvement in the quality of the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health of an upcoming fetus, along with the concerned father and mother, is the process of Garbha Sanskara. We also hear about Garbha Sanskara in many of our classical texts like Mahabharata and Vishnu Puran, where there are many stories of the legendary characters that we have been listening since our childhood, like the story of Abhimanyu, when he knows to penetrate the Chakravyuh that was created in the Mahabharata war, we hear the story that Abhimanyu got the relation of the Chakravyuh when he was in the womb of her mother Subhadra, and that was taught by his father Arjuna during those times when she was pregnant. And also we also have the story of Prahlada, whereby we got to understand that being and brought up in the house and family of demons, Prahlada was an ardent devotee of Lord Vishnu, and how it was possible because his mother was also a devotee of Lord Vishnu, and she used to sing the hymns. She was always in a mood of devotion towards Lord Vishnu, and that character was transmitted. That character was seen in later in Prahlada himself. Also the story of Ashtavakra. These are the small evidences that are evident in our various classical texts that shows us the importance of Garbhasanskara in our traditional way. So after we know that what is Garbhasanskara, the next important thing to understand why Garbhasanskara, why it is important for us to know about Garbhasanskara, what are its importance, we'll be discussing about it. The first important thing is to have a planned conception. Since much of the pregnancies these days are unplanned, they just become in a jest. It's not in a very organized way. The couples, most of the couples, they are visiting us. They come to our OPD. They are not, almost like 80% of the couples are not in the proper planning. They are just getting the pregnancy and they wish to carry it or not carry it. Those are the issues. But when you are talking about Garbhasanskara especially, the most important thing that comes in consideration is that the pregnancy has to be planned. And the next important thing is we can also identify the high risk factors that are involved in the obstetrical health of the mother and also the father. The couples, they can be of small age or they are married late. They have already made too much of gap in the first child, or other health related issues. We can identify those factors timely so that we can educate them about what kind of things they need to do or alter or improvise in their food lifestyle or overall management of their system, so that the upcoming generation becomes one in the most utmost state of health and well-being. And also when we are talking about Garbhasanskara, that is going to help the upcoming progeny, the upcoming generation with longevity, physical, psychological, and spiritual health also. Also, one of the important aspects that makes Garbhasanskara very important in these days is that we can also minimize the incidences of congenital anomalies and genetic disorders in fetus with the proper usage of these Garbhasanskara tools. So when you come up with the components of Garbhasanskara, I have categorized it in 4 main important steps. First of all is Bija Suddhi. We'll be talking about each of them individually in detail, but for now, only the names like the Bija Suddhi. Then we have to, Bija Suddhi is also called a purification of the gametes, where Bija is called sits, just like that. The sits of male and female, that is sperm and ovum, purification of those cells, then conceiving a baby, then the antenatal care and delivery and postnatal care. These are the 4 important components of Garbhasanskara. So when you talk about Bija Suddhi, that is the purification of gametes, this is one of the very important concepts everybody has to understand, because since we know that a well-formed fetus comes after the interplay of 1 sperm and 1 ovum. So we have to understand that when an ovum and a sperm fuses, a zygote is formed, that is a one singular cell, that is one singular unicellular cell, and that bears all the potentiality of creating a well-formed fetus. That we can imagine the potency of that zygote, that the nose, the eyes, the hairs, the bones, everything is in that one cell. So we have to understand how the health of that particular one cell can make a difference in the overall development of the fetus later. So the health of a singular ovum and the health of a single sperm, each sperm is taken into special consideration for that Ayurveda suggests two important aspects for Bija Suddhi, that is the purification of gametes. One is Sodhana, that is called Panchakarma, and the most easy way to understand Panchakarma is how we understand these days like a detox treatment. It is not only about drinking 2 or 3 glasses of some herbal water or fasting or something like that only. Panchakarma is a very broad concept. There are experts who practice Panchakarma, and after Panchakarma, the most important thing that happens is there is the detoxification of the whole system of your body, and this is definitely going to help the reproductive system as well, thus purifying the respective gametes of the to be father and mother. And the next important aspect is Rajaswalacharya, that is called the menstrual regimen according to Ayurveda. So acharyas, the ancient scholars, ancient scientists have well devised the tools that are necessary for important menstrual regimen, because the world today is not only discussing about the hygiene aspects of the menstrual health. They are not going beyond that. Now some part of nutrition is coming into action, but the most importance was given to the use of some hygienic pads or some hygienic clothes only. But in Ayurveda, the menstrual regimen was an overall concept, a concept of 360-degree angle where everything was taken into consideration. The food, the lifestyle, menstruating lady has to perform. And also when a lady who is planning to get pregnant in next of her cycles, she has to take care of very subtle elements, what she is doing right now during the periods, during the period after which she will be planning for the pregnancy. She has a series of things that she shouldn't do, and also series of things that she should do to make her ovum in a perfect health, so that the outcome it comes in the form of zygote, and afterwards in form of fetus becomes one of the most well-formed and well established state of the body and well-being. So the after Sodhana, Panchakarma treatment and following the regimens of menstrual regimens as devised by Acharya Charak, Acharya Sushruta, we can gain the optimal level of the gamete purification. And similar kind of things are also there for these are not only for females, these are also the Panchakarma treatment is for male also, and also the males who have issues regarding fertility issues, the count issues, sperm count issues, or the quality, different sorts of quality problems in the sperm. They are also given a specific treatment before they think of becoming parents. So this is an overall very strong and foundation of a good Garbha Sanskara that is going to give us a very good and fresh and healthy and well-being of the fetus to come. So the next aspect of the Garbha Sanskara is conceiving the baby. Once the body of male and female is ready, like they are in a perfect health by doing Panchakarma, by doing various series of actions that the experts advise them to, they can now move towards the second step of conceiving the baby. Conceiving the baby, I have to go to the history, because conceiving the baby was considered to be one of the most pious act at those times, at those ancient times, at our traditional times. But it was not only the act of just reproducing; it was a very important aspect that you were creating a generation, a new generation that can be full of so much of potential that they can decide the future of this whole universe, whole earth. So it was considered to be that much of important duty and a pious action. So conceiving a baby is not only only for the sake of reproducing. It has to be an overall concept. We have to understand many of the aspects and things regarding when we are thinking of becoming parents. So so after the purification of gamete, you can come to the next step that comprises of these 3 steps again. That is the role of Nakshatra, Jyotis, and Garbha Sanskara. We decide a very important sthiti of some constellation, some nakshatras that are going to help to bring out one of the right and more perfect timings for conception. The next is as advised by in Ayurveda, that is Santan Kameshti Yagya, since Yagya therapy is also one of the most important therapies, and many researches are also available in this Yagya therapy, like they are helpful in for the upliftment of the mental health, as well as they are helpful in the detoxification of environment, and also the fumes that the Yagya fire produces also helps in some certain levels of hormonal upliftment. So these are the things that were devised and advised by our ancient scholars at those times. And the next step is Kama Sutra. Kama Sutra, this is one of the Vedic method of intimation. When we heard the term Kama Sutra, it's always like we are taking it with the purpose of some sort of entertainment or some sort of recreational purpose. But Kama Sutra itself, it is one of the important science that was that was given to us by our scholars, by our Rishi Munis, because among four Purusarthas, Kama is also one. And when we are thinking of creating a new generation, there has to be a certain discipline that the couple has to follow to reproduce a very wonderful human, a very wonderful new generation. So all these things that has to happen in certain level of discipline. All these things comes in the section of Kama Sutra. So all these things are advised to the couples accordingly, according to their need, the need of the couple, their condition. All the things are analyzed and advised in the Garva Sanskara programs. And once all this, like the couple takes into consideration of Nakshatra Jyotis, the couple does the Santan Kameshti Yagya, and they are advised for a right timing of copulation. Then once the lady conceives, then there is another step whereby the mother has to follow certain rules that are devised according to the principles of Ayurveda, like as the fetus grows day after day in many sorts, in the level of muscular level, in the bones level, in the mental level, many kind of growth are occurring simultaneously. So so for their purpose, the necessary Ayurvedic herbs, medicines are also given. A very strong concept of Ayurvedic diet and lifestyle is present, that is called Garbhini Paricharya. That is one of the well discussed term in Ayurveda, the antenatal care through Ayurveda. And also the next step is parental child bonding, that is called Garva Samvada. Because these days the parents are so busy, they are not able to take a good amount of time with their fetus or even for their family. So so we advise them to put some time in the morning or evening to talk with the upcoming baby, because all these things are giving the positive impact in the health of the fetus. Because there are researchers that are showing the benefits of these things. Also, there are researchers, they suggest that a lady who is exposed to the environment of violence, environment of abuse, the fetus grown through those couples, later in the childhood days of those fetus, those childs are having problems in dealing with stress. The stress coping abilities of those children are less. The learning abilities of those children are less. So we can think of these things in the reverse direction, that if we give a very good environment to the couple, especially to the mother to be, then many of the things, the learning abilities, the growth abilities, the physical features of the child, all these things are improvised to a much more good extent. So the overall environment of given to the mother by the family, by the father himself, all these things are going to make a very positive difference in the health of the upcoming fetus. So this parental child bonding that is discussed in the topic Garva Samvada is also one of the very important aspect, antenatal care aspect of Ayurveda. Similarly, there is another section that is music and Nada Vijnana. I think in the morning sessions we have heard about Nada meditation and all those things. So we all know this is one of the commonly known topic, and most of the people also confuse Garva Sanskar is about hearing some good music, learning some good books only. It's not the factor. Though they are some of the components of Garva Sanskar, but that is not the overall concept what Garva Sanskar has to offer. So music and Nada Vijnana, they are designed according to the trimester, according to the months and need of the baby, because like according to Ayurveda, Panchami Mana Saste Buddhi, because the mind faculties are more in development during the 5th month of the pregnancy, and the mental faculties, the brain faculties, the cognitive functions, all these things are more in development during the 6th month of the pregnancy. So there is a different need according to the month of the pregnancy. So accordingly we have designed the different types of music and Nada Vijnana theories, meditation techniques that is necessary for the upcoming couple. So yoga, pranayam and meditation, these are undeniable factors for a healthy pregnancy, because since many of our mothers today are working and they have very less time for themselves also. So at least separating 1 hour out of their 24 hours, especially when they are pregnant, to engage them in the activities of yoga, pranayam and meditation is definitely going to help, because there are researchers, they are pointing towards a direction that says that the stress factors are also causing premature deliveries and some other many sorts of developmental problems in the in the fetus. So this becomes very necessary that we educate the lady who is getting pregnant, who is pregnant, them the proper and the intact areas of yoga, pranayam, meditation necessary during that period. And also, I need to point out one point, because stress at any levels, like we are in this age where the environment is stressed with so much of pollution, the air pollution, the water pollution. Even if we are drinking good water, that is also exposed to a certain level of pollution. Even if we are trying our best to live in a good environment, we are inhaling the air that is not in the perfect condition. So there, even if we are taking an organic fruit, we feel like we are in a good fruit diet or a good sattvic diet, but still we have already damaged our lands, we have already damaged our fertile areas. So because of that, the food, even the food we are intaking is in one way not devoid of the pollutants. So there are many level of stressing factors in our food, in the air we are taking, not only during our normal times, but also during the times of pregnancy, because the pregnancy is such a sensitive time that is going to determine the health of two people at the same time. So all these things, all these factors are there always. So the importance of Garva Sanskar, the importance of all these activities that are pointed bears a very special importance, because the stress levels at any level, the environmental level, the mental level, the physical level, the cellular level, every sort of stress is going to change the genetic expressions of that particular cell, and that is definitely going to create problems in the development and growth of the upcoming fetus. So also Garva Gita practices is the next one of the component of Garva Sanskara. At this times, reading out of some good books, like we have so much variety of things to explore in our own tradition, in our own civilization. So making them alert about it, making them read, because everyone cannot read, every lady cannot sit quietly and read. They have their own mental conditions, their own environment exposures. So giving them the varieties so that good things goes in her mind, and that's transmitted to the fetus. That is very important. So certain level of things like Garva Gita practices is overall making the lady exposed to a very good reading environment also. So these things are also taken into consideration. And one of the most preferred term, baby shower, these days we are almost immersed into the Western concept of baby shower, though that is also okay, but Simantunayana, a kind of baby shower. It's not totally baby shower, but still a kind of baby shower that was devised thousands of years ago by our ancestors, by our scientists of those times, by saying that at those times there are various levels of anxiety that is overruling the mind of the pregnant lady regarding the shape of her body, regarding the mental changes, regarding so much of rush of different types of hormones that is making them think in so much of different directions than her normal times. So at those times, there is always a great need of good friends, good family circle, good relatives. They help so that they keep in motivating them about this whole situation, that everything is going to be fine, everything is going to be normal. You are going to be mothers. This is such an important role you have got. Not everybody is blessed with this position. This type of positivity and acknowledging and motivating factors are so much necessary, and that is one part of Garbha Sanskar. And as the expected date of delivery approaches, the ladies are so much anxious about the methods of delivery, what is going to happen, whether she is going to CS or she is going towards a normal delivery. All these things are so much troublesome to the lady, and this is definitely one of the very sensitive time, mentally sensitive time for the lady. So all these things are taken into consideration and helped by the different programs of Garbha Sanskara, and the baby shower programs is also facilitated with one of yagya or puja during the 7th month of the pregnancy, whereby all the relatives and the good friends, the family comes together, blesses the lady and encourage and motivates her towards the further progress of the pregnancy. And there are also a lot, quite a good long list of what are the things that needs to be done during pregnancy and what are not to do things, that is strongly not to do things during pregnancy. There is a very good list according to Ayurveda, and these all things are taken into consideration in the antenatal care programs through Ayurveda. Because in modern medicine, in allopathic system, the antenatal care is much more focused on iron and calcium tablets. And these days, little bit of knowledge, a little bit of concentration is taken into the mental nutritional factors and mental factors, because Ayurveda has devised some very important herbs that are necessary, the food items according to our regions, like the person in Jaipur and the person in Kathmandu are not bound to take the same similar type of food in terms of the nutrition, because according to region, according to the prakriti of that the lady is pregnant, we have to plan up the things for the lady. So the next important aspect is now the delivery and the postnatal care. Though these days the marriage age has gone too far, and also after getting married, the couples are preferring to take a big interval for the first baby, even for the first baby. So the physical health, the health issues, different type of health issues, many of the things they are coming. So it is not that easy like the time when our mothers and grandmothers used to get married, they used to get pregnant and they used to deliver. Now delivering a healthy baby is a very, very, very tedious and very complex process, I guess, because looking after the patients and people around our OPDs, we feel so. Our grandmothers and mothers used to tell that like you were born just like that. It was not at all a big issue for them. But these days, conceiving itself is such a big issue. After conceiving, carrying the pregnancy to the period of 9 months itself is a big issue. And after that, also delivering in the best possible ways, natural births are itself a very big challenge. But if the age factor, if the physical health factor, if the health related issues factors all are in normal, then the practice of this Ayurvedic antenatal care, along with the help of yoga, pranayam, and all the sectors that we describe later, then can definitely help the couple to go through the natural birth. And also, Garbha Sanskara also takes care of that lady after after delivery, because there are certain set of things that even after delivery, the lady will take time to revert all the physiological factors to the normal state. Or like for at least for 6 weeks, she has to be in a complete rest, and the food, the lifestyle, many of the things she has to take care, so that the toning up of the body to the previous state becomes quite easy and becomes quite sustainable. Because these days we hear of the couples who are in nuclear family, and they are just like on the after a week of delivery, they are into too much of work, or also in the Western world, people are like, they get delivered today, and from the next third or fourth day, they are into the action. They're into their office works, they are into their university and all those type of things. We have to give the time, and we have to arrange all these things for the better health of the lactating mother, because though they can carry these things at this point of time, but all these things, especially we call prashuta vayu, all this important factor, when this gets deteriorated inside, like after 5 years, 10 years, or during her menopausal time, or during her older age, she will have to face different sorts of health problems, because she was not taken care properly during her postpartum time. So Ayurveda do have those sorts of steps where she is advised with good herbs, good medicines, good food, and good lifestyle to revert her pre-pregnant state in the best possible and best speeded way. So last but not the least, Ayurvedic Garva Sanskara also comprises of Ayurvedic immunization to the infants, that is called Swarna Prashana, because this time we have a corona crisis, and also the importance of vaccines that is worldwide, and everybody is thinking about vaccines and this type of things. So Swarna Prashana is one of the immunization process of the fetus that was explained by Acharya Kashyapa in Ayurveda for the management of various issues of the newborn. So this is a sort of vaccination of those times, so when the baby was made ready to face the environment, like a general immunity of the baby was upgraded or improvised by instilling this few drops of Swarna Prashana after their birth. So now, briefly talking about when Garva Sanskara can be done, because it is such a wonderful concept that needs to be revived again. So Garva Sanskara can be done by the couple when they think they are ready to plan up the family, when they think they are ready to become father and mother, and also there are two conditions where people come to us. That is, people, especially people who come to us before pregnancy, they want to plan their pregnancy and they want to assess their physical and mental health before they get pregnant.
Dr. Subhadra, I request you to conclude. We are running already more than an hour late, please.
Yeah, sorry. I'll do that. Just give me 2 minutes more. So the couples can come before pregnancy, or even the couples arrive to us after pregnancy. They are taken and given the right advices of Garva Sanskara. And this type of people, the married couple who wants to have baby, or the mother, pregnant mother who at either month of pregnancy can come to the Garva Sanskara programs. And also the couples who have fertility issues, they will benefit more with Garva Sanskara programs. And the couples who don't want the children right now, but they want to have children after 4 or 5 years, but they want to maintain their health, they also can be benefited with Garva Sanskara programs. So Garva Sanskara in total is being responsible for the generations we are going to bring to the world in all the aspects of physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual health. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. My humble pranams. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subhadra Karki. It was very informative. Okay, now we are ending our session 3rd. As the speakers who have left, we are taking them to session 4. So Dr. Vikram Singh was chairing this session. I will request him to kindly brief, sir, about this session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sir.
All right. Thanks to the organizing committee and thanks to the moderators for doing a wonderful work in this session. Our first speaker was Yoga Guru Sharendra ji. His topic was Yoga for Corporate, holistic training he focused upon. He very rightly mentioned that if you have low energy, then the excuse cannot be that I cannot do yoga. Rather, it should be other way around, that you must do yoga, because yoga is not a catabolic process, it is an anabolic process, and it generates energy rather than it's a catabolic process. He is currently doing PhD, doing research with corporate yoga. That is very nice to know, because a person who is doing research is sometimes more knowledgeable than his or her supervisor. He rightly mentioned about the carpal tunnel syndrome, the back pains, and various other such work-related issues. And he rightly mentioned that there is a 20% improvement in people's performance with regard to brain function, and also the psychological advantages, mental advantages. That is, he rightly said that self-esteem is increased. So, a wonderful session, Sharendra ji. You are not only a man of action, but also a man of wisdom.
Thank you, sir. Thank you too. Thank you so much.
The next session was by Dr. Sandeep Madan, which was also a very informative session. He is MD Ayurveda. So, as expected from a New Delhi person, he rightly delivered upon applied Ayurveda, especially with regard to the osteoarthritis issues, which are gaining more and more attention, especially during lockdown, when people are confined to limited spaces and they have no other option but to play Ludo, chess, and fight with each other. However, Ayurveda, the holistic approach, is much better than the Western approach. He rightly mentioned that it takes into an individual's totality rather than the biomedical sciences, which is more concerned with putting a person to ventilator or dealing with the extreme emergency conditions. And it is more reductionist. You rightly mentioned that whenever we go to a doctor for our treatment of our running nose, he tries to rule out the possibility of influenza, then he tries to rule out the possibility of various other diseases, and then only he concludes that now you have, it's just a viral, it's a minor viral. But now this has also become very rare. The moment you go to the hospital, the first thing the doctor is going to advise is that you have corona. So go for the corona treatment. Go corona, go. Basic principles of basic 5 elements he mentioned. Tridosha he mentioned. You mentioned about the toxins which are depositing day in, day out because of our thinking process, and also the psychophysiological processes, Saptadhatu, 70 issues, Prakriti. He talked about the constitution and the very systematic, scientific, and a pedagogical way in which Ayurveda takes into consideration the holistic aspect before giving any kind of therapies, treatments, and any kind of preventive and promotive health measures. The last speaker of the session was Dr. Subhadra Karki from the clinical aspects of Garbha Sanskara. It is a very new knowledge to me. At least had I known Dr. Subhadra earlier, I would have definitely taken my wife to her. But now whatever we have is one son, he is now 20-year-old. She mentioned rightly about the Vedic method of upbringing fetus with mother and father bonding with the fetus right from the very beginning, before even conception. Historical practices mentioned, she rightly very aptly correlated the historical, the research aspect, and the present and current scenario along with the scope and future. So this was one of the wonderful presentation that covered all the 4 aspects. She mentioned about Ashtavakra, Abhimanyu, and Prahlad examples from the historical point of view. And the many benefits, one of the benefits was, which was very informative for me, was that there is a decrease in the congenital disorders. Often we see that hemophilia and various other autoimmune disorders are by birth. So we can take care of all that. She mentioned about from Bij Shuddhi to parent bonding, that is Garbha Samvada, the Vedic baby shower, and Swan Prasana. It was a wonderful session, Dr. Subhadra. I would definitely, with the permission of Sri Mohan Karki, would love to work with you on research, because I am a psychologist, sports psychologist to be specific, and your knowledge and the knowledge of psychology can be wonderfully combined to produce a very good web of science and scopus appropriate research pieces or research papers. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. So this was the end of session 3. Now we will be moving towards the last session of the day, that is closing session, session 4. And in this session, we will be having Gordana and from, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. And Maya, Dr. Sumbir Acharya, Deepak Bambi, Vinita Singh, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Navdeep Joshi ji.
It is Deepika Vambre, yeah?
Yes, sir. Deepika Bambi. I don't know, I mean, the first speaker, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Maya Gilchristen or Gordananis.
Gordananis, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the first speaker is, we are already running a little bit late, so we'll quickly call Gordananis, who is from Siberia, Ukraine. She's a teacher of transcendental meditation for over 40 years. She is the close disciple of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi ji. She will be talking about transcendental meditation for holistic wellness. I welcome Gordananis.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you very much. You are pronouncing well, Gordananis. I'm Serbian, but Serbia, not Siberia. Serbia is out of Europe, and living in Ukraine. Jai Gurudev again. I'm teacher of transcendental meditation over 40 years, and I would be happy to talk to you about a technique which has been spread more than 60 years ago by His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. I would actually like to tell you how happy and joyful I feel to be together with you. Especially I'm grateful to Mohanji that he has started this wonderful conference as help to solve nowadays problem. We are all in the situation that we are finding a best solution for the COVID-19, and many scientists, many people has been trying to find a way to get out of it. There are different techniques, there are different approaches to solve it. And most of them are based on the finding the solution, which is reaction of the body, working on the body level. We can find our humanity nowadays getting more on the surface level, meaning that we are day by day in the situation to push ourselves to do something. So we are in the doing position, meaning going on the surface and then looking from outside to find solution for our problems. It is on the health level, it is on the professional level, on the family level, etc. We are waiting for the government to give us solution for the job or anybody else. But very rarely we are thinking that we are the cause, that we are the one who is supposed to solve this problem. So going back inward is very important thing what we should learn nowadays, what we should put attention on. COVID-19 is giving us this chance. And actually, this is transformational time. This is the time that we give ourselves the moment to go backwards and to find out what we ourselves, just our own self, can do, how to transform first inner and then outer world. So transcendental meditation is very easy and simple technique, which is actually bringing us deeply inside. It is to be practiced 15 to 20 minutes daily, twice a day, with closed eyes, easily, comfortably sitting. It is a very simple technique, but it is not simplifying, meaning that everyone can practice it in children from age of 3. And it is very easy to be practiced, but it gives fantastic results. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, founder of Transcendental Meditation, has been bringing this technique and teaching us more than 60 years how to go back to our own self very easily, very comfortably, without extra tension, without extra, there is no special requirement to be practiced. So it means it does not involve religion or philosophical changes in our life or anything else. Anybody who can think and meditate. He has got this wonderful knowledge from his divinity Swami Brahmananda Saraswati. He was Shankaracharya of Jyotirman. And this is old age technique, which has been practiced the same way for the million of years. It is coming from the Vedic tradition, and this is beautiful Indian tradition, which is something what should be revived and taught all over the world. I have been speaking on many conferences about importance of reviving Vedic tradition. Just because nowadays the tendency of the world is going towards outside, outward tendency. So I have noticed in India, coming in India, the youngsters, they are more towards West, towards America, exercising, let's say, the fitness, it's all right, but you have yoga, and Mohanji is master, super master of it. I was very happy to get to know him in Assam in the Vedic conference. So this is immeasurable. It is very, very precious. That whole world start practicing yoga. That whole world start practicing transcendental meditation. It is together, joining together, it is bringing more healthy body, more stressless mind. Because you see, nowadays we are getting daily so many stresses in our life, and we can't cope with it. It is getting accumulated. After some time, this accumulation of the stresses bring to the weakest point some exposure. So it means some organ gets damaged, some anything in the body, in the mind, in psychology gets damaged, whatever is weakest in our body. And then from the surface, we are trying to solve it. Instead of doing this, this should be done as well, but watering the root, what Maharishi was always saying, we are doing on the basic level. So meaning going inside, deep inside, listening our body, feeling what's wrong, what it needs. That way we are solving the problem on the basic level, from the root level. Then later on, going outside, we are bringing that source. As in meditation, we are contacting the source of all thoughts. Transcending, transcender means going beyond. Beyond what? Beyond thoughts. There is the source of all intelligence, creativity, energy. So regularly, daily, contacting it, we are bringing our mind, our thoughts, our speech, action. On the surface, it becomes more rich. So this simple technique is something what is very precious nowadays in this COVID situation. And especially if we are locked down, then we can practice it more. I don't want to be too long because I can speak day and night about it. And actually this is practice to be learned in several steps. One of it is introductory lecture. It is about 1 hour or so. And I would like instead to invite you next Saturday at 7 o'clock. We have been talking with Mohanji to arrange one introductory lecture. And then all those who would like to learn can get information, full information of what it is about, how we can use it in this COVID situation to improve ourselves and then improve our families, society, and the whole world. So next Saturday, 7 o'clock, kindly join us again for a Zoom conference, and then hear information a little bit more in detail. What is transcendental meditation and how it could be used in this COVID situation. I wanted to thank you all for attention. I am again very happy to be together with you. This very important, special step. And such conferences actually should be regular. So I would like to ask Mohanji to at least monthly such gatherings, and that we all can dwell on this special problem which is in the world and solve it. All the best. Thank you so much. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, thank you very much for joining, Madam Gardananis. It is a pleasure hearing you, and you have such a pleasant voice, meditative always. Thank you very much. Certainly we'll be there. As Gordananis Madam said, she is planning a TM meditation session. So everyone are welcome, invited. I'll be sharing the contact detail through which everyone can connect and join that meditation session being planned by Gordana ma'am. Thank you. Now proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for being there. Okay, now we move further. We have Maya Gilchristen. I'm pronouncing it right, I think. Now, she's from Argentina, a professional dancer and a yoga teacher. She's been studying in India. Now, she'll talk about vinyasa and health today. Over to you, Maya. Welcome.
Before that, I would like to introduce the chair of the session. I think because of something our host missed introducing the chair of the session. In this session, Honorable Dr. Navdeep Joshi ji, who is founder of Navyoga Foundation and who is a standing committee member in Ayush, Ministry of Ayush also. At the same time, he is expert committee member in University of Delhi. He is here with us today. He had a wonderful presentation in the morning session. So we request Honorable Dr. Navdeep Joshi to kindly take over as the chair of this session. And at the same time, I'd like to invite the chief guest of this session, Dr. Ishwar Vasava Reddy, one of the most intelligent yoga person I have ever met. And he's such a great guiding, inspiring guru, even to me. I always love to meet him to take guidance, and he has been guiding always from the very beginning. Even when I was writing my first book, even before that, in fact, when we started Yoga Guru magazine. That time also we had taken his blessing, advice, guidance, and that helped a lot. And while writing these 3-4 books, every time I have met him and he has guided me as a loving child. In fact, he care everyone that way. And I have felt that, and I am very much happy and honored to welcome him here in this conference. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence here in this conference. Now, with the permission of chair, you can kindly continue the session.
Okay.
Yes, start it, please.
Maya, you can unmute yourself.
Please unmute.
Yeah, I just requested her.
Maybe host unmute kare unko.
I am just doing it.
I've
Now,
asked
Maya, yeah,
Okay,
Maya,
now it's great. Perfect. I hope you can hear me. Namaste,
Yeah.
and
Namaste.
very nice to very nice to meet you, and so happy to be here. Thank you, Mohanji, Guruji, for the invitation. So today I've been talking and thinking a little bit about what to expose. And I decided, since my personal yoga practice here in my country is it has a lot of relation with vinyasa. So my topic today is exactly this: vinyasa and health. So vinyasa flows as a style helps a lot in build and maintain strong muscles, especially in this very difficult situation that all the world it's going through. I strongly believe in yoga. I strongly believe in the connection with the own body and with the harmonization of all the different levels of existence. I mean, like physical, energetic, intellectual, emotional. So in this special case, this kind of a style like vinyasa flow, it's very important because helps a lot to maintain the metabolism. It helps a lot in the healthy posture, especially now that everybody is sitting so many hours, and active body, also active mind. I hope you understand my English. I'm sorry about my accent because I speak Spanish. This is my language, so I'm very sorry. I hope you can understand well. So this kind of work, vinyasa flow, burns a lot of calories, improve the body and mind awareness. This is something specific, and gives a lot of mobility and agility. So yoga in general has the potential in general to increase the fat loss and develop the muscle tone. So this is also important today. We call it non-stop cardio flow. Here in my country, vinyasa lessons are very related, has a lot of relation with non-stop cardio flow and exercise. Since this kind of style has a lot of, it's very important that transitions are the most important element in all the flow, in all the sequence. So make this practice completely different than all the other styles. Vinyasa is a style that synchronizes, especially poses with your breath. So this is the main link, like the most important point. It's really tough and fast, and we always compare with gentle hatha styles that it's completely different, since you must also commit yourself more. And in general, in many ways, it can feel like a big dance. I always say to my students that you come to vinyasa flow, and sometimes you can feel this kind of session like a big dance, because the focusing is 100% in the transitions. As you link every moment, every movement with your breath. So this is exactly what I wanna like recalc, so go into this. Vinyasa is also a great way to add an aerobic element to your yoga practice. In Sanskrit, the meaning of vinyasa is to place in a special way, like vinyasa krama. So think about vinyasa yoga as we always say this example here in Spanish sounds really beautiful, in English not so beautiful, but we always say that vinyasa yoga is like a layered cake. It's not an individual ingredient. During vinyasa class, you do a lot of yoga poses without a stop. And then you keep transitioning, right? So with the breath plus the movement, you keep focusing in the transitions. It's not so much attention in the asana, in the static point, is more focusing into the transitions between one pose and other. Instead of stopping, you intentionally flow with a lot of focusing and a lot of attention in that sequence. You may also hear that people refer to vinyasa flow as an Ashtanga yoga. So to make it clear, vinyasa born out of Ashtanga school. Ashtanga school it has a lot of relation. It's enrolling with Patavi choice today in here in the West, Krishnamacharya student, and it's a completely different schools. I mean, vinyasa has a lot of similar points. I mean, in the transitions, the link between the movement plus the breathing, but it's a different. Ashtanga school has a lot of series, like 6 different series that are very complicated and difficult, and it has a lot of benefits also, but are 2 different schools. Same technicality, same focusings, but different routines. To keep focusing in the benefits, because this is the main topic in the conference about relation with the health, vinyasa provides a lot of benefits, including mental, physical, and also spiritual. While the studies around vinyasa yoga are small, we don't have a lot of studies about this kind of style. In general, they suggest that it can help in many aspects, especially in the lifestyles. First, it can boost your mood. It can keep your mood really high, really up, give you a lot of intention, a lot of activation, change your tamasic feeling into the rajasic vibes, like a more awake, more pranic. You move the prana, and teachers in general say that this style cultivates awareness of your breath and movement. This is something basic and absolutely important in this line, in this style, this type of yoga. It can strengthen the muscles, as I say in the beginning. And what distinguishes vinyasa yoga from other styles, other types of yoga, is the emphasis in the transitions. This is the iconic point in this style. However, it doesn't mean that in vinyasa, you won't also be holding the positions for a longer period. In fact, most of the poses in this line, in this style, you will be holding at least for 30 to 120 seconds, which is a lot. The longer you hold the positions, the greater the muscle breakdown. It's like you build really a big level of stamina in your body, your muscles become stronger. To close the topic, vinyasa can improve a lot the mobility. You can move freely. It gives you a lot of mobility in your articulations, in your bones. It's it's an amazing style because make your body more activated and make your mind also awareness. In general, before start vinyasa, I always say that the practitioners has prerequisites. First, you need to understand how to do the position safely, because it's not for newbies, it's not for beginners, plus certain degree of strength in your body. This is absolutely important. You need the strength, mobility, and body awareness. Before, in general, I recommend to take few Hatha flow yoga classes to really focus yourself in the alignments, building a little bit of strength, and then you can pass into these vinyasa lessons, vinyasa flow, which focus 100% into the transitions and in the cardio work. This is my small exposition today. So happy to be here. So grateful to share a little bit of my experience with such a masters. So it's a big, big honor for me. Thank you for this invitation, Guruji. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now let's move to our next speaker, Dr. Sombir Arya. He's a PhD Indian Cultural and currently he is yoga teacher at Consulate General Office of India, Atlanta, US. He is a lead examiner, QCI, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He did his PhD from Gurukul Kangri University, Haridwar, and Yoga Acharya from Uttarakhand University, Haridwar. I personally am a big fan of Somveer Arya ji, his teachings, and I have learned a lot, and I'm sure like me, there have been so many other students who have learned a lot from him. So he will be talking about importance of Karma Yoga for holistic wellness. Dr. Somveer Arya ji.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। समग्र कल्याण के लिए जो आज वर्कशॉप आपने की है, इसी को परिभाषित करता है हमारा सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः मंत्र, कि सभी सुखी हों, सभी निरोग हों, सभी आरोग्यता से परिपूर्ण हों। तो किस प्रकार आरोग्यता से परिपूर्ण हो सकते हैं, किस प्रकार से समग्र कल्याण हो सकता है, सबका विकास किसमें हो सकता है, सबका उत्थान कैसे हो सकता है, इसी मंगल भावना के साथ आज का व्याख्यान मैं शुरू करूं। इससे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा संजना जी का, जिन्होंने अभी मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन किया, और मैं इनको पर्सनली जानता हूं और बहुत अच्छे तरह से इन्होंने मुझे मेरे बारे में बातें कही, और मैं सारी स्वीकार करता हूं, क्योंकि प्रशंसा को स्वीकार कर लेना चाहिए हमेशा। और साथ ही धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर मोहन कार्की जी का, जो मेरे अनन्य मित्र हैं और इस तरह की जो इंटरनेशनल वर्कशॉप करते रहते हैं, और साथ ही शैलेंद्र जी जो उनके अनन्य सहयोगी हैं, जो किस प्रकार से दोनों मिलकर के एक कृष्ण और अर्जुन की तरह अपनी भूमिका निभा करके इस तरह के वर्कशॉप का आयोजन करके हजारों स्टूडेंट का लाभ करते हैं। साथ ही धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर नवदीप जोशी जी, डॉक्टर विजय आनंद जी, जो कि हमारे यूके से हैं, उनको भी मैं सुनता हूँ। सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। और साथ ही आज के इस कार्यक्रम के इस सेशन के जो चीफ गेस्ट हैं, डॉक्टर ईश्वर भास्कर रेड्डी जी, जो कि डायरेक्टर हैं MD के, उन सबका धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा, सबको प्रणाम और वंदन करना चाहूंगा। और धन्यवाद है कि आप सबने मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी कि मैं आपके सामने बात रख पाऊँ। तो कर्मयोग किस प्रकार से होलिस्टिक वेलनेस में इम्पोर्टेंट है, ये बात मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा। तो सबसे पहले जानते हैं कि कर्मयोग है क्या। कर्मयोग पहली श्वास से लेकर के और अंतिम श्वास तक किए जाने वाला अनवरत कार्य है, अविरल कार्य है, जिसको हम पहली श्वास के साथ, जैसे ही हमारी पहली श्वास हमारे भीतर आती है, उस श्वास के साथ और अंतिम जो श्वास होती है, उसके बीच में जितने भी कार्य किए जाते हैं, वो सारे कर्म के अंतर्गत आते हैं। माने आपका सोना, जागना, उठना, बैठना, खाना, पीना, दौड़ धूप करना, योग करना, साधना करना, कोई भी आप कार्य कर रहे हैं, वो आपका कर्म है। मैं व्याख्यान दे रहा हूं, आप व्याख्यान सुन रहे हैं, ये भी कर्म योग है। तो कर्म योग को किस प्रकार से परिभाषित किया अनेक विद्वानों ने, अनेक ग्रंथों ने, तो मुख्य उसके ऊपर थोड़ा थोड़ा प्रकाश डालूंगा। उसके बाद बताऊंगा कि किस प्रकार से अनासक्त हमें कर्म योग करना चाहिए, किस प्रकार से निष्काम कर्म योग की बात कही गई है, किस प्रकार से अकर्म की बात की गई है, किस प्रकार से अकृष्ण अशुक्ल कर्म की बात की गई है योग दर्शन में। तो कर्म योग में सबसे पहले हम बात करें कि जो कर्म योग है, उसमें हम सबसे पहले हम लेंगे योग दर्शन का कर्म योग। उसमें कहा गया कृष्ण कर्म, शुक्ल कर्म, कृष्ण शुक्ल कर्म और अकृष्ण अशुक्ल कर्म। यानी कि कृष्ण कर्म वो कर्म जो बुरे कर्म होते हैं, जिनको गीता में निषिद्ध कर्म बताया गया है, अन्य शास्त्रों में भी जिनको निषिद्ध कर्म बताया गया है। दूसरा है कृष्ण कर्म, यानी कि जो अच्छे कर्म होते हैं, जो पुण्य कर्म होते हैं। कृष्ण शुक्ल कर्म यानी कि जो पाप और पुण्य से मिश्रित कर्म होते हैं, अच्छे और बुरे दोनों प्रकार के जो कर्म होते हैं, उनको बताया गया। चौथे जो कर्म है अकृष्ण अशुक्ल, यानी कि पाप और पुण्य दोनों से रहित कर्म, जिनको गीता में निष्काम कर्म योग की परिभाषा से परिभाषित किया गया है। इस प्रकार के कर्म योगी के होने चाहिए, जो ना तो पाप और पुण्य दोनों से रहित हों। ठीक यही बात गीता कहती है, कर्म, अकर्म और विकर्म। कर्म वो है जो सामान्य रूप से हम सभी कर रहे हैं, विकर्म वो है जिनको निषिद्ध कर्म बताया शास्त्रों में और कहा गया कि इनको नहीं करना चाहिए, जो पाप कर्म होते हैं। तीसरा बताया गया अकर्म, यानी कि जो निष्काम कर्म योग है, जिसमें फल की आसक्ति से रहित होकर के कर्म और कर्म के फल में दोनों से ही आसक्ति से रहित हो जाते हैं। जब कर्म के आशय और विपाक से हम रहित हो जाते हैं, जिस प्रकार से योग दर्शन में परमात्मा की यानी कि ईश्वर की क्वालिटी को बताते हुए कहा है कि परमात्मा कर्म से और कर्म आशय से, कर्म आशय से और उसके बाद आप कर्म से, आशय से और संस्कार से, इन सब चीजों विपाक से, इनसे रहित है। यानी कि ईश्वर में क्या क्वालिटी है, हम ईश्वर की आराधना क्यों करते हैं, हम ईश्वर के में एक आत्मता क्यों चाहते हैं, हम ईश्वर के साथ एक रूपता क्यों चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ईश्वर कर्म से रहित है, कर्म की आसक्ति से रहित है, फलों से रहित है, उसके संस्कारों से रहित है, इस प्रकार से इन क्लेशों से रहित है, इन सब चीजों से रहित है। जब ईश्वर में वो क्वालिटी है तो हम उस क्वालिटी को प्राप्त करने की प्रयास कर रहे हैं, तो माने ईश्वर के नजदीक जाने का प्रयास हम कर रहे हैं। तो इस प्रकार से कहा गया कि जो कर्म के बंधन में नहीं बनता, जो कर्म का जो फल है उसकी आसक्ति में नहीं बनता, यानी कि किसी प्रकार के बंधन में नहीं पड़ता, वो कर्मयोग है, वो वास्तविक कर्मयोग है। तो जिस प्रकार से अकर्म की बात गीता में कही कि अकर्म है निष्काम कर्मयोग, माने कर्म को इस प्रकार से करना कि उस कर्म के प्रति भी आसक्ति ना हो और उस कर्म के फल के प्रति भी आसक्ति हमारी ना हो। यानी कि कोई जैसे जिस प्रकार से कहा गया कि कृष्ण कर्म शुक्ल कर्म, यानी कि बुरे और अच्छे कर्म, तो कहेंगे कि अच्छे कर्म क्यों नहीं करें, अच्छे कर्म करें, लेकिन अच्छे कर्मों के प्रति जब आसक्ति होती है या अच्छे कर्म के फल के प्रति जब हमारी आसक्ति हो जाती है, वो कर्म सकाम कर्म बन जाता है, निष्काम कर्म नहीं रहता। और जो सकाम कर्म है वो हमें कर्म के उसमें बंधन में बांध देता है, और जब कर्म के बंधन में हम बन जाएंगे तो निश्चित रूप से उसके फल के बंधन में भी हम बंधेंगे कि हमें ये प्राप्त होगा, और जब उसके फल के उसमें हम बनेंगे तो सीधी सी बात है, जो दृष्ट जन्म वेदनीय है और अदृष्ट है, दृष्ट फल है और अदृष्ट है, यानी कि कुछ इसी जन्म में मिलते हैं, कुछ आगे वाले जन्म में मिलते हैं। तो हम वहां निर्धारित कर लेते हैं कि किस प्रकार से हमें आगे भी जन्म लेना है। माने जो पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय है, धर्म अर्थ काम और मोक्ष, यानी कि धर्म का यानी कि कर्तव्य का पालन करते हुए, अर्थ कमाते हुए, अपनी इच्छाओं की पूर्ति करते हुए अपने को मोक्ष प्राप्त करना है। इस प्रकार की जो मोक्ष की भावना है उसको कहीं ना कहीं आप पीछे छोड़ देते हैं जब आप कर्म के बंधन में बनते हैं, जब आप फल की आसक्ति में बंध जाते हैं। तो इसलिए कहा गया है कि हमें निष्काम कर्मयोग करना है, अकर्म की भावना से करना है, कर्तापन की भावना से रहित होकर के करना है। और इस प्रकार का जब हम कर्म करते हैं तो किस चीज की फल की प्राप्ति होगी, हमें निष्काम कर्मयोग से हमें मोक्ष की प्राप्ति होगी, क्योंकि कर्म में नहीं बनेंगे, कर्म के प्रति आसक्ति नहीं होगी, फल के प्रति आसक्ति नहीं होगी, तो निश्चित रूप से कर्म और इन बंधनों से हम मुक्त होकर के मुक्ति को प्राप्त होंगे, मोक्ष को प्राप्त होंगे, जो कि हमारे जीवन का पुरुषार्थ होता है। अब इसी संबंध में बात करते हुए स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते हैं कि हमें सभी कर्मों को बंधन से मुक्त होकर के अनासक्त भाव से हमें कर्म करना है, और जब हम मौत के मुंह में भी होते हैं तो भी हमें बिना सोच विचार के अपने कर्म में लीन रहना चाहिए। और आपका कर्म कैसा होना चाहिए, हम कर्म करते हैं और अच्छा कर्म में इस आसक्ति होने से क्या हमें नुकसान होता है, जब हम किसी का उपकार करते हैं, किसी की सहायता करते हैं, तो उससे हम थैंक्स भी वो करते हैं कि हमें रिक्वायरमेंट होती है कि हमें थैंक यू बोला जाए, हमें अप्रिशिएट किया जाए, और हमारे मान मनोबल हो, हमारे अप्रिशिएट हो, हमें प्रतिष्ठित किया जाए या हमारा मान सम्मान किया जाए समाज में। इस प्रकार की जो आसक्ति होती है वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको कर्म के में बंधन में बांध देती है, और वो कर्म का बंधन आपको फिर आसक्ति के तरफ प्रेरित करता है, तो वो आप कभी भी समाधिस्थ नहीं हो सकते। और समाधिस्थ होना तो बहुत परम लक्ष्य है, लेकिन यहाँ पे समग्र कल्याण कैसे हो कर्मयोग से। देखिए, जब भी आप कोई कर्म करते हैं और उसके प्रति फल की आसक्ति आप चाहते हैं कि मुझे इस कर्म की मुझे चाहिए, मैंने अच्छा काम किया तो मुझे अच्छा इसका रिजल्ट चाहिए, और बाई चांस वो आपको नहीं मिलता। मान लीजिए आपने किसी व्यक्ति की सहायता की, किसी व्यक्ति को आपने इंक्रीज किया, किसी व्यक्ति को कोई मदद आपने की, किसी भी प्रकार की मदद हो सकती है, और बदले में आप चाहते हैं कि वो व्यक्ति आपको क्रेडिट दे इसका, और क्रेडिट देने के बाद जो आप में संतुष्टि का भाव आता है, इसका मतलब ये है कि कर्म के प्रति वो आपकी बहुत आसक्ति है, और वो कर्म की आसक्ति आपको कहीं ना कहीं डिस्टर्ब करेगी। मैं हमेशा एक बात कहता हूं कि यदि आप समभाव रखना सीखते हैं, जिस प्रकार से गीता में कहा समत्वम योग उच्यते, समता का भाव पैदा करना ही योग है, और इक्वलिटी को डेवलप करना है, यदि ये सीख गए तो आप कभी भी जीवन में परेशान नहीं हो सकते। समग्र कल्याण कब होगा, जब आप तप का पालन करेंगे, द्वंद्वों में समभाव रखेंगे। तब क्या है, द्वंद्वों में समभाव रखना। अब द्वंद्व क्या है, अनुकूल और प्रतिकूल अवस्थाएं, माने कंफर्टेबल और डिस्कंफर्टेबल सिचुएशंस जो होती हैं बहुत बार आता है कि हम बहुत कंफर्टेबल होते हैं, बहुत अनुकूलता होती है, हमारे अनुरूप कार्य हो रहे होते हैं, हमारे अनुरूप सारी चीजें चल रही होती है, तो हमारे अंदर अहम भाव आता है या हम इतराना शुरू करते हैं, अपनी श्रेष्ठता को जाहिर करना शुरू करते हैं। लेकिन जैसे ही हमें प्रतिकूल हमारा अवस्था आती है या डिस्कम्फर्टेबल जोन जब आता है, जब हम जो सिचुएशन है वो गलत हो जाती है कहीं ना कहीं, या हमें कोई परेशानी आ जाती है, अभाव आ जाता है, या और किसी प्रकार का विक्षोभ हमारे जीवन में आता है, तो वो जो इतराना था या जो अहम भाव था वो आपका कन्वर्ट हो जाता है आपका टेंशन में, चिंता में, अवसाद में, तनाव में। देखिए, आप एक बार डिसाइड कर लीजिए, जो व्यक्ति अनुकूल अवस्था में, माने जब उसके प्रति आप माहौल अच्छा है, उसकी महिमा मंडन किया जा रहा है, उसको अप्रिशिएट किया जा रहा है, और उस अप्रिशिएशन को पचा नहीं पाता या कंफर्टेबल सिचुएशन को वो डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर पाता और उसमें अहम भाव या इतराने लगता है, वो व्यक्ति उसी टाइम पे अपना फिक्स कर देता है कि जैसे ही डिस्कम्फर्टेबल सिचुएशन मेरे जीवन में आएगी, मुझे तनाव होगा ही होगा, मुझे टेंशन होगी ही होगी, मुझे अवसाद होगा ही होगा, उसी टाइम आप निर्धारित कर देते हैं। अब आप कहेंगे ऐसा क्यों? देखिए, यदि आपने कंफर्टेबल सिचुएशन में या आपके जो अनुकूल माहौल था उसमें या आपको जीत मिली है, आपको लाभ मिला है, आपको सुख मिला है, आपको आपकी मान मनोबल हुआ है, तो आपने उसको इतराना शुरू कर दिया, आपने उसको अहम भाव में ले लिया, उसको डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर पाए, उसको आप पचा नहीं पाए, तो निश्चित रूप से आप अपमान को भी नहीं पचा पाएंगे, निश्चित रूप से आप अपनी हानि को भी नहीं पचा पाएंगे, निश्चित रूप से आप अपनी पराजय को भी नहीं पचा पाएंगे। तो आपका डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम स्ट्रांग होना बहुत जरूरी है, और वो डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम आपका निष्काम कर्मयोग से मजबूत हो सकता है। माने अच्छी सिचुएशन और बुरी सिचुएशन, दोनों सिचुएशन में सम रहना, समभाव रखना, यही आपका निष्काम कर्मयोग है। और यही गीता कहती है, यही योग दर्शन कहता है, यही स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते हैं, यही हमारे अन्य ग्रंथ कहते हैं। तो जिस प्रकार से आप कर्म करते हैं और उस कर्म में आसक्ति नहीं रखते, तो आप समभाव होकर के करते हैं। और ईश्वर प्रणिधान क्या कहता है? देखिए, सारे के सारे जो ग्रंथ हैं, आप उपनिषद को उठा लीजिए, वेद को उठा लीजिए, योग दर्शन को उठा लीजिए, गीता को उठा लीजिए, किसी बात को उठा लीजिए, किसी विद्वान, किसी महापुरुष का कोटेशन उठा लीजिए, चाहे वो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी हो, चाहे स्वामी दयानंद जी हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति को आपके कोट को उठा लीजिए, वो केवल और केवल यही बात आपको कहते मिलेंगे, निष्काम कर्मयोग आपको करना है, फल में, कर्म में आसक्ति नहीं रखनी, उसके फल में आसक्ति नहीं रखनी, यही बात वो कहते मिलेंगे। और उसका आधार भी यही है, ईश्वर प्रणिधान की बात सबने कही होगी। ईश्वर प्रणिधान क्या है? अपने समस्त कर्मों का अर्पण ईश्वर में कर देना और बदले में किसी प्रकार के लौकिक फल की चाह न रखना, यही तो ईश्वर प्रणिधान है। हम क्या करते हैं, ये जो प्रणिधान है जो ईश्वर के प्रति होना चाहिए, ये हमारा व्यक्ति विशेष के प्रति होता है। हम जो छोटे छोटी चीजें होती हैं आसपास, उनके प्रति समर्पण ज्यादा दिखाते हैं। बच्चे माँ बाप के प्रति समर्पण दिखाते हैं, प्रेमी प्रेमिका के प्रति दिखाती है, प्रेमी प्रेमिका के प्रति दिखाता है, इस प्रकार से दोस्त दोस्त के प्रति दिखाता है। ये हम जो समर्पण दिखाते हैं वो व्यक्ति विशेष के प्रति होता है, और व्यक्ति में दोष होते हैं, क्योंकि व्यक्ति कर्म से भी बंधा है, आसक्ति से भी बंधा है, उसके फल की आसक्ति से भी बंधा है। तो जब हम ईश्वर के प्रति अपना प्रणिधान कर देते हैं, यानी कि समर्पण कर देते हैं, और किसी प्रकार के फल की चाह नहीं करते, तो कहेंगे कि फल की चाह नहीं करेंगे तो हमें शायद फल ना मिले। देखिए, ईश्वर सर्वशक्तिमान है, न्यायकारी है, अजन्मा है, अनंत है, निर्विकार है, दयालु है, न्यायकारी है। तो जो न्यायकारी है, आपके फल की आपको जितना जो मिलना चाहिए वो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, लेकिन उसकी लालसा रखना, उसकी तृष्णा रखना क्या कहलाएगा? राग कहलाएगा। और आपके अनुकूल यदि परिणाम नहीं मिला तो आपको उस फल के प्रति द्वेष भावना होगी, वो भी क्लेश है। राग और द्वेष दोनों क्लेश हैं, जो कि अविद्या से जनित होते हैं। अविद्या, अस्मिता, राग, द्वेष, अभिनिवेश। तो जब आप निष्काम कर्मयोग करते हैं, ईश्वर प्रणिधान का पालन आप करते हैं, समत्वम योग उच्चते का पालन करते हैं, अकृष्ण शुक्ल कर्म का पालन करते हैं, अकर्म का पालन करते हैं, तब जाकर के कहीं ना कहीं आप समभाव में आते हैं। और जैसे ही आप समभाव में आ गए, तो आप निश्चित रूप से जब इतराते नहीं है, अपने अहम भाव आपके भीतर नहीं आता है, या आप कहेंगे जब कंफर्टेबल सिचुएशन आती है आप में अहंकार नहीं आता है, या आप इतराना नहीं इतराते हैं किसी बात को लेकर के, तो निश्चित रूप से आपका जो बुरा समय आएगा या कोई भी सिचुएशन आपकी ऐसी आएगी जिसमें आपके लिए माहौल अनुकूल नहीं होगा आपके, तो निश्चित रूप से आप उस समय पे टेंशन और जो तनाव है आपका, उससे पूरी तरह से बचेंगे। और यही योग है, इक्वलिटी को, समत्वम भाव पैदा करना। हमें जो मध्य मार्ग है उसको अपनाना है, कठोरता नहीं करनी है, नियमाग्रह नहीं करना है। नियमाग्रह को यानी कि नियम पालन में यदि कठोरता हम करते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से वो एक बाधक रूप में हमें हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत होता है। तो इसलिए हमें नियमाग्रह नहीं करना है और केवल कर्मयोग पे हमें बात करनी है, निष्काम कर्मयोग का पालन हमें करना है। तो कोई भी कर्म कर रहे हैं, अच्छा कर्म कर रहे हैं तो उसके लिए हम अप्रिशिएशन चाहते हैं, बुरा कर्म कर रहे हैं तो उसकी निंदा से हम डर रहे हैं। तो इस प्रकार का जो स्तुति और निंदा है, इन दोनों के मध्य का जो मार्ग है वो तप है, जिसमें हम ईश्वर प्रणिधान की बात करते हैं, तप की बात आप करें, समत्व योग की बात करें, ये सारे एक ही चीज का इक्वल रूप है। इसमें सब में यही बताया गया है कि आप किस प्रकार से हर काम को निष्काम कर्मयोग से करें। जैसे किसी की सहायता करते हैं तो उससे आप धन्यवाद की उम्मीद करते हैं, जबकि आपको उसके प्रति धन्यवाद करना चाहिए कि आप किसी की मदद कर पाए, यानी कि आप जो कंपैशन है, जो करुणा है, आप उस करुणा को कहीं पर रिफ्लेक्ट कर पाए। नहीं तो करुणा आप नहीं कर पाएंगे यदि कोई असहाय नहीं है, कोई अभाव में नहीं है, कोई त्रस्त नहीं है, कोई दुखी नहीं है, कोई पीड़ित नहीं है, कोई शोषित नहीं है, कोई अभाव में नहीं है और वो आपके सामने नहीं है, तो आप किस प्रकार से अपनी कंपैशन को पूरा कर पाएंगे, किस प्रकार से आप अपनी करुणा को उसको दे पाएंगे। तो जब करुणा देने का मौका मिला तो सामने वाले को धन्यवाद आपने देना चाहिए, ना कि उससे उम्मीद करनी चाहिए कि वो आपको थैंक यू बोले या आपका धन्यवाद करे। जिस प्रकार से लॉकडाउन में भी आपने देखा होगा, यदि 1 किलो आटे की थैली भी किसी ने बांटी है तो उसका भी वो फोटो खींच करके फेसबुक पे उसको सामने वाले को जलील करने का काम हम बहुत सारे लोगों ने किया है। तो मदद ये नहीं होती, यदि दाएं हाथ से आप मदद कर रहे हैं तो बाएं हाथ को पता नहीं चलना चाहिए कि आपने किसकी मदद की है, लेकिन हम पूरा क्रेडिट उसका चाहते हैं। ये कर्म के फल में की आसक्ति कही गई है। यदि इस प्रकार से हम आसक्ति से रहित, आसक्ति के बंधन में बंधे रहेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से नेक्स्ट जीवन भी हमें मिलेगा और जो हमारा पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय है, धर्म अर्थ काम और मोक्ष, उसको हम कभी प्राप्त नहीं कर पाएंगे और इस जीवन के जंजाल में पड़े रहेंगे। आप कहेंगे इसके समग्र कल्याण कैसे होगा? यदि आप कंपैशन करते हैं, जैसे आपने कहा कि अभाव वाले व्यक्ति के साथ आपने कंपैशन किया, इसमें मैं बात करूं मैत्री करुणा मुदिता उपेक्षा की जो बात है, तो मैत्री करुणा मुदिता उपेक्षा क्या कहता है? मैत्री करुणा मुदिता उपेक्षा ये कहता है कि 4 प्रकार की भावनाएं हैं। अच्छे जो संपन्न व्यक्ति उनके प्रति आप यदि मित्रता रखेंगे तो आप भी वैसे साधन संपन्न हो जाएंगे, विचारों से संपन्न हो जाएंगे। जो दुखी अभाव में पीड़ित शोषित वर्ग जो है उसके साथ करुणा रखेंगे तो वो भी उठ करके आपकी कैटेगरी में आ जाएंगे, क्योंकि उनकी अभाव समाप्त हो जाएगा, उनका दुख समाप्त हो जाएगा। यदि धार्मिक आदमी है, धर्मात्मा आदमी है, तो उनके प्रति यदि सम्मान करेंगे, प्रसन्नता का भाव रखेंगे, उनको देख करके रिस्पेक्ट उनकी करेंगे तो उनका समाज में संख्या बढ़ेगी। और जो अपराधी है उनको यदि आप उपेक्षा का भाव रखेंगे तो उनको सुधरने का मौका मिलेगा। लेकिन यहाँ अपराधी के साथ या तो हम द्वेष रखते हैं या भाग रखते हैं, या तो उसको अप्रिशिएट करते रहते हैं उससे बचने के लिए, या उसके खिलाफ हम षड्यंत्र करते रहते हैं तो हमें हिट करेगा, हमें कहीं नुकसान पहुंचाएगा। तो 4 प्रकार की भावनाएं भी ये बताती हैं कि किस प्रकार से जीवन में सामंजस्य हमें बिठाना है। तो और ये सारी चीजें इंप्लीमेंट करने से आती हैं। मैत्री करुणा मुदिता उपेक्षा आपने इंप्लीमेंट किया कि नहीं किया, निष्काम कर्मयोग आपने इंप्लीमेंट किया कि नहीं किया, कर्म के प्रति आपकी आसक्ति समाप्त हुई कि नहीं हुई, कर्म के फल के प्रति आपकी आसक्ति समाप्त हुई कि नहीं हुई। यदि ये रहेंगे तो कर्म के संस्कार बनते रहेंगे। वो संस्कार अच्छे हो बुरे हो वो कोई मैटर नहीं करता, जब तक संस्कार बनते रहेंगे, संस्कार आपके भीतर शेष रहेंगे, तब तक आपको ये जन्म मिलता रहेगा। हो सकता है आपको अच्छा जन्म मिल जाए, अच्छी घर में आप पैदा हो जाए, अच्छी विरासत आपको मिल जाए, ये हो सकता है, अच्छे माँ बाप आपको मिल जाए, परंतु संस्कार जब तक रहेंगे, जब तक संस्कार शेष नहीं होंगे, संस्कार समाप्त नहीं होंगे, संस्कार दग्ध बीज को प्राप्त नहीं होंगे, तब तक आप समाधिस्थ नहीं हो सकते। और पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय का जो है आपका कि मुझे धर्म अर्थ काम और मोक्ष की प्राप्ति करनी है, वो आप कभी प्राप्त नहीं कर पाएंगे। और दूसरी बात मैं कहूँ समग्र कल्याण कैसे होगा, तो इन तरह की भावना जब आप करते हो तो सभी साधन मित्रता, यानी कि मित्रता करने से, जैसे मैंने बताया कि आपके जो साधन संपन्न जो व्यक्ति हैं, जो प्रतिष्ठित है, जो सुखी व्यक्ति है, उनकी संख्या बढ़ेगी। और करुणा आपने की गरीबों पे, वो भी ऊपर उठ के आ गए। धार्मिक आदमी की आपने प्रसन्नता कर दी, तो व्यक्ति क्या रहेंगे, साधन संपन्न और धार्मिक, 2 ही प्रकार के व्यक्ति रहेंगे। अभाव वाला भी नहीं रहेगा और कोई क्रिमिनल भी नहीं रहेगा, अपराधी भी नहीं रहेगा। ये तो हम चाहते हैं। इससे ज्यादा विकास क्या होगा, इससे ज्यादा समग्र विकास क्या हो सकता है, आप ये बताइए। इससे ज्यादा समग्र कल्याण हो क्या सकता है कि जब समाज में केवल सुखी व्यक्ति हो, केवल सुख की चाह व्यक्ति हर व्यक्ति रखता है, लेकिन केवल सुख प्राप्त होता नहीं दिखाई देता। लेकिन जैसे ही हम दृष्टिपात करते हैं हमारे कर्म योग पे, निष्काम कर्म योग पे, वैसे ही हमें केवल सुख की प्राप्ति होती है। यानी कि जब निष्काम कर्म हम करते हैं तो केवल सुख की प्राप्ति होती है, उसमें किसी प्रकार के दुख की मिलावट नहीं होती। क्यों? क्योंकि हम समभाव से, समत्व के भाव से, इक्वलिटी के भाव से काम करते रहते हैं। और वो इक्वलिटी जब डेवलप होती है तो आप हर काम को अपना बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं, उसमें आसक्ति नहीं रखते। उसकी सिद्धि असिद्धि में उसकी वो पूरा होगा नहीं होगा, उसका परिणाम क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, इस प्रकार से चिंतित नहीं होते। लेकिन आज हम देखते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा हम परिणाम के लिए चिंतित रहते हैं। कार्य शुरू नहीं करते लेकिन परिणाम के प्रति हम चिंतित रहते हैं। यदि हम कार्य को करें योगा कर्मशु कौशलम की तरह, कि जब कार्य को कर रहे हैं पूरी दिलचस्पी के साथ, पूरे मनोभाव के साथ, पूरी सावधानी के साथ, पूरी दिलचस्पी के साथ कर्म में आरूढ़ होकर के करें और उसको ईश्वर प्रणिधान के भाव से हम करते हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से हम अपने कर्मों में निपुणता लेकर के आ सकते हैं। यही एक मार्ग है जिससे हम कर्मों में निपुणता लेके आ सकते हैं, अपने मनोभाव में इक्वलिटी को डेवलप कर सकते हैं और अपने साथ साथ इस पूरे समाज का, इस पूरे ब्रह्मांड का हम भला कर सकते हैं, कल्याण कर सकते हैं। तो कल्याण निष्काम कर्म योग से होगा। आप निश्चित रूप से कर्म करते रहें, आपको अप्रिशिएशन मिले तो भी आप करते रहें, ना मिले तो भी आप करते रहें, आप कहीं निंदा होती है तो भी आप कर्म करते रहें, लेकिन निष्काम कर्म भाव से करें और अच्छे कर्म करें, जो मैक्सिमम वो कर्म करें जिनसे मैक्सिमम लोगों का भला होता है। अभावग्रस्त व्यक्तियों को आप ऊपर उठाइए, धार्मिक व्यक्तियों को आप देख करके प्रसन्नता पूर्वक व्यवहार कीजिए। तो इस सारा निष्काम कर्मयोग में मैंने आपको ईश्वर प्रणिधान भी बता दिया, मैंने आपको अभ्यास भी बता दिया किस प्रकार से आपको करना है। समत्व योग उच्चते भी वही उसी की बात है, योगा कर्मशु कौशलम भी उसी की बात है। तो जितने भी योग के साधना मार्ग हैं कहीं ना कहीं हमें इक्वलिटी की तरफ लेकर के जाते हैं। क्रिया योग भी वही है, तब स्वाध्याय ईश्वर प्रणिधान माने अल्टीमेट जो का है वो कर्म ही है, क्योंकि व्यक्ति एक पल के लिए भी कर्म के बिना नहीं रह सकता। कोई व्यक्ति कहे कि मैं सो रहा हूँ, मैं तो कोई काम नहीं कर रहा, मैं तो केवल खाना खा रहा हूँ, खाना खाना सोना सब कुछ भी ना करना, खाली रहना भी एक काम है। तो आप कोई भी, क्योंकि आपका श्वास तो चल ही रहा है उस समय भी, तो आप निश्चित रूप से प्रत्येक क्षण प्रत्येक पल आप कुछ न कुछ कर रहे हैं। और यदि कर ही रहे हैं और करना ही है, आप खाली रह ही नहीं सकते, तो क्यों ना निष्काम कर्म किया जाए, क्यों ना अकर्म की भावना से काम किया जाए, क्योंकि क्यों ना एक्शन एशुकल काम करे किए जाए, क्यों ना इस प्रकार से ईश्वर प्रणिधान का पालन करके कर्म किए जाए। तो इस प्रकार यदि आप करेंगे और अपने आप को कर्तापन से मुक्त कर देंगे, जब आप अपने आप को, जैसे विदेह योगी होते हैं वो क्या होते हैं कि जो अपनी देह का अभिमान नहीं रखते कि ये देह मेरी है। हम रखते हैं कि ये शरीर मेरा है, ये कपड़े मेरे हैं, ये पद मेरा है, ये घर मेरा है। इस प्रकार का जो हम भाव रखते हैं, कर्तापन का या स्वामित्व भाव रखते हैं, तो तब आप मान के चलिए कि जिस प्रकार से इस प्रकार का भाव रहेगा तब तक आप कर्म में आसक्त रहेंगे, और कर्म में आसक्त रहेंगे तो आप निष्काम कर्मियों की पालना नहीं कर पाएंगे, और निष्काम कर्मियों की पालना नहीं होगी तो आप कर्म के बंधन से मुक्त नहीं होंगे, संस्कार आपके भीतर रहेंगे और आप समाधिस्थ नहीं हो सकते। ये जीवन मरण के बंधन से में ऐसे ही फंसे रहेंगे और आपका सर्कल चलता रहेगा। तो समग्र कल्याण के लिए और सबके कल्याण के लिए, अपने कल्याण के लिए और पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय को प्राप्त करने के लिए, समाधिस्थ होने के लिए, चूंकि हम सब योग के विद्यार्थी हैं, योग के टीचर हैं, योग के गुरु हैं, तो हम सब का यही कर्तव्य बनता है, जो हमारा पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय है वो है धर्म अर्थ काम और मोक्ष, यानी कि मुक्ति की प्राप्ति करना। यही बात कही गई है योग दर्शन में, योग चित्त वृत्ति निरोध है, चित्त की वृत्तियों का निरोध करना ही योग है। और योग क्या है? समाधि है। और समाधि क्या है? मुक्त हो जाना, संस्कारों से को दग्ध बीज कर देना, क्लेशों को दग्ध बीज कर देना, और संस्कार शेष मात्र भी न रहे, उनको दग्ध बीज करके समाधिस्थ हो, परमात्मा में हमारा एकीकरण हो। इस प्रकार का भाव यदि आप चाहते हैं और वास्तव में योग को जीना चाहते हैं तो निष्काम कर्म आपको करना पड़ेगा। तो आज का व्याख्यान मेरा कंप्लीट हुआ। आप लोग इस सवाल का पूछ सकते हैं। और एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा द योग गुरु इंस्टीट्यूट का, डॉक्टर मोहन कार्के जी का, डॉक्टर जी का, संजना जी का, नरेंद्र जी का, पूरी जो उनकी टीम इसमें काम कर रहे हैं, सबका मैं बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। आपने मुझे समय दिया अपनी बात रखने का। बात को मैं पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट नहीं कर पाया, बहुत सारी चीजें मैंने एक साथ इसमें इंक्लूड कर दी हैं, तो हो सकता है कोई कंफ्यूजन हो गया हो, तो कोई कंफ्यूजन है तो मुझे बताइएगा। और कोई सवाल?
धन्यवाद आदरणीय डॉक्टर सोमवीर आर्या जी, आपने अपने अमूल्य समय निकाल करके हमें ये समय दिया है और इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आभारी हूँ। और अभी इसके बाद हमारे आदरणीय चीफ गेस्ट डॉक्टर ईश्वर वासवा रेड्डी सर का अभी दूसरा शेड्यूल भी है 6 बजे के बाद, और इसी वजह से भी हमें क्वेश्चन आंसर हो सके तो बाद में रखेंगे सोमवीर सर का। और आदरणीय वासवा रेड्डी सर योग का जो राष्ट्रीय मुख्य संगठन है आयुष मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर में, मोरारजी देसाई नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ योगा, जिसके डायरेक्टर है लंबे समय से, और उसके साथ साथ आयुष मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर में योग और नेचुरोपैथी के लिए एडवाइजर है। साथ में अभी योगा सर्टिफिकेशन बोर्ड बना हुआ है, योगा सर्टिफिकेशन बोर्ड के CEO भी है। और इसके अलावा सर के साथ हम सबको लर्निंग का अवसर मिलता है। ही इज अ वेरी मच साइंटिफिक पर्सन विद साइंटिफिक बैकग्राउंड, और साथ में योग और विज्ञान को संयोजन करते हुए आगे ले जाने का बहुत बड़ा योगदान आदरणीय सर का है। मैं ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए इनवाइट करता हूँ आदरणीय डॉक्टर ईश्वर वासवा रेड्डी सर। मैं इसमें भी सर को एक चीज और जानकारी कराऊं, ये वेबिनार हमने सुबह से रखा हुआ है और ये 2 दिन का है। इसको हमने यूट्यूब से लाइव करा हुआ है। यहाँ हमने जूम के अंदर सिलेक्टेड स्पीकर और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग मेंबर को ही इनवाइट किया हुआ है, बाकी सारे लोग जूम के थ्रू जुड़े हुए हैं। धन्यवाद।
ओम शांति शांति शांति। आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा प्रिय मित्र नवदीप जी और मोहन जी, सोमवीर जी और यहाँ उपस्थित सारे मेरे योग बंधुओं, और इस वेबिनार के जरिए देश विदेश में हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए, देश विदेश से जुड़े हुए सभी माननीय भाई और बहनों, और एक बार मेरा प्रणाम नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं मोहन जी और नवदीप जी को अभिनंदन करता हूं, क्योंकि हमेशा वो लोग कुछ ऐसे एक्टिविटीज़ को हमेशा करते रहते हैं, और इसलिए जब भी वो हमें बुलाते हैं कि मैं ये नहीं देखता हूँ टॉपिक क्या है और कौन कौन आ रहा है, हम कहाँ पर बैठेंगे, ये कुछ भी नहीं देखता हूँ। जो समय होता है निकाल कर मैं उनके साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास करता हूँ। I do know that it is shall I speak in Hindi or English? आप जो कहेंगे उसी में बात करूंगा, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल
I think English would be better, sir, because there are international listener also.
Yes, and both Navdeep, Mohan, so always very dearer to my heart. I want them to groom and do a positive things, not for namesake, but for the development, knowledge and skills, impart that one to the needy people. With this, थोड़ा सा अनम्यूट करें, बहुत लोग बात कर रहे हैं. With this background, I will not take much. So today's topic I just noted when I joined this, importance of holistic wellness therapies in current scenario. I am a yoga person, always my speech dominates yoga and it in principle, because that is my breathe. But at the same time, I'm very fond of our Ayush systems, any natural systems, and most importantly, the spiritual aspect of life. Without that, our life is doesn't have any meaning. With this one therapies, I want to put forward only 3 important groups one has to follow. Because time is very short, I will not take much time. The first one is whenever we do practice or give therapy, you should maintain the 3 things. One is a detoxification of the physical body and detoxification of the subtle body. So the entire process of yoga itself is a cleansing or detoxification. When we become pure and pure, we are nearer to the higher entities of life and nearer to the supreme. This is the aim of yoga. Therefore, in the first group, the preparatory, first one is the Shodhana. It's in yoga, it is called Shodhana. So Shodhana is very, very important. So without cleansing, if you practice yoga or provide yoga therapy, and that doesn't make much difference. Therefore, yoga is a system and it should be given how much, what are the detoxification procedures. It may be Shatkarma, it may be Ahara, it may be many things. So always when you mention it's only Shatkarma or Ayurveda Panchkarma. No, there are several detoxification procedures. If you go to naturopathy, they go on fasting and detoxify with 7 days or 14 days of fasting or diet therapy. So like this, yoga also has several ways of detoxification. So if you take it as a therapy, and first is that. The second one is detoxification of your, just Swamir has mentioned about karma yoga and various aspects of karma, even the prarabdha karma and the sanchita karma. And all these things has to be detoxified. And for that one also, there are several practices. I will not go into the detail. Therefore, the cleansing of body and cleansing of mind and emotions are very much essential. Therefore, whenever we give therapy, we invite the individuals, so we not call them patients, to the ashrama, not hospitals. And they made us a temple, feeling of a temple, and with a purity of mind and thoughts, we treat them. So if I want to give yoga therapy to anybody, so first of all, I always take bath, and usually I don't take food if I want to really give yoga therapy. And I should be very pure, so that whenever I touch, I can feel the energy, I can feel the blocks, because my hands are my X-ray, MRI, everything. So that much of purity, this yoga therapist should have. Purity by body and purity by mind and emotions. Next important thing is food plays an important role. So even Honorable Prime Minister of India also mentioned about importance of food. Whatever we eat, that we are. Therefore, the food is served as a medicine, not only for our body, but our mind and intelligence. Therefore, what to take, what not to take, when to take, how much to take. So, unless you bring modification in diet, unless you detoxify yourself, both physically and mentally, so the therapy will not work. Otherwise, let them send to the modern medical therapies. They give medication, they get relief, and also they bring the toxins. But the entire procedure, it may take little bit of time, but it's very systematic. This is the first group, it is called preparatory. Next comes performance. In the performance, there are three important kriyas, yogic kriyas. One is yogasana, second one is pranayama, third one is dhyana. Again, for these three, there are three prerequisites. Whenever you do start yogasana, your joints and ligaments should be moved properly, so that sthiram, sukham, prayatna shaithilyam, ananta samapatti. These things will happen. Otherwise, we do yogasana in an exercise mode, and they are not yogasana, they are yogic exercises, what the West used to call them. They perform yoga only as an exercise mode. But whenever we perform yogasana, so minimum requisite is mind body. This is the minimum. Therefore, yogasana, if you are not able to, then you have to perform some loosening practices. Particularly, our institute has developed Swami Dhirendra Brahmacharji, Maharshi Kartikeyaji. They developed 48 Sukshma Vyayamas and few Sthul Vyayamas. Then many others developed various Namaskaras, Gayatri Namaskara, Surya Namaskara, Hanuman Namaskara. So as many as gods, as many as individuals, that many Namaskaras according to your deity. So each Namaskara has a specific, even Chandra Namaskara, Surya Namaskara is there, it is opening up the Surya Nadi. There is Chandra Namaskara to opening up the Chandra Nadi. Then there is a Gayatri Namaskara, in the 16th step. There is a Hanuman Namaskara to maintain the Brahmacharya. Like this, there are several. So that's why it's a very vast science. Therefore, Yogasana plays an important role. But before doing Yogasana, have some loosening practices or Namaskaras, so that your spine and brain, which are going to play an important role, are become alert. And the second practice is pranayama. Pranayama, again, it needs a breathing. Whatever we have seen, 96% of the total practices, they are breathing practices in the name of pranayama. Anulom, Vilom, Ujjayi, Shitli, whatever you do, they are breathing practice, not pranayama. So, Shwasa, Prashwasa, Gati Vicheda. There should be a proper inhalation in a sequence, then retention, exhalation, again there is a retention. That will channelize the energies, the prana in the body, so that it become a bridge for the subtler aspect of consciousness or personality, that is mind and emotions. So otherwise, breathing become a physical entity. It will help to improve the lungs capacity. It will help to improve the memory. So many things are there. Already hundreds of exercises and breathing practices. So your pranayama becomes one among them, but it is not pranayama. And researches are also being conducted like that. This is the second. So what Patanjali says, I am going always science and Shastra. Then in the Patanjali said, Dharanasu eva manasa. So our pranayama, if you are not leading to dharana or concentration, your pranayama is not correct. So therefore, once we get the dharana, in between there is a pratyahara practices, but you can go to dharana with pranayama. So with dharana, prolonged dharana, then dhyana happens. So then after practicing this asana, pranayama and dhyana, it takes minimum 14 days to introduce, and another 14 days. That is always we recommend 20 and 28 days. Whatever we want, 7 days we detoxify. 7 days we teach very few asana, pranayama and dhyana. which could be practiced for another 14 days. One paksha कहते हैं. So then the impact start happening. Therefore, several research studies come. Oh, I have reduced 2 kgs, 3 kgs. 2-3 kgs we can reduce in a 2-3 days with different types of things. But with a normal living, if I am reducing the weight by 2-3 kgs per month, if I am maintaining my calmness, and several things are there, then it will be great. This is the after preparation, performance, and third one is promotion. So I have maintained, I am now slowly overcoming the disease, but I want to promote. So for that, there are three principles. I have become 3 to make you understand. The first of all, always you should maintain the lifestyle. After detoxification and performance, you should have a healthy lifestyle. In a healthy lifestyle, there are three important components. One is the eating at right time, appropriately according to yoga. The second one is doing at least 2 times yoga abhyasa. And third one is we have a proper sleep. So at least these three, if you do periodically, especially during the therapy, you should have a proper yoga practice twice. You should have at least 2 good meals and 2 short meals per day, 2 good meals, and have a 6 to 6 hours of good sleep. So the patient has to ensure, then only your therapy, your aushadha or medicine in the form of yoga practices are going to have an impact on the disorders or disease condition. Then once you have a lifestyle, then you have some always maintaining the socio-spiritual relationships. That's why Patanjali said, Maitri Karuna Mudita Upekshanam Sukha Dukkha Punya Punya Vishayanam Bhavanat Chitta Prasadhanam. And in our society, there are several people, and Patanjali make them in 4 ways. Some of them are very happy, some of them having always sorrow or suffering. Third one is some good people, and always there are bad people. Suppose if you are doing anything good, and you will face lot of problems. People will criticize, people will blame. So many things happen. So if you give attention to such things which is not really you, then there is no need. Like this, I don't say last word I have taken first, because I don't say don't listen to critics. Yes, you have to listen to the critics if they are really criticizing your actions, your performance, your behavior for the sake of society or in the universal order, not for their selfish motive. So then listen to them. Otherwise, if you say that you are perfect, ignore. So same thing, we have a very good people. Good company is one of the healthy. Yesterday we spoke on the occasion of Gandhi Jayanti. So we emphasize this. The good company is one of the why we advise the patient to stay in the health homes or ashramas. So yoga ashramas, because we are providing them bhajans and satsangs, very good light food, eating together, and away from all these distractions like mobile, TV, newspapers. So this is the environment. Therefore, whenever I saw Navdeep, whenever or Mohan, whenever they are doing good work, I feel very happy. And whenever they are in pain, I have a compassion. Even some of them are my vairis. I'm not a god man. I'm taking my example only. So if they are in sorrow, I feel very compassionate about them. So tomorrow they may kill me, But today, if they are in pain and sorrow, I want to help them. I want to support them. I want to help them to overcome their sorrow. At least I show my compassion or karuna. Then Navdeep has achieved so many things. I saw that table and he brought Acharyaji, Manisha, so many things. I become so happy. Now I become friendly with Mohan and Navdeep. So I also get the opportunity to listen to them. This is called friendliness. Develop friendliness with good people. This aspect, many people we don't. This is to be practiced in the 2 weeks or 4 weeks of therapy sessions. So then last entity, I will close with this. So last entity is, so it's a, I am not permanent. This body is not permanent. Be with the, always be with the permanent, which is SHWETA. So for that you have to be with the Nitya Anitya Vastu Viveka. Nitya Anitya Vastu Viveka. It's called Viveka. So always be with positive things, right thing which is permanent. So in me also this body is not permanent. I am not bothered about my body. But body is good. I want to maintain. But my Atman. So that's why realization of my true nature and realizing, understanding the true nature in everyone and associating with their true nature. So I am also good and bad. So I also associate only goodness. I ignore my wrong things. So that's why that brings, we are in the spiritual order, that universal order, it always 100%, not 101 or 99.99. So it is 100% is perfect. Perfectness is truth. That truth is God. So for that it is love and compassion. So therefore, to develop that love and compassion. So love for what? Love for action. Love for work. That's why whenever I do, I want to enjoy my work. I want to enjoy my talk. So this type of attitude, so make you a universal being. So no worries, no tension. Sometimes your body may get tired, you are not noticing it. Therefore, healthy lifestyle, cultivating the positive attitudes and being in the, with the universal order, the truth. That truth is God that can be realized with our actions. Therefore, have a love, affection for everybody. So I given 3 categories: preparation, performance, and promotion, and designed immediately for Navdeep and Mohan. I have not prepared whatever has come in my mind. I had given this model. If you find good, adopt it, practice it, and tomorrow I may forget this, but somebody may note it and do it. And if it is worthy, it is God grace, they will get the benefits. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It was our honor to have you here. We are so glad to have you, sir. And thank you for your kind words, please. So we move further. I'll be calling upon our next speaker, is Deepika Bhambre.
Just one thing, I take the permission of the chair. Just I have to attend because calls are coming. 6 o'clock I had given timings to some other. So I will take a leave. Thank you very much for inviting me. Dhanyawad. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your precious time.
Thank you.
Enlighten us, sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Navdeep ji, chair want to say something? Okay, I'm just doing it. Okay, now you are unmuted.
थैंक यू सर। सर की जो ब्लेसिंग है और सर का जो एक्सपीरियंस है हमें मिलता रहता है, इसीलिए हम सर को बुलाते हैं। मैंने देखा है कि पूरा जिस टाइम से हमारा कोविड स्टार्ट हुआ है, वो सेमिनार में ही नहीं जाते हैं। सुबह प्रैक्टिकल में ठीक 6:30 में वो सब 6:15 में प्रैक्टिकल सेशन लेने के लिए तैयार रहते हैं। तो वो जो योग का, जो योगी का एक जो आचरण है, वो मैं सर में शुरू से देखता हूँ। बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट भी हैं, मैं उनसे कभी लड़ भी लेता हूँ, कभी वो मुझे डांटते भी हैं। लेकिन ये जो ब्लेसिंग है इन सब पूरे थॉट्स का, जैसे उन्होंने बहुत सारी चीज़ें बहुत ही कम समय में उन्होंने बताई, ये बहुत ही एक्सपीरियंस व्यक्ति ही बता सकता है। उन्होंने षटकर्म को भी बता दिया, प्राणायाम, आसन को, और उसका तरीका कैसे है। उसके बाद उन्होंने योग थेरेपी को भी प्रॉपर बताया। और जो उनका की पॉइंट था कि प्रिपरेशन, परफॉर्मेंस एंड उसके बाद परफॉर्मेंस एंड प्रमोशन, ये जो की पॉइंट है ये सबको हमें याद रखना चाहिए। और ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड से जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, और लास्ट में मैं उनको काफ़ी देर तक टच करता रहा, लेकिन अचानक मुझे यहीं पे दिखाई दिए। 4 बजे उनका फ़ोन बंद था, मुझे लगता है कहीं वो थे, लेकिन वो आए और बहुत अच्छा लगा। और मतलब उनकी जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो तो हमें मिलता ही है, लेकिन उनके आने से एक हमारा ऑरा भी बढ़ जाता है। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Nadeep ji. All the best.
Thank you.
May God bless you all. Thank you.
So with the permission of our chair, shall we proceed, sir?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So calling upon our next speaker, Deepika Bhamri. Is she there? Deepika Bhamri. Okay. Deepika Bhamri is from Berlin, Germany. She's a qualified yoga teacher from the YOGAGURU Institute, and she's been dealing in real estate and diamond jewelry since last 18 years. Over to you, Deepika.
So you have to unmute her.
I've asked her to unmute.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, you are audible now. You can go ahead.
Deepika, you audible?
Okay. Hi. नमस्कार. सबसे पहले मैं अपने योग गुरु.
I think there are two
voice.
Can you switch on one of the sets?
दीपिका जी, आपका अभी वॉइस ऑडिबल नहीं है. काइंडली check it again.
You have to unmute yourself. I think she's not able to
Unmute.
Yeah.
Right now it's
fine
okay.
now. Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah, hi. सबसे पहले मैं अपने योग गुरु डॉक्टर मोहन कार्की जी, गुरु शैलेंद्र जी, नेहा मैडम जी का धन्यवाद करती हूँ। आपने जिस सौहार्द और स्नेह के साथ हम सभी को एक मंच पर एकत्र करके स्वागत किया है, उसके प्रति आप सबका मैं आभार प्रकट करती हूँ। भारत में योग सन्यासियों की इस बार प्राचीन परंपरा को और आए हुए आप सबको नमस्कार करती हूँ, जो विभिन्न संप्रदायों से अपने अपने ज्ञान से इस मंच की शोभा बढ़ा रहे हैं और पथ प्रदर्शक का विशेष कार्य कर रहे हैं। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आज योग गुरु कार्की द्वारा इस सभा के सम्मान में जो घंटा ध्वनि का नाद किया गया है, वह इस संकट के समय योग के माध्यम से हम सभी एकत्रित सभा की जो ज्योति का एक स्वरूप जगाने के लिए प्रयास किया है, वह सभी बाधाओं रहित सिद्ध व सफल हो। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि हजारों वर्षों से योग पद्धति का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है और वर्षों से योग ने अपनी एक पहचान की छाप छोड़ी है, जिसके कारण हमारे पास इतिहास की एक धरोहर के रूप में उपलब्ध है। योग पद्धति से हम न सिर्फ अपने मन की इंद्रियों को एकाग्र कर सकते हैं, वरन समय समय पर कई विषम बीमारियों का उपचार भी सरल किया है। आज भी हम इस वर्तमान स्थिति की कुछ विषम और खास चर्चाओं पर बातचीत करने को एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो शायद वर्तमान व भविष्य काल में हमें मार्गदर्शन का कार्य करेंगी। जैसा कि हम सब इस वर्तमान की विचित्र परिस्थितियों से व प्राणघातक वायरस से परिचित हैं, जिसके कारण हम न केवल आंतरिक जीवन बल्कि बाहरी जीवन की समस्याओं से लड़ रहे हैं, जिसके लिए हम अच्छी तरह से परिचित नहीं थे। जहां एक अदृश्य वायरस के कारण विश्व भर में हजारों की संख्या में लोग पीड़ित हो रहे हैं और कई प्राण गंवा बैठे हैं, और हर घर में एक अजीब डर का माहौल सा बना हुआ है, वह भी बिना दवाई के। इसकी वजह से विश्व भर में जो आर्थिक व्यवस्था को भी झकझोर कर रख दिया है, जिसके कारण आज हम सब एक विचित्र परिस्थितियों से पीड़ित हो रहे हैं। मानो जैसे सब ठप सा हो गया है। हम न केवल आंतरिक बल्कि बाहरी जीवन से इन समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, जैसे बिना दवाई औषधि के कैसे बचें और हम कैसे यौगिक क्रियाओं व आयुर्वेदिक जड़ी बूटियों का कैसे और कितना इस्तेमाल करें, अपने व अपने परिवार में कैसे कैसे नियम और क्या क्या करें। दूसरी बड़ी समस्या जो है वो ऑनलाइन प्रणाली की अपर्याप्त शिक्षा। इस आपातकालीन स्थिति में हम सब कुछ शारीरिक तौर पर अचानक से बंद हो गया और हमें ऑनलाइन माध्यम का सहारा लेकर सब कुछ संभव करना पड़ रहा है, जिससे हमारे छोटे बच्चे व घर के बड़े बूढ़े अवगत नहीं थे। इस तरह से ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन सबके लिए अनिवार्य सी हो गई है, जिसकी पूरी तरह से कोई तैयारी हमने की ही नहीं थी। हमें क्या क्या और कैसे सबको ऑनलाइन सिस्टम से अवगत और एजुकेट कराना है, उसके लिए चर्चा करनी होगी। जितनी ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन हेल्पफुल है और हमें इस पर निर्भर होना है, इसके साथ साथ ये कुछ हानिकारक पहलू भी हैं इसके, जैसे सारा समय ऑनलाइन पे जमे रहना और घर पर बंद रहना हमारे शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत हानिकारक हो सकता है। हमारे व्यायाम, खेलकूद और दिनचर्या में आए बदलाव से न सिर्फ शारीरिक बल्कि मानसिक तौर पर भी हम पीड़ित हो रहे हैं। लोग डिप्रेशन की ओर जा रहे हैं। इस कोविड काल में हम भावनात्मक तौर पर भी कमजोर हो रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से हमारी फीलिंग्स ऑफ हैप्पीनेस मरने लगी है और डिप्रेशन रेट्स भी लगातार बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। जहां एक साधारण इंसान अपनी इसी हैप्पी वाली फीलिंग्स के साथ अपनी आंतरिक और व्यवहारिक जीवन की प्रोग्रेस करता है, इस वायरस और ऑनलाइन के कारण थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ा सा गया है। मिलना जुलना खत्म हो रहा है। पहले हम कम्युनिकेट व्यक्तिगत रूप से मिलकर करते थे, जिसमें हमारी बॉडी लैंग्वेज के साथ साथ हमारे हाव भाव की जो भाषा या आई कांटेक्ट के इस्तेमाल से प्रोग्रेस करते थे, वो अब ऑनलाइन या ऑफलाइन से संभव नहीं है। पहले एक नियम से सुबह की दिनचर्या की हम शुरुआत शौच इत्यादि से निवृत्त होकर योग व्यायाम से करते थे, जिसमें सबसे पहले ही पॉजिटिव, हैप्पी, एनर्जेटिक फीलिंग डेवलप होती थी। नाद होकर पूजा पाठ व नाश्ते से फारिग होकर हम अपना दिन शुरुआत किया करते थे। कुछ नियम से या कुछ आगे पीछे भी परिवर्तन के साथ कर लिया करते थे और रात परिवार के साथ डिनर कुछ चर्चा के साथ खत्म करके पलंग में चैन की नींद और सुंदर भविष्य की कल्पना के साथ खत्म करते थे। लेकिन अब न सुबह का और ना ही रात का कोई सिस्टम बन रहा है। कामकाज का भी अब जैसे ऑनलाइन, और बच्चों का जो रातों को जगना और सुबह देर तक सोना हम बड़ों को बहुत खलसा रहा है, जिसमें खाने पीने, सोने जागने, व्यायाम या खेलकूद सब का सब गड़बड़ हो गया है। बहुत सारी कंपनियों का होम ऑफिस और बच्चों की ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन सिस्टम शुरू सा हो गया है। कुछ नया ही हो गया है सब कुछ। और इन सब में जो एक खास नुकसान सबका हो रहा है वो मानसिक और शारीरिक सिस्टम का। अगर सब घरों की चार दीवारी में ही होगा तो कई प्रकार के रोग से ग्रस्त हो जाएंगे। और यही वो वक्त है जब हम सबको एक योग शिक्षक से योग सैनिक की भूमिका अदा करनी है और अपनी योग एजुकेशन के द्वारा अपने अपने क्षेत्र में योग क्षत्रिय की भांति इस अदृश्य शत्रु से लड़ना है और अपनी अपनी सीमाओं पर तैनात रहकर जो भी बन पड़े और अपनों की रक्षा करनी है, अपनी भी। केवल अपने ज्ञान से व यौगिक क्रियाओं के माध्यम से जो भी उचित लगे, हमें वर्तमान स्थिति की नई कमजोरियों का डटकर और कैसे सामना करना है, तन और मन को स्वस्थ बनाकर नया युग स्थापित करना जैसा है। यहाँ मैं अपने कुछ पर्सनल विचार साझा करने लगी हूँ। यहाँ मेरे बहुत सारे भारतीय परिवार व जर्मन परिवारों के साथ पारिवारिक संबंध हैं और इस कोविड के समय में हमने क्या क्या हमें करना पड़ा और क्या क्या हमने किया जो बहुत ही साधारण लेकिन मोटिवेटिव और सरल सिद्ध हुए। हमने समय समय पर ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन लेडीज कॉर्नर के नाम पर मीटिंग्स की। इस वायरस से जो हमारे बच्चे और बड़े घर में बहुत डर से गए थे, जिसके कारण कुछ करने की क्षमता ही जैसे खत्म हो गई थी। ऐसा लगता था जैसे पैरालिसिस हो गया है। चाह कर भी हम इस डर के साए में जी रहे थे और हमने रेगुलर इसके लिए जो हमने सबसे पहले अपने जो कदम उठाए उसमें सबसे पहला जो था हमारा रेगुलर न्यूज को बंद कर दी हमने। सिर्फ वीकली न्यूज, जितनी भी जानकारी थी वो वीकली लेते थे। नेगेटिव वीडियोस और एसएमएस को डिलीट किया। घर की किचन में उस समय सबके मनपसंद के पकवान बनाए, चाहे आते थे चाहे ना आते थे। यूट्यूब की मदद लेकर सबकी मदद का पसंद का इंतजाम किया। ध्यान रखा बच्चों की पढ़ाई का और खुशनुमा माहौल बनाए रखने के लिए हमने काफी प्रयत्न किए। और उन प्रयत्नों में से जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट था वो था फैमिली के साथ बैठकर हमने नेटफ्लिक्स में थोड़ी मूवीज भी देखी। अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से जो हमने टाइम निकाल कर अपने परिवार को दे सकते थे वो सब कोशिश की। और हमारे आसपास कुछ ऐसे फैमिलियर लोग भी थे जो खाना बना नहीं सकते थे या उनके पास प्रोवाइड कुछ था नहीं। हमने उनको फूड प्रोवाइड किया, फूड एक्सचेंज भी किया और हमने साथ साथ साइकिल में जाकर पार्क में जाकर ग्रुप एक्सरसाइज का भी नियम बनाया जो बहुत कारगर सिद्ध हुआ। हमने कमिटमेंट की कि दिन में एक बार 15 से 20 मिनट की योग व्यायाम करेंगे। व्यायाम हमने अपनी इच्छा वाला चुना, लाइक म्यूजिकल या जो हमें आनंदित कर सके, जो जैसे जिसको आता हो, बट 15 और 20 मिनट का हमने उसको किया रेगुलर। हमने ऑनलाइन और फेस ग्रुप पे भी ग्रुप्स बनाए और एक्सरसाइज के लिए रूटीन चैटिंग भी की, जिसमें ना सिर्फ हमारे शरीर में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इंक्रीज हुई, हमारा पोस्चर भी इम्प्रूव हुआ, जिससे घर बैठकर काम करना बहुत इजी सा लगने लगा। सारा दिन ऑनलाइन ऑफिस में काम करते करते हमारी एक पोस्चर ही खराब हो गया था। हमारा ब्लड प्रेशर, जॉइंट पेन और स्ट्रेस ऑटोमेटिकली कम हुआ। मुझे यहाँ का कल्चर बहुत पसंद है, जिसमें परिवार के सभी सदस्य साथ मिलकर कार्य करते हैं, जैसे कपड़े धोना, बर्तन धोना, साफ सफाई करना, खाना पकाना, सब साथ मिलकर खाना खाना विदाउट फोन के। ये मुझे बहुत पसंद है। यहाँ औरतों को समय समय पर प्रोत्साहन और शुक्रिया भी देते हैं, जिससे उनका स्वास्थ्य और खुश रहना भी परिवार के लिए समृद्धि में शामिल माना जाता है। उनका मानना है कि घर की औरत खुश है तो सब खुश हैं। घर में बड़े बच्चे ही छोटे बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं और साथ में खुद भी पढ़ते हैं, जिससे छोटे बच्चों का प्रभाव और बड़ों का सुकून भी मिलता है। बड़ों के साथ वक्त बिताना और कहानियां सुनना भी जरूरी है। सबसे मेन आपको सबके स्पेस का भी ख्याल रखना है और छूट भी देनी है। ये सबसे जरूरी है। थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
दीपिका जी, इंडिया में तो इतनी अच्छी हिंदी नहीं बोलते थे आप, वहां जाकर क्या हो गया? हाँ, सुपर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deepika ji. We have a next speaker, Vinita Singh. Ruchi, can you see Vinita?
Yeah, I'll just check.
I can't see her.
No, she's not with us.
Sir, I think we don't have this last speaker with us. So should we conclude the event?
Yeah. We need to move towards conclusion. Yeah.
Okay, so I would request अभी हमारे साथ है नवदीप जोशी जी. Sir,
हाँ, नवदीप सर हैं.
Sir, please conclude this session. Last
Doing,
session.
sir, doing.
You have to unmute.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. योग गुरु इंस्टीट्यूट संस्थान मॉर्निंग से लेके अभी तक हम जमे हुए हैं और सबके चेहरे में वही चमक है जो एक योगियों की होनी चाहिए। और मेरे को गुड अपॉर्चुनिटीज दी है योगा गुरु मोहन जी ने, सैलन जी ने और उनकी पूरी टीम। मुझे अनुपमा जी दिख रही हैं, नेहा जी दिख रही हैं, संजना और श्वेता जी ने बहुत अच्छा संचालन किया, हिंदी इंग्लिश बोथ। और
रुचि जी भी,
रुचि आल्सो,
रुचि विरमानी,
रुचि विरमानी जी ने। तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, मैं इसका पार्ट हूँ। इतने सारे लोगों को जोड़ा है मोहन जी, सैलन जी, मतलब योग गुरु जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, मैं बहुत बहुत आपका आभारी हूँ। इतने सारे लोग, इतने, और मॉर्निंग टू इवनिंग बैठ के करें हैं, अभी भी लोग हमारे पास हमारी बात को सुन रहे हैं। मैं सबसे पहले हमारे जो फर्स्ट स्पीकर थे गॉर्डना निस, सिबेरिया से, यूक्रेन से थी वो, अभी भी शायद होंगी मे बी। उन्होंने महर्षि महेश योगी जी का जो ट्रांसडेंटल मेडिटेशन के बारे में बताया। महर्षि महेश योगी जो हैं 14 जनवरी was the Indian guru and known that developing the transcendental meditation and technique and for the being the leaders and the guru they the world wise for being the organization and has been the incorporated in the social schools, university, corporates and United States, Latin America, Europe, then in India. In 1977 में उन्होंने सारा बहुत सारा कॉर्पोरेट्स, बहुत सारी जगह पे उन्होंने ट्रांसडेंटल मेडिटेशन को बताया। और इसका केवल एज ए साधना व्यू नहीं था, एकदम ट्रांस व्यू नहीं था, इट इज द प्रैक्टिकल व्यू एंड इट इज द साइंटिफिक व्यू और रिसर्च व्यू। सो गॉर्डना नीस ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से को बताया और वो करती भी हैं इस बात को। और उन्होंने एक बात और बताई, she says that the technique has been described in the both religions as non-religious, मतलब every religious व्यक्ति इसको बहुत आसानी से कर सकता है और उसकी जो महत्ता, इम्पोर्टेंस हम सब लोग जानते हैं। सेकेंड इज माला ग्लिस्टिनी, जिन्होंने विन्यासा एंड हेल्थ पे बहुत अच्छी बात बताई। जो विन्यासा की जब हम बात करते हैं, द टर्म विन्यासा रिफर्स एज द alignment of movement with the breath and the vinyasa yoga, and the each movement is the synchronized to the breath. And so although you may also hold the pose for the few breath, you will be the move one pose to the next. तो विन्यासा भी हमारे योग से जुड़ा हुआ है और बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, बहुत अच्छा है। कभी कभी हम अगर योग में थोड़ा सा बोर वैसे होना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ होते हैं तो कुछ नई जो न्यू थिंग्स है, विन्यासा उसके लिए बहुत अच्छा है। तो माला जी का बहुत बहुत थैंक्स, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी तरह से बात रखी। उसके बाद हमारे प्रिय मित्र डॉक्टर सोमवीर आर्य जी, जिन्होंने कर्म योग का जो व्यवहारिक रूप से बताया कि कर्म योग को हम कैसे हम एस्पेक्ट में यूज कर सकते हैं, उन्होंने शास्त्रों के आधार पे व्यवहारिक रूप में उन्होंने बताया। और साथ में उन्होंने शुक्ल, अशुल्क और इस तरह के जो कर्मों के बारे में बताया कि एक कर्म जो है जो हमें बांधते हैं, एक कर्म जो होते हैं हमें बंधन से दूर करते हैं, एक कर्म से हमें अच्छा मिलता है, एक कर्म से हमें बुरा मिलता है। ये सब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कर्मयोग के लिए। और उन्होंने उसकी व्याख्या, चाहे वो श्रीमद् भागवत गीता की बात हो, शास्त्रों की बात हो, उपनिषदों की बात हो, अलग अलग रूप से पतंजलि योग में भी उनने इस बात को बताया। उनका बहुत बहुत थैंक्स। उसके बाद हमारे चीफ गेस्ट डॉक्टर ईश्वर बसवा रेड्डी ने प्यूरिफिकेशन यानी कि प्यूरिफिकेशन से बात को शुरू किया और उन्होंने बताया कि योग केवल एक्सरसाइज है, अगर उसमें हम माइंड को यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं, ब्रीदिंग को यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो माइंड बॉडी सोल अगर यूज करते हैं तब वो योगासन है, नहीं तो वो योग एज ए एक्सरसाइज। इसके बाद उन्होंने 48 सूक्ष्म व्यायाम, सूर्य नमस्कार, चंद्र नमस्कार और हनुमान नमस्कार, इस तरह के जो हैं उसके अलग अलग थॉट्स क्या है कि सूर्य नमस्कार में आपकी पिंगला नाड़ी, चंद्र नमस्कार में आपकी ईड़ा नाड़ी, हनुमान नमस्कार में आपकी जो अंदर की स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ेगी, ऐसा उन्होंने बताया। और इन सब चीज़ों से स्पाइन और ब्रेन एक्टिव होता है। लास्ट में उन्होंने इस बात को जोड़ा कि शास्त्र और साइंस इन दोनों को जोड़ना पड़ेगा और इसलिए उन दोनों को जोड़ने के लिए हमने ब्रीदिंग की भी जब फोकस करते हैं तो उसको प्रॉपर ब्रीदिंग होनी चाहिए। इसके बाद इस बात को आगे बढ़ाते हुए उन्होंने प्रिपरेशन, परफॉर्मेंस एंड प्रमोशन, जब तक पहले प्रिपरेशन, किसी भी चीज़ की प्रिपरेशन बड़ी ज़रूरी है, फिर उसको आप परफॉर्म करोगे, जब परफॉर्म करोगे तभी उसका प्रमोशन होगा। वो चाहे आप अपने लेवल में देखिए, चाहे आपने जो सीखा है उसको आप देखिए। तो ईटिंग का राइट टाइम होना चाहिए, योगासन, गुड स्लीप होनी चाहिए, ऐसा उन्होंने बताया। थैंक्स डॉक्टर ईश्वर बसवा रेड्डी जिन्होंने यहाँ आके हम सब लोगों को इनलाइट किया। इसके बाद दीपिका बॉम्बे जो जर्मनी से थी, वो उनके पीछे जो नेचुरल व्यू दिखाई दे रहा था और जिस तरह से वो बोल रही थी, उन्होंने जो मॉर्निंग से इवनिंग तक जो हमारे अलग अलग सेशन हुए, थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट, थोड़ा सा इजी, लेकिन उन्होंने एक कहानी के रूप में, एक व्यवहारिक पक्ष के रूप में उन्होंने बताया कि हम दिनचर्या को ठीक करते हैं तो कैसे होता है। अब ये कोविड के समय में हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें लोगों को बता रहे हैं कि ऐसा करो ऐसा करो, लेकिन उन्होंने क्या किया कि उन्होंने वहाँ की जर्मनी के साथ में कुछ वहाँ की जो अच्छाइयाँ हैं वो भी हमें बताई। और योग ये कहता है कि जो परिवार है, अगर परिवार भाव का जागरण करेंगे हम, तभी हम सुखी रह सकते हैं। तो ठीक है, परिवार में हमारी बार बार गुत्थम गुत्था होती रहती है, वो भी ज़रूरी है, लेकिन जो मैंने आपको नाद में सुबह भी बताया था कि अगर हम फॉरगेट नहीं करेंगे, छोटी छोटी बातों को ईगो की तरह अपने पास लगाए रखेंगे, तो फिर वो बड़ा हो जाएगा। ऐसा भी उन्होंने भी बताया कि जो सकारात्मक दिनचर्या है, तो पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड एंड पॉजिटिव जो डेली रूटीन है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है और वो ही एज ए थेरेपी है। ये उनका बात की बहुत अच्छी बात, उन्होंने बड़ी सरल वे में बहुत अच्छी बात उन्होंने बताई। टाइम टेबल बहुत अच्छा होना चाहिए और फैमिली, इमोशंस, ये हमारे ज़रूर एक दूसरे के लिए बदने चाहिए। इतनी बात रख के, क्योंकि अब बहुत लेट भी हो चुका है, मैं आप सभी लोगों को दिल की गहराई से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और सभी हमारे जो स्पीकर्स हैं और जो अभी तक सुनने वाले हमारे पास जो दर्शक हैं, उन सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत आभार और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद सर। Before concluding, we were not able to play the message sent by Puja Acharya Balkrishna ji. So I have checked the issue and I think it will be properly played right now. I want to play it before concluding. Kindly give me few seconds.
आचार्य जी की ब्लेसिंग है, कल भी चला सकते हैं, आज भी चला दीजिए।
इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस,
Is it audible now?
Yes,
विशेष
sir.
करके जो होलिस्टिक वेलनेस के लिए जो इम्पोर्टेंस है करंट सिनेरियो के हिसाब से, इसमें जो योग का जो रोल है, इसके ऊपर यदि हम चर्चा करें तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि अभी तक जितने भी रिसर्चेज हुए हैं या जितने भी अभी तक के जो एविडेंस हैं, इसमें ये देखा गया है कि कोरोना होने के बाद में सबसे ज़्यादा जिनमें प्रभाव होता है वो हमारे फेफड़े हैं, या कोरोना उनको होने की ज़्यादा संभावना रहती है जिनके फेफड़े कमज़ोर हैं। तो प्राणायाम और योग के माध्यम से ही हम अपने फेफड़ों को, अपने लंग्स को या हमारी जो श्वसन तंत्र को, रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम को हम स्ट्रॉन्ग कर सकते हैं। ये वैज्ञानिकता पूर्ण अनुसंधान और बहुत सारे प्रमाणों से सिद्ध हो चुका है। तो आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो हमारा बहुत ही योग के प्रति समर्पित प्रिय भाई योग गुरु मोहन कार्की और उसकी टीम के द्वारा आयोजित है, इसकी पूरी टीम को मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। और इस कार्यक्रम में सहभागिता के लिए परम आदरणीय डॉक्टर साहब नागेंद्र जी बहुत ही प्रामाणिक अच्छे विद्वान हैं योग के संदर्भ में, जिन्होंने पूरा जीवन लगाया है। हमारी बहुत ही आदरणीय प्यारी बहन मनीषा जी भी इसमें सहभागी हो रही हैं। साथ में आदरणीय डॉक्टर मिश्रा जी भी इसमें सम्मिलित हैं। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, मेरा आप सबको नमन है। और ये चर्चा जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां हैं, जिस तरह का भय का वातावरण है समाज में, हम उस वातावरण से, उस भय से लोगों को तभी मुक्त कर सकते हैं जब हम योग और आयुर्वेद से उनको जोड़ेंगे। उसके लिए पतंजलि योगपीठ परिवार भी पूरी तरह से पूरी ताकत के साथ में जुटा हुआ है। श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी अभी तक करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों से जुड़ चुके हैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से, विभिन्न चैनलों के माध्यम से, प्रतिदिन लाइव प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से। पतंजलि ने भी पहला एविडेंस बेस्ड मेडिसिन कोरोना के ऊपर, कोरोनिल और सोसारी के ऊपर काम करके पूरी दुनिया को दिया है। और आज लाखों लाखों लोग उस औषधि को सेवन करके, औषधि के द्वारा अपने आप को निरोग बना चुके हैं। तो आइए हम सब मिलकर के इस तरह के विजन हैं उनको लोगों तक, जन जन तक पहुंचाने का हम प्रयास करें। योग का क्या लाभ है, कोरोना जैसे महामारी में किस तरह से वह काम करता है, किस तरह से हम अपनी इम्यूनिटी को, जो हमारी आंतरिक जो ऊर्जा को किस तरह से हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, इन सब के ऊपर हम लोग चर्चा करें। जितनी सी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस तरह के आयोजन हो, चर्चा हो, लोगों तक जानकारी पहुँचे, उतना ही मानवता के लिए ये लाभकारी है, हितकारी है। तो मैं आप सब से, जितने भी जो सहभागी जो भाई बहन हैं, उनको भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। योग न केवल कारगर औषधि है, परंतु हमको यह भी ध्यान रखना है, यह प्रवचन का विषय नहीं अपितु व्यवहार का विषय है। इसीलिए हम योग को जीवन में अपनाएं, योग का हम प्रचार प्रसार करते हुए अपने आप को योगमय बनाते हुए दुनिया में योग की स्थापना के लिए प्रयास करें। योग के से एक और जो बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है वो ये है कि कोरोना का जो भय है, बीमारी से ज़्यादा बीमारी का भय बहुत खतरनाक होता है। पूरी दुनिया में एंजाइटी और स्ट्रेस इस लेवल पर बढ़ चुका है, इस हद तक लोगों पर हावी हो चुका है कि कई लोग तो एक तरह से मानसिक ही रोगी हो चुके हैं। वो घर से बाहर नहीं निकलना चाहते हैं, घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो भय में रहते हैं, वो घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं वह हमेशा डर की भावना से डर में जी रहे होते हैं। तो उन लोगों को भी डर से बाहर निकालने का काम योग के द्वारा ही संभव है। तो प्रतिदिन हम सब योगासन प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करें, औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम लोगों तक इन बातों को, इन जानकारियों को पहुंचा पाएंगे, उतना ही हम लोगों को रोगों से मुक्त कर सकेंगे। तो कोरोना जैसी महामारी से भी बचाव और दुनिया में रोगों से मुक्ति वो योग के द्वारा ही संभव है, क्योंकि शास्त्र का कथन है न तस्य रोगो न जरा न मृत्यु प्राप्तस्य योगाग्निमयम शरीरम। यदि आप रोगों से मुक्त होना चाहते हैं, रोगों से बचना चाहते हैं और अपने आप को दुनिया के अंदर विषमताओं में भी आप अपने आप को आगे रखना चाहते हैं, तो योग के शरण में आपको आना ही होगा। जिसने अपने आप को योगाग्नि में तपा लिया, उसको बाकी संसार की इन आदि व्याधियों का जो प्रभाव है वो नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए उस योगाग्नि में तपने के लिए, रोग और मृत्यु से बचने के लिए हम लोगों को प्रेरित करें, आगे बढ़ाएं। इस कार्य के लिए भाई मोहन जी ने जो प्रयास किया है, उनकी टीम को, उनके कार्यों को मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। सभी आगंतुक या उपस्थित और जिन्होंने सहभागिता ली है, उन सब भाई बहनों को भी हमारी शुभकामनाएं। और जिन अतिथियों ने, विद्वान मेहमानों ने योग के विषय में प्रकाश डाला और आपको प्रेरित किया, उन सबको भी मेरी मंगल कामनाएं और मेरा प्रणाम, नमन, ओम।
Thank you, sir.
I think this is all. At the end, I request Shailendra ji to kindly speak a few words and conclude today's session.
Thank you very much, Mohan ji. I pass my special thanks to Navdeep ji. आज सुबह से मैं देख रहा हूँ कि हमारे साथ हैं, वो अपना कीमती समय निकाल के पूरे टाइम पूरी एनर्जी के साथ लगातार बने हुए हैं हमारे साथ। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद नवदीप जी। और स्पेशल थैंक्स टू हमारे लवली होस्ट, ऑल थ्री ब्यूटीफुल लेडीज, संजना, श्वेता, रुचि, पूरी एनर्जी के साथ और पूरे शानदार करा आपने। कुछ भी एक भी चीज गलत नहीं हुई, सब चीजें बहुत ही ठीक तरह से गई आपके साथ रहते हुए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग देयर। और मोहन जी ने जो इतनी मेहनत करी है, बिल्कुल सफल होती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। इतना मुझे कल तक कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था कि इतनी अच्छी जाएगी कॉन्फ्रेंस, और बिल्कुल हर्डल फ्री जो कॉन्फ्रेंस गई। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर एवरी पार्टिसिपेंट, जितने भी ऑडियंस है, जिन्होंने भी पार्टिसिपेट किया, स्पीकर स्पेशली, थैंक यू सो मच। दिल खुश हो गया। आज सुबह से लगे हुए हैं हम लगातार, थोड़ा गर्दन में दर्द हो रहा है, आई नो सबके, पर मजा आ गया कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करके। ओवर टू यू मोहन जी।
I think we shall conclude now.
Yeah.
Okay. See you everyone. और आज हम एक छोटा सा रिव्यू करेंगे, आज इस सेशन में क्या क्या हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ, और कल का सेशन इससे और बेहतर कैसे हो सकता है। एक छोटा सा जैसे हम लोग रूटीन में करते हैं एवरी डे, और आज एक दिन लास्ट है। ऑब्वियसली आई वांट कि आप सबको एक अच्छा सा बढ़िया सा पार्टी मिलनी चाहिए। हम लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत करे हैं और ये सबके मेहनत से ये इतना शानदार तरीके से हुआ है। हाँ, और बाकी चीजें रिव्यू मीटिंग में बात करते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
गुड नाइट एवरीवन, बाय बाय।
पार्टी में सबको अपने घरों में जाके ही पार्टी करनी है, क्योंकि हम तो यहाँ से सिर्फ भेजेंगे, ये लीजिए रसगुल्ला, ये लीजिए पूरी, हलवा, ऐसे करके भेजिए यहाँ।
कोरोना ओवर होगा तब करेंगे सर पार्टी, कोरोना ओवर हो जाएगा तब करेंगे।
सर मास्क पहन के आ जाएंगे हम पार्टी करने।
बहुत मिस करते हैं वो योगा गुरु को जो
बहुत। सैटरडे संडे बहुत मुश्किल निकलते हैं, इतनी आदत हो गई थी ना इंस्टीट्यूट जाने की, अब ऐसे लगता है बस चलो बुला लीजिए, जैसे भी करके पार्टी के नाम पे बुला लीजिए, एक बार बुला लीजिए बस।
श्योर श्योर, वेरी सून।
जरूर। ओके, थैंक यू, सी यू, बाय बाय,
बाय बाय,
लव यू ऑल, बाय बाय।